Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Reality Warping Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It all began in KK City, China, in 2026 with the news that a bioluminescent baby was born. After that, exceptional individuals began popping up all over the world. The cause was unclear. Time passed and the exceptional, because the norm, fantasy became reality. At present, 80% of the world's population consist of superhumans with special abilities. The world is in chaos. And a profession that everyone once only dreamed about became reality. Heroes. In July 10, 2169, everything changed once again, when in Mizudafu, Japan, a green-haired boy was born with eyes with a pupil as dark as a black hole, an iris of bright white, yellow and orange like the accretion disk around the event horizon of a singularity, the white in the eyes replaced by the dark and cold void of space with incredibly small points of light dotting the vacuum. No one yet knew that behind those eyes was an incredible change. They represented much more than any other quirk that had come before. July 9, 2173. Hello Izuku, tomorrow is your birthday, right? A tall woman with brown shoulder-length hair, the responsible for the toddlers in the daycare center, asks the young child. Yes, Tanako-san. I am gonna become 4. The green-haired child raises 4 fingers in his hand and shows it, smiling wide and showing his teeth. That's amazing, Izuku. She smiles at the young boy. So has your quirk manifested yet? The boy enters in deep thought. Although he has felt something different recently, he doesn't think it's a quirk. It's a feeling on the back of his head, a sensation that he was seeing more than he used to, but he doesn't know how to interpret or express that sensation. I don't think it has manifested yet, all I feel is a bit lightheaded. Midoriya complains, still thinking about what he's feeling. Can I ask you something, Tanako-san? Yes, Izuku? The teacher sits close to the young boy, waiting to hear his question. She wondered what the boy was going to ask. What are those really tiny things on your pants? Izuku manages to ask, without a single mistake on the pronunciation, referring to the atoms in making up the dye of the caretaker's genes. I don't think I understand your question. The caretaker gives him a confused smile. She doesn't know what he's referring to, not only that, but she is also confused. What do you mean, Izuku-chan? I don't know what to call them, let me draw them. The young boy responds, unknowledgeable with the little things, not because he doesn't know what they are or what they do, but because he doesn't know how to describe or call them. He knows that they make the genes the color they are, how they made the genes blue, but he doesn't know how to represent it or how to talk about it. Let me see. The teacher checks the drawing on the internet, realizing what the toddler under her care had seen. Oh, I think your quirk lets you see really tiny things when you focus on them. You saw the atoms that make up the pants. My quirk? The boy says cheerfully, guessing it correctly. He wasn't expecting that the sensation was a quirk after all, but he guessed that it made sense. A whole lot of sense. Your quirk is so cool, Kaken. I hope I get mine soon. Izuku says while following Katsuki through the woods, carrying a small bag around his shoulder. He remembered an interaction weeks prior with his friend. Whatever you get, there's no way it'll beat mine. The young boy with an explosive quirk responds proudly. Oh, maybe it's an identification or vision-enhancing quirk. Mrs. Tanako suggests to the cheerful greenette. Tanako-san, couldn't there be more to it? The young boy asks. His quirk surely couldn't be just that, could it? I mean, I know that what I drew is what makes your pants blue. And I can also see those tinier things. He shows a drawing of a carbon atom with a surrounding cloud of electrons, the nucleus made of protons and neutrons, both individually represented by their quarks. At least that's the closest to what the caretaker could understand. They don't really look like that. Izuku sighed. He knew that they were the things that made up matter, but would he tell that to Tanako-san? But that's the only way I can think of to show what I saw. I know what they do, but I don't know the words to describe it. I just feel what they are and what they do. I know that they make up you and me. that they make up stuff. I think it might be an analysis and intelligence combination quirk. The caretaker suggests. She thought it must have been the only alternative. After all, the two quirk types were in many cases closely related since they dealt with the mind. Mental quirks tend to be multifaceted to a degree. If it is a very powerful one, Izuku-chan. Tanako-san, can we test it some more? Izuku asks. There could be more to the intelligence aspect than just understanding the tiny things, couldn't there? Maybe it's not just for that. Can you give me a problem to solve? I think it can also make me smarter overall. Oh, here's one. Tamaki-chan had a basket filled with 29 pairs, but his friend gave him an additional 13 baskets with the same number of pairs. How many pairs does Tamaki-chan have? The teacher quickly thought of a simple mathematics problem. Although she didn't believe the young boy would be capable of solving a multiplication problem at his age, it was a way of checking the limits of his quirk's intelligence enhancement. Tamaki-chan has 406 pairs. The boy immediately answers, without even counting on his fingers. Oh, who taught you multiplication, Izuku-chan? Tanako asks politely, genuinely curious about how the boy had solved it so quickly, despite his supposed lack of knowledge. No one taught me that. I just felt right. Izuku replies. He was also very estranged by his response. It just appeared in my mind. But I remember Mom mentioning it with Dad a few months ago when they were talking about money, but I never learned. Maybe my quirk just makes me know it. Izuku-chan, it seems your quirk is really powerful. The caretaker tells the young boy, causing him to smile widely. He really does mean it. It was the first time she saw someone as young as Midoriya Izuku being capable of solving problems much more advanced than their age or seeing the microscopic level at high detail. I have to tell Kaken. The young boy runs off, leaving a smiling Tanako-san. Kaken would probably love to hear about his quirk. Kaken. Take care, Izuku-chan. The caretaker tells the boy. She really had a liking for the very polite and sweet brunette. Meanwhile, I will give your parents the news. What is it, Zuku? The brunette boy asks bluntly, using his friend's nickname. He was eating a bowl of spicy sushi with a pair of chopsticks, one of his favorite foods because of how it burned on the tongue. I got a quirk. The brunette replies. He really did, and he was happy about it. It makes me smarter. I can do multiplication, and I managed to feel really tiny things on Tanako-san's jeans. He completes, showing the drawings. That's a cool quirk, but not as cool as mine, nerd. Katsuki says, complimenting Izuku's quirk in his own way, something that does not go unnoticed by Izuku. Many may not notice, but the explosive child really had a difficulty with expressing his emotions, unintentionally maintaining a facade of anger and frustration. So what else can you do? Thanks, Kaken. I don't really know what else I can do. Midoriya smiles. Tanako-san said it is a strong intelligence and analysis quirk, because I can do stuff that I never learned before. It gives me this strange tingle in my head all the time, which seems to be how I can feel my quirk. Maybe when we grow up it can be just as cool as yours. Whatever, there's no way. Bakugo dismisses it unapologetically. He doesn't really mean to be rude, but he still comes off as such. Don't get him wrong, he doesn't think that Izuku will be stronger than him anytime soon, but not because Midoriya doesn't have the potential to be. But maybe if you train your nerd brain and learn a lot it can be one day. Thanks, Kaken. Izuku cheers up with a smile. He had an uncanny ability to understand Katsuki in a level that only Katsuki's parents could. I will learn and train a lot so I can be just as cool as you. You bet, because if you don't become a hero with me I'm gonna kick your butt. Katsuki replies to Izuku's promise. He does mean it, because if Izuku gives up he won't be able to work with his friend and kick the villains' butts. Now let's go play with the extras. You can show me what you can do later. July 15, 2173. So, what do you know about how your son's quirk works, Midoriya-sama? The owl-headed feathered doctor asks Izuku's mother. He was an older man, his body covered in brown feathers, which were covered by a long-sleeved shirt and a jeans pants. Behind him, hung on the wall, were not only a degree in quirk science, but also a degree in psychology. Well, his quirk seems to allow him to see, or rather feel, atomic and subatomic particles, kandohakes. Izuku's mother, Inko, a slim green-haired woman, responds. She understood what her son mumbled about in relation to his quirk. She could remember the days when she had spent in high school or her time in college. I remember he mentioned that he also understands how each of the particles he feels works. Isn't that right, sweetie? Yeah. I can feel those tiny p-particle thingies around me and what they do. Izuku says cheerfully, swinging his legs below him. He had struggled with the larger word, since it was one of the first times he had ever pronounced it. The counseling request also mentioned an intelligence aspect to his quirk. Can you tell more about it? The counselor inquired, holding his pen close to his notebook. From what the daycare workers and I have noticed, Izuku seems to have developed a massively accelerated learning rate. It has become much easier for him to memorize academic information. Midoriya Izuku answers while cuddling her son's hair. What she said wasn't an understatement. Izuku seemed to be getting smarter and smarter, reading more and more, since his quirk manifested. But if I remember correctly, he also seems to understand and use knowledge he was never taught. Tanako-san, the main caretaker of the daycare center Izuku goes to find out that he can resolve multiplication problems without any issue, even though he never went to school and neither has my husband or I taught him how to multiply. It's possible that due to your son's quirk making him able to feel reality on a quantum, or possibly even deeper, level, it also enhanced his mind so he can properly understand what he feels. Due to the universe's apparently mathematical nature, it seems that for Izuku to understand the feelings his quirk gives him access to, it had to give him an instinctive knowledge of mathematics and other scientific disciplines. Dr. Kondo explains what he understands. Quirks were often more widespread in effect than many thought. For example, those who had fire quirks usually had resistance to fire and heat. A quirk can easily have more aspects to it than what can be seen at first glance, although many tend to think of those minor aspects as mere accompanying mutations. It can be confirmed by Izuku's claim to understanding what atoms and the subatomic particles that make up them do and how they work. Now, of course, there needs to be a memory-enhancing aspect too, to make it possible for him to understand and calculate so quickly with a human brain. After all, quantum mechanics calculations usually require extremely powerful supercomputers, with processing capacities thousands of times stronger than the human brain should be capable of, and with memory capacities similarly grander. So what you're saying is that Izuku has a combination of analysis and intelligence enhancement quirks. The worried mother questions. Her question is a logical one when it relates to her progeny. In summary, yes. The doctor tells the truth, even though there was a lot more to it. Although we will only know how it works if he gets some medical exams. I would recommend getting a brain scan with a quirk specialist. If you decide to get some scans taken, I will analyze the results and relay the information back to you and your son. But from the information we have gathered, your son has a memory, intelligence enhancement, and analysis quirk with no clear or visible physical mutation, and according to the file it is always active, so it's a passive quirk that's always activated. That's so cool. Izuku says, amazed by what his quirk could do. May I ask something, Kandohakes? Of course, Midoriya-chan. The owl-headed counselor chirps. Although he had only known the Midoriya child for less than an hour, he was willing to indulge the young boy's every inquiry. Can I be a hero with my quirk? The kid asks, as if pleading for an affirmative answer. He always wanted to be a hero, even since he discovered what heroes were. I mean, how couldn't he after seeing All Might on the TV or on video so many times? Of course you can. It won't be flashy or physically powerful, but there are many heroes with intelligence, analysis, or mental quirks. The doctor responds. He immediately thought of a plethora of them, going from Ragdoll to All Might's sidekick, or even the principal of UA High School, who is an animal with an intelligence quirk. You are a fan of All Might, right? An example would be his sidekick, Sir Night Eye. Thanks, Kandohakes. Izuku gives his gratitude, bowing politely. He was very thankful for the counselor's support of his dream. Little did the boy now know that in another world he would find much less support for said dream. That's so cool. So Midoriya-sama, What's your husband's and your quirks? The doctor asks, causing Inko to get visibly shaken at the mention of Midoriya Hisashi. It will help us understand Izuku's quirk. Hisashi's quirk was fire breath. My quirk is pull, it allows me to pull small objects closer to me. The woman responded in a calm tone, but it was clear that her eyes were sunken, a shadow if falling them. But those tears were not because of death, as was what she had told everyone and as was what the official documents said, but rather because of loneliness and guilty. She had just lied about what her husband's quirk is for the sake of her child's safety, not a complete lie since fire breath is one of Hisashi's quirks, but still a lie. So it seems your son's quirk might be a mutated version of yours. The doctor says. It was a logical conclusion based on the wide spectrum of what small objects could mean. You can pull small objects, right? Have you ever considered that maybe what you are pulling are the individual atoms? If that's the case, it could mutate into an intelligence analysis quirk, such as your son's. In the case it's not, then your son has a unique quirk never seen before, a unique mutation exclusive to him. The doctor gives a possible explanation. On another note, it appears that your husband seems to be a delicate topic. Why is that? Well, you see. She gets nervous as she tries to formulate an answer. But she decides to relay what she understands is the truth. Hisashi died last year during a villain attack in America. He was working overseas when a villain with a very strong fire quirk attacked the bus he was in. His body was never found and it was likely burned to ashes. The session continued until the 1-hour mark. They covered a lot of topics relating to Izuku's family's history on his mother's side, that is the Chisaki family as that is his mother's maiden name, so they could get a better understanding of Izuku's quirk and its potential. They talked about how Izuku's granduncle by his mother's side apparently had a quirk that allowed him to manipulate different forms of energy and radiation, while his grandaunt had a quirk that allowed her to have an accelerated learning rate, notwithstanding that Izuku also has a second cousin with a quirk that allows the holder to disassemble and reassemble matter with the touch of their hands. With that they concluded that Izuku's quirk was likely a combination from his ancestors, but the degree to which his father and his family had influenced the quirk was still unknown to them. August 21, 2177, 4 years later. Ring ring. Just an instant. Inko Midoriya said out loud as she heard the sound of the doorbell ringing. She laid the pork cutlets on the cutting board and washed her hands so she could open the door. As she opens the door, she is confused as she sees no one there. Oh, hello. Down here. Inko looks down to see a white-furred something. A white-furred something in a black business suit and a red tie. It's me, Nedzu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal of UA. Oh, sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone to visit today. Inko apologizes. She was confused as to why the principal of UA would ring her doorbells. Did he get lost or something? Even less so someone so important. It's nothing to worry about, it's not supposed to be a formal visit, although I am here on business. He responds, it really was meant to be a more casual conversation, although he did have some educational proposals up his sleeve. Would you like some tea? The green-haired woman offers in courtesy. I'm also preparing katsudon for dinner, so if you wish you can have dinner with us. Of course, I accept both your offers. Nedzu gladly takes on the offers, having sat at the table. He would never reject an offer of tea and cooked food, both things he loved about humans. So, you may remember Dr. Kondo Masaru? Of course, Kondo Hakase is Izuku's quirk counselor. Inko answers, remembering very well who he speaks. Dr. Kondo was a kind man. He had helped a lot with understanding Izuku's quirk those last 2 years. Did something happen to him? Oh goodness gracious. Nothing happened. Nedzu replies, slightly surprised with the question. Although there was the chance that something had happened and he wasn't aware, he decided to ignore that possibility. Actually, the reason I'm here is because Kondo-san mentioned that your son Izuku is having some trouble with school. Is that correct? Oh, yes, unfortunately. Inko sighs, while she cuts and seasons the pork cutlets for the katsudon. Due to his quirk, it looks like school has gotten too easy for Izuku, to the point he feels disinterested in studying, because he thinks he's making no progress. Of course, with the exception of one or another discipline where he finds the classes rewarding. It worries me as a mother that he might want to drop out, but I can't homeschool him if he decides to. I see. It has to do with his quirk's nature, doesn't it? Nedzu asks rhetorically, in thought about the situation at hand while drinking a sip of tea. I remember Kondo-san mentioning that Izuku's quirk in its nature is an analysis quirk with an intelligence-enhancing and memory-enhancing aspect, giving him an innate understanding of mathematics and science because he can feel inherently how they work. Is that correct? Yes, that'd be right. Inko agrees with the principal's remark. Her son's abilities are extreme when it comes to the improvements made to the boy's mind since it awoke one day before his 4th birthday. Because of that, he needs to make no effort during science or math classes. And due to that, he feels demotivated during the majority of classes. That's why I'm here. Nedzu exclaims, finally showing the metaphorical card up his sleeve. You see, I'd like to offer Izuku the opportunity to be my personal student. I'd tutor him on the subjects he so desires so that he'll be motivated in his studies. Oh, thank you so much. Inko exclaims emotionally. She really meant it. An opportunity for her son to study further than school can offer while still going to school itself with his friends? She would take it at any cost. It will help my Izuku-chan so much. But I have to ask why. As someone with an intelligence enhancement quirk, I understand the plight of finding disinterested in learning. It can feel too easy sometimes. I love learning about new things, but it's easy to reach a plateau in the process, and once a plateau is reached it is hard to break out of it. Nedzu explains. He doesn't mention the experimentation he suffered due to being an animal with a quirk, even more so an intelligence quirk. That's why when I heard from Kondo-san that a young boy with an intelligence quirk was having trouble with school, I decided to help. An 8-year-old Izuku approaches, having left his bedroom. Why was there a rat-like man sitting on the table? Who's that? Oh, good evening, Izuku-chan. It's me, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal of UA. Nedzu responds, introducing himself to Izuku. But you aren't either of those animals as far as your appearance goes, you are probably a stoat. Izuku protests the principal's introduction. Why does no one get it right? And why would the principal of UA be here? What a perceptive young man. Nedzu compliments the boy's intelligence for making a thoughtful guess. A better attempt than most make, he was proud of his choice for a protege. However, I can assure you that I'm not a stoat, since they are fiercely territorial and solitary species, which I am not in any way. But, as for your question, I'm here because I wanted to offer to be your tutor. But why? Izuku asks, not understanding why. He knew he was smart, but enough to impress the principal of UA? One of the smartest people in the country? I'm just an elementary school kid. So you can learn much more than your school can offer, of course. Nedzu responds to the young boy. Of course there were more reasons than that, mostly relating to his secret war against the Hero Public Safety Commission, but his duty as an educator came first and foremost. Your counselor told me you were having issues with school. I couldn't ignore the needs of someone whose needs the educational system couldn't satisfy. Yeah, school has gotten pretty boring. Izuku concedes to the principal's point. He liked school still, but he was finding it hard to enjoy classes. I mean, my classmates are nice, but the subjects are mostly too easy. I'm ahead of everyone else on all of them. So, what do you two think of my offer? Nedzu questions. The question itself had an obvious answer. He didn't request for anything in exchange after all. I accept it, Nedzu-sensei. Izuku cheers in excitement. Already calling the Chimera his teacher, even though his tutorship hadn't even started yet. If it makes my Izuku happy, I will gladly take the offer. Inko accepts, while starting to fry the pork cutlets for the katsudon and also preparing the rice. Then we have a deal. Nedzu says smiling, while taking a sip from the cup of tea. Oh, marvelous combination of tea leaf, milk, and sugar. It was hard to not enjoy the contents of the cup. There comes the question of schedule. Which days of the week and at what hours would you prefer? In the end, they had agreed that Izuku would go to UA 3 times a week during the weekdays after his classes had ended. In his first session he would be accompanied by his mother, so both could get acquainted with the location. August 22, 2177. Kaken. Kaken. Izuku called out for his friend as they met up to go to school together. He really wanted to tell his friends the news of Nezu's visit. You won't believe what happened last night. What's it, Zuku? Katsuki asks, waiting for Izuku to speak. What could be so exciting that Izuku looked like he was about to explode from an overdose of happiness? It better be good. WL. We had a guest last night at home. Midoriya tells his best friend. Calling the principal of UA a mere guest was an understatement. Why, you won't believe who it was. Just spit it out already, we don't have all day, nerd. Bakugo speaks out loud, trying to pretend to not be curious. Why couldn't he be honest that he was curious? It was the principal of UA. Here, look at this photo Mom took. Izuku shows the picture in his cell phone to his best friend. The picture was obviously taken by the Greenette's mother. It showed Nezu, the principal of UA, laughing maniacally while reading Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 1, alongside Izuku himself. Wow, you DMed nerd actually attracted the attention of the FING principal of UA. Katsuki responds with jealousy. Why does Nezu focus his attention on Izuku rather than the clearly stronger Bakugo Katsuki? Because Izuku's quirk makes him extremely smarter than everyone else. His thoughts betray him. So, what did the rat want? He wanted to offer me a tutorship. Basically, he wants me to become his student twice a week after classes. Izuku answers, overflowing with excitement and enthusiasm. Mom and I agreed to his offer, so I'm going to UA with my mom twice a week so I can have classes with Nezu-sensei. But why at FING UA though? Isn't it supposed to be a high school? Bakugo asks, confused with the choice of location. It isn't like the rat lives there, right? Apparently he not only works there, but he lives there too. Izuku tells, as both arrive at their primary school's gate. That was surprising to Bakugo. He thought that people don't usually live at school. Because of that, he wants me to go there during the days I have tutoring sessions. Well, I'm effing jealous of you. Katsuki complains. He allowed himself a moment of weakness. He knew that his friend wouldn't break his trust and mock his emotions. But he still kept the facade for most part. We aren't even in middle school and you already got enough attention from a hero to become their student. I mean, Izuku tries to downplay the situation. I don't think it's a big deal. I'm sure we could have found a tutor if Nezu-sensei hadn't made that offer. Also, I'm not going to be a UA student, just Nezu's apprentice. It's certain you would, but we both know that he's the most intelligent hero in Japan. Katsuki reminds him, as the two change from their outside shoes for their school's indoor shoes. He's so smart that almost no one wants to go against him, so imagine him being your teacher. That's cool and scary. Just imagine how intimidating you will become just by using your brain. I guess so. Izuku concedes to his friend's point. But I still don't think it's a big deal. Whatever, let's get to the classroom before the extras think we're late. The explosive boy mumbles. Why can't Izuku have more confidence? The Greenette needs more spine. So, where in UA and when are those tutoring sessions of yours, Zuku? 3 times a week, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Izuku responds. Nezu-sensei mentioned that the tutoring sessions will be held in his office at UA. Just FNG amazing. Katsuki remarks. We aren't even in high school and you're already gonna be studying at UA thrice a week. Did I mention how much I hate you? I know you don't actually mean that. Midoriya reminds him. He knew Kaken was just playing with him, because if the explosive boy really did hate him he would be covered in burns and bruises every day. If you did, we wouldn't be walking together to and from school every day, or visiting each other, or meeting at lunch. Whatever, let's just get this down with. Bakugo grumbles, opening the classroom door. He is very envious of Izuku right now. August 25, 2177. Wow. It's so big and pretty. The 7-year-old Midoriya Izuku stands in front of the UA high school gate in awe, looking at the H-shaped main building like a toddler in a candy store. That's so cool. Remember Izuku, We aren't here just to visit. His mother reminds him, looking in awe at the building. Although to be honest, I don't even know where to begin. It's so overwhelming. So you two are the ones the principal sent me to meet? Asked Monotone, a tall man with well-groomed and brushed-back black hair, wearing a black business suit, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a blue tie. Oh, I guess so. My name is Midoriya Izuku and this is my son Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. We had tutoring sessions scheduled with Nedzu-san. Inko greets the man with a smile. In this case, follow me. We will be meeting him in the principal's office. Aizawa tells the green-haired mother. His voice is in a very and obviously so tired tone. Let's be quick so I can get back to my nap. He says, yawning shortly thereafter. Thank you very much, mister. Inko tries to thank the man, but stops because she doesn't know the man's name. Did he introduce himself? She couldn't remember. Aizawa Shoyuda, Class 1A homeroom teacher. I also teach hero ethics and law class. The man identifies himself, although he sounds like he just wants to be done with it. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Mother and son cross the gate into the inside of school grounds, following closely behind the 22-year-old teacher. You must have left quite an impression on Nedzu-san for him to choose you as his personal student, Midoriya-chan. I don't think it's a big deal. Izuku replies, embarrassed. He still denies how much of a big deal getting a tutorship from Nedzu is. I'm just an elementary school student with an intelligence quirk. Correction, you are an elementary school student with one of the potentially strongest intelligence quirks in the country. Aizawa reworded what the child had uttered, opening the door into the main building. He means it, the problem child has a vast amount of hidden potential yet to be tapped. Although being humble and introspective are good qualities that everyone should cultivate, underestimating yourself is a good way to develop an unhealthy inferiority complex. But Isage Shimizu-sensei said that all of her students would be treated equally, no matter the quirk or status. Just because I have an intelligence quirk, she said she wouldn't give me permission to read and do stuff from upperclassmen. Izuku adds, feeling even more embarrassed. Which is the height of irrationality. Don't be me wrong, everyone deserves respect no matter who they are. However, the teacher complains. He has a long list of disagreements with the education system, even more so when it comes to the way that their outdated methods fail to address the needs of students after the rise of quirks. Instead of accepting and accommodating for the special needs of the students and their quirks, the Ministry of Education still tries to maintain the facade of full biological equality in the education system. He explains his viewpoint concisely and clearly. Tell me, does a child with a quirk that allows them to emit light from their fingertips have the same sheer academic potential as a child with a memory, analysis, or intelligence-enhancing quirk? No. Izuku concedes. What the man is saying is making sense to him. Not really. Maybe they can catch up to those with weaker intelligence quirks or similar quirks. But probably not against similar quirks of level 3 and above. Although it's necessary to understand and respect all of those around you, be they quirked or not. Aizawa continues. It's also necessary to be ready to attend for the needs of those students with special needs, lest they will be demotivated or have difficulties on their development as individuals. The current system doesn't handle the increasing differences between individuals, still thinking the way education has worked for the last 200 years is good enough. But can one make up for their deficiencies by working harder to train those deficiencies into skills? Izuku asks in confusion and pondering. My friend Kaken has an explosive quirk, and even then he is just behind me in class as one of the best students. I do agree with your point, one can make up for not being born with an advantage by working harder to improve themselves. Aizawa partially concedes to the kid's point. It's strange for the recently hired teacher to find an 8-year-old child capable of understanding his points, but also giving logical counterarguments. But the education system refuses to acknowledge the issue in the first place, still trying to keep the education system as it was before the dawn of quirks. Oh, I see. The greenette boy raises his hand to his chin in thought. The prohero's points make a lot of sense. Each person is unique and as such they have different needs from each other. I never thought about it like that. That's why the principal is taking you as his personal student. Aizawa Shoyuta tells the young boy, making the greenette finally understand Nedzu's reasoning for the tutorship. The school system is too inadequate to properly address your special needs as a student. So he decided to take the work into his own hands. The three approached the door to the principal's office. It was a black wooden door without any decorations. Above it was a sign written, "Principal. We've arrived. Oh, come on in." The principal was sitting in a tall and cushioned office armchair. Directly in front of him was a wide wooden table and directly behind him was a hall-sized frameless glass window. "Come on in, get yourselves comfortable." The principal came down from his seat and approached the coffee table. "Welcome Izuku-chan and Midoriya-san. Well, now that I've brought them here, I'm going to the staff room." Aizawa muttered under his breath, yawning widely as he leaves the office room. "I really want to take a nap." "Thank you, Nedzu-san." Inko gave her gratitude, giving a small polite smile. "It's a pleasure to see you again. Would any of you like any tea?" Nedzu offers. He looked at his tea kit and picked up the tray it sat on. "Yes. Tea with honey please, Nedzu-sensei." Izuku asked politely but also enthusiastically. Although he wasn't much of a fan of drinking tea, he still liked the taste. "I'd like mint tea with a cube of sugar, if it's available of course." Inzu agrees to the offer. She was more of an appreciator of tea than Izuku, regularly preparing some for herself at home. "Very well." The principal poured tea into 3 cups, adding a cube of sugar to one and 2 teaspoons of honey to another. "Here they are." Nedzu served the cups at the table. The smell of the tea spreading through the air, sweet and fresh. "So, I'd like to give a few more details about the tutorship I'm going to give to Izuku-chan." "Of course," the green-haired woman replies. She understands that the meeting at their house probably didn't cover some significant aspects of the sessions. That'd be no trouble at all. "In this case," the eloquent animal said, pausing for a moment so he could drink a sip of tea, accidentally making a bit of suspense. "The tutorship will be a form of accelerated education. Izuku-chan has an amazing capacity to learn and memorize information. Not only that, but he has a deeply instinctual understanding of science that his knowledge probably surpasses all combined scientists on Earth, just due to the nature of his quirk." Nedzu explains the implications of Izuku's quirk's capacity to feel the fabric of reality. However, due to his current level of academic education, he is unable to express and use that knowledge. He has it, of course, but he is incapable of applying it in any meaningful way. Let's say he has information that he is unable to use. "Yes, we know as much." The mother sighed. The reality is one she came to understand since so long ago. On July the 9th, Kondohake said as much during one of Izuku's weekly sessions. "That's what I plan on rectifying," Nedzu declares with a raised fist and a whole lot of confidence. "I'm going to teach Izuku how to use his intelligence and knowledge in an effective manner. In the coming years I will be teaching everything I can, alongside a few members of the school staff when they are available, from mathematics to biology and engineering." The principal took a sip of tea from his teacup. To give him a well-rounded base from where he will be capable of expanding from by himself. To give him the capacity to express, use, and weaponize the wide array of information that has been available to him since his quirk manifested. "Oh, I see. Once again, thank you for this opportunity." Inko speaks out, with tears of joy streaming down her face, her gratitude. "I can't express how much I'm glad that you are offering to help Izuku with his quirk. So, will I be able to understand those sensations I have had since my quirk manifested?" Izuku asked. "There's no need to thank me, Midoriya-san. After all, I understand the shared plight of us with intelligence-enhancing quirks." Nedzu accepted her gratitude, once again hiding about the suffering he underwent at the hands of secret quirk research facilities. "As for your question, Izuku-chan, you could say so, and not only understand, but with the knowledge you could very well follow any dreams you have. I want to be a hero, just like All Might." Izuku declares with enthusiasm. "I want to save everyone with a smile, so they can feel safe. That's a nice life goal." Nedzu gives a slight chuckle. Izuku-chan, you can be a hero and much more. The principal encourages. Heroes don't need to be just heroes after all. Best jeanist is also a fashion icon. On another topic, Midoriya-san. I'd like to thank you for coming with Izuku-chan into his first session. After all, it's always good for parents to understand how their children's education works. I'd like for you to watch his first session. October 2nd, 2177. Midoriya-kun, since you aren't paying attention to the lecture. The teacher calls Izuku out, who was reading and solving multiplication and division exercises in a book given to him by Nedzu. The teacher planned to discipline the boy, thinking he was mocking the class with his distracted demeanor. How wrong he's... Please answer this question. Yuno-san has 25 apples in a basket, however 13 of them fell down from the basket previously. How many apples did Yuno-san originally have? Oh, sorry teacher, I was reading. Izuku apologized. In less than a second he already had transformed the question into x plus 1338 in his mind. The answer for the question is 38, since 25 plus 1338, we can of course confirm it by doing the inverse operation 38 to 1325, or also doing x plus 1338. Since you have already grasped the subject, I'll allow you to keep reading that book of yours. The teacher says, impressed with the student's speed at solving it all the while being so young. However, if this happens again, I'll be forced to call your mother to speak with the principal. Actually, sensei. Izuku looks into his backpack and takes out a document. Said document had the seal of UA High School etched into it. I was asked to give this to you to read. Okay, let me see. I, Nedzu, the principal of UA High School, request that Midoriya Izuku, my personal tutorship student and protege, be excused from participating in mathematics and science lessons, with exception given to exercises and tutoring his classmates. Wait. The teacher reads the document out loud. I knew you were getting tutoring sessions 3 days a week, but I wasn't aware it was with the principal of UA. What I don't really get is why he wants you to be excused from those 2 subjects. It's because of my quirk, Shimizu-sensei. Izuku explained. You can see the related information on my student file. Because of it, my counselor and my tutor want me to use maths and science classes to exercise what I've been learning with Nedzu-sensei. I'll still be solving exercises with the class and helping my classmates, but they want me to be excused from paying attention to the lectures. He explained the proposal. I know it's not legally binding, but it would help adapt to my quirk circumstances. I think it is permitted by the terms of the Education Reform of 2058. But that's most unusual. The teacher sighs. He doesn't really know what to do, but it was a request from the staff of a prestigious high school, one with a lot of influence around the entire country. Well, I will see what I can do. I'll ask the principal to book a meeting with Nedzuha-case on the matter. Thank you, Shimizu-sensei. Izuku bows and sits back down into his seat, getting back into reading his book. 10 minutes later. Midoriya-kun, can you help me with this exercise? Tsubasa, an overweight classmate of his with red draconic wings, asks Izuku. Tsubasa himself is a childhood acquaintance of Izuku, although they were never close. They still have a cordial and respectful behavior around each other. Of course. Izuku gladly accepts the request. He looks down at his classmate's book, looking for the exercise number. Which exercise is it? It's exercise number 9, the student answers. The question reads, Kusu-san had 72 potatoes in a basket. Of those potatoes equal to or less than 13, but equal to or more than 8, fell down into the river. How many potatoes does he now have? I get it. You need to make 2 separate operations. Izuku explained to his colleague. Remember both Nedzu's lecture on approximation and inequality in mathematics, and also a previous lecture their teacher had given just a few minutes ago. It may look like Izuku doesn't pay attention, but his quirk allows him to multitask in a level few can rival. You first take 72 and subtract from it 13, and then you take 72 and subtract from it. In the end you get an approximate range of between 64 and 59 potatoes. Oh, I see. Tsubasa understood the answer in part due to Izuku's help. He was never a fan of math, nor does he find the subject easy, but with people like Izuku to help it becomes much more bearable. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Sorry if I interrupted you. And no problem at all. Izuku refuses the thanks, smiling sincerely as he feels proud of himself. I'm just doing what anyone else would do. It's not a big deal to help a classmate. It's just the right thing to do. During lunch break, the shitey extras are goddamn annoying. Katsuki laments while eating mopo tofu for lunch. It should be obvious that he likes spicy food. They keep following me around like they don't get that I don't like it. You should just tell them to leave you alone, Izuku suggested, while eating katsudon in the school's cafeteria. Izuku knows that a direct approach is much more efficient than being passive-aggressive. Being direct is better than just swearing and glaring at people. You know that you are lucky I can understand you better than anyone else here, and even then I still have difficulties sometimes. Yeah, whatever. Katsuki sighs. He knows this too, but he doesn't like showing a weak demeanor. What about the extras that go all over you during class? It's almost as if they can't do anything alone. I don't see the problem with helping our classmates when they need help. Izuku protests. It feels nice for him to help people and to be friendly, even if the people around him do the same for less than noble reasons. I mean, I'm sure they would help us back if we needed. I don't think so, Zuku. Bakugo disagrees. The only thing they go to you for is help with homework and exercises, in all classes. Then, after classes end, they never approach you. They are pretty much using you as an encyclopedia. Not everyone is like that, Kaken. Izuku corrected. Although Kaken is correct in the missed part, the Greenette knows it's overblown out of proportion. For example, Tsunaka-san and Taiko-san are really nice all the time and to everyone. The Greenette explained his viewpoint. Be kind to others and they will be kind to you, that's what Mom always says. Yeah, whatever, the explosive boy grumbles. There's no point in discussing when he knows he'll lose. Let's finish the food and then get back to class. After school, Bakugo and Midoriya were crossing the school gate into the street, walking together in the direction of their homes when they heard someone shouting. Midoriya-kun, Bakugo-kun. Ozawa Tsutomu, a boy who was a few centimeters taller than Izuku and had orange hair, called out from behind them. Hiya Midoriya-kun, I'd like to thank you for the help with the schoolwork. Oh, hi Ozawa-kun. I'm glad I was able to help you. Midoriya responds. He is always glad to help those around him who need help. It is the right thing to do, helping those who need help, protecting those who cannot protect themselves. So you guys are going home? The boy asked. He was a recent transfer to their school. Neither Katsuki nor Izuku knew why he was transferred, but both were aware that the boy was very nervous around other students, so they got confused about how Ozawa had gone out of his way to thank Izuku for the help with schoolwork. I live in the same neighborhood, so can I accompany you too? Of course, I don't mind more people joining Kaken and I. Izuku agreed to the request. Izuku always wanted to make more friends. He did have many opportunities actually, but Ozawa Tsutomu was the first that approached him while he was with Kaken. Most of his classmates were scared of Kaken and his explosions. Yeah, whatever, as long as you extra don't annoy me. Katsuki muttered in response. What Bakugo said roughly translates to, that's okay, I don't mind, although uttered through Katsuki's more aggressive vocabulary. So, Ozawa-kun, what do you want to be when you grow up? Izuku asked nonchalantly. He was still unaware of the ginger boy's quirk, but whatever it was it should probably be cool. Kaken and I want to be heroes. And you can bet we'll be the best heroes there will be. Katsuki added. Katsuki was very protective of Izuku, in his own aggressive blunt way of being, but he still held after the promise Izuku had made on the day his quirk had awakened. No extra will stop us too, we'll make it to the top. Because the best heroes always win and beat the bad guys. I just want to save people with a smile. Midoriya stuttered. The Greenette always looked up to All Might's strength, confidence, and bravery, the fact that even in the worst of situations, he never let himself get beaten by sadness or fear. Just like All Might, I want to make people feel safe. I want to become a SC scientist and a P professor. Ozaka responded to their question with nervousness. The answer surprised the other two, mostly because most people always said they wanted to become heroes. Even more so people their age. My parents are university professors, so I want to be like them, and B because they teach at an university they get to work with scientific research. The orange-haired boy added. Heroics never appealed to me. Even as a toddler I always looked up to my parents' eye instead. Oh, that's cool. Scientists are very important to improve our understanding of physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, quirkology, and other subjects. Izuku observed. It was so cool to see such a unique dream amongst his classmates. So you must have a quirk that makes teaching easier too, like an intelligence quirk, right? Actually, I don't have a quirk. He revealed. Something he wanted to keep a secret, but he couldn't lie to some of the first people his age who were kind to him for a long time. Why you don't mind, do you? Oh, why should I mind? Izuku comforted him with a smile. Izuku really didn't, he thought of quirks as tools. Did they make the job easier? Just by it. Hola. But were they necessary? No, humans had lived very well and comfortably before the rise of quirks, and in some ways quirks had kept humanity down from advancing more. They were a double-edged sword, with both benefits and drawbacks for all of humankind. You seem to be a nice person and that's all that matters. Whatever. Katsuki said out loud. Bakuga didn't necessarily have a problem with quirkless individuals or those with weak quirks. What he really got mad at was how many risks those people would get at if they became heroes. For all the I will kill you, this and die, as he screamed, at his heart he was someone who cared about others in his own way, so he would never like people getting themselves hurt unnecessarily. At least you aren't killing yourself by trying to be a quirkless hero. What do you mean, Bakuga-kun? The boy once again stuttered. He was confused by Katsuki's supportive yet aggressive response. He didn't know how to interpret what he listened to. Don't you understand? Well, you see, heroics is a dangerous job. It has one of the highest mortality rates for any job in the country, just behind the logging workers. Being a hero without a quirk or with a weak quirk is basically asking to die, to the point it's just suicide by proxy, the explosive boy answered. Unlike other worlds, this Bakugu had spent enough time around Izuku to know that most people didn't understand his vulgarity and aggressive personality and that he has to sugarcoat it in occasion. At least, unlike the other extras in our class, you have a dream that won't get you killed. Which is much more than I can say about the other people in our class. Oh, I see. He said, calming down, finally coming to understand. I thought you'd hate me for that. Why should I care, Orangehead? Bakugu replied. Really, why should he care if someone wanted to be a scientist? That's a safe job for the most part, and if they are good they can become famous even without risking their lives every day. That's a safe, yet also ambitious dream. Not one for him of course, but he has no problems if that's what Ozawa wants. As long as you aren't getting yourself killed, I don't give a f dash dot. Oh, Orangehead. The boy muttered in confusion. He had introduced himself, right? Did he forget to tell his name? Oh, Kaken has some difficulty with memorizing names at first try, so he gives people nicknames that he can remember more easily. Izuku explained the nickname. Personally, the Greenette found that habit to be amusing, because Kaken's nicknames could get very creative when he put in some effort. For example, he calls me Zuku instead of Izuku, although it's something he's been calling me since we were toddlers. Oh, okay then. The boy reacts, visibly calmer than when he revealed his quirklessness. It went much better than he expected. Whatever. Bakugu mutters under his breath. February 23, 2178. So, Izuku, what are you reading? She asks her son, who was reading a book titled The Universe in a Nutshell, written almost 200 years prior by a British physicist named Stephen Hawking. The book itself was a gift from Nedzu, one that simultaneously represented half a year of tutoring, but also the closeness that had grown between the two. Oh, I'm reading a physics book? The young boy responds. He was in a cheerful mood, his smile lacking 2 teeth that had recently fallen out. It's really interesting, there's some stuff it says that doesn't feel quite right to me though, but it gets most of the things right. Now put on your shoes, young man, We have to go to Kondo Hake's office for your weekly counseling session, remember? You can read that book later. Inko reminds him. She was very proud of her little genius, the type of pride only a mother can feel at seeing their children happy. Oh, sorry Mom, I was just too distracted. He responds as he puts on his red shoes. His favorite pair of footwear. Let's go Mom. The two Midoriyas made their way from the apartment where they live to the car parked in their parking spot. Mom, have you sent the information Kondo Hake asked about my academic learning progress? Of course I have, sweetie. His mother responds while driving, keeping caution so she never had her eyes off the road. He even said that you've got some people impressed by how fast you learn. After all, you are already learning some subjects on a middle school level even though you are still in 4th grade. Yeah, but I don't think I want to skip grades. Izuku sighs. He really didn't. The prospect of sharing the same class as the bigger kids was scary, and he liked his current class. I promised Kaken that we would become heroes together, remember? And although I innately excel in mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, and other scientific subjects taught in school, along with my overall ease to learn, I prefer to remain where I am. He says in relation to an offer his school principal gave, that of him advancing to higher grades. I mean, someone has to rein in Kaken's anger, and it seems that I'm the only one that can keep him on a leash. And also, Nedza-sensei mentioned that it's better for kids to be with their grades so they mature together at the correct ages. I know, sweetie, but you should consider the offer made by your school's principal. The mother suggests. She was worried that Izuku staying in his current class could possibly undermine his academic progress, but she also wanted to make sure that Izuku was the happiest he could be. I know you like your class, but isn't it too easy for you? Not really. The teachers allow me to keep reading and studying what I want during class as long as I keep my grades at first place in the ranking. Izuku said. The meeting between Nedza-sensei and his elementary school principal had gone very well. Special arrangements were even made so that Izuku could stay with his class, while studying upper class materials. Also, my classmates can be nice if you get to know them. I will trust you on that, but if you feel like moving up, you can always tell me. She says. Even though her son reassures her that everything is going well, she still has a peg of doubt that things could be better. There's no need to. Not only that, Mom, but there are always the supplementary classes with my tutor. Izuku adds. Nedza-sensei is an amazing teacher, although it still feels strange that the principal of UA wanted to tutor me. He's really nice, if a bit eccentric. Remember that it was Kondo Hake that suggested me, or rather they talked about my previous situation, as a possible student for Nedza-sensei. Okay, sweetie, if that's what you prefer. The worried mother responds, but relenting she trusts her young boy. Anyway, after your checkup, what do you think of getting some ice cream? Ice cream. Izuku celebrates the suggestion. Izuku loved when they went to get ice cream after his quirk counseling sessions. Can I get vanilla? Of course. Anything for you, Izuku. Inko smiles at the request. She loved her son's smile. 15 minutes later, Dr. Kondo's office. Good afternoon, Izuku-chan and Midoriya-sama. Dr. Kondo speaks, giving the young boy a handshake. The feathers around his beak moved in a way that looked similar, but not quite, to a smile. Please, get yourselves comfortable. Good morning, Kondo Hakes. Izuku greets. Immediately after, mother and son sat on the leather-coated sofa, while the counselors sat in the armchair. So, Izuku-chan, how has your quirk training and education been progressing? The owl-headed doctor asks politely, his owl eyes wide open. I've heard from Nedza-san that you've been learning a lot in your tutoring sessions. Yeah. Nedza-sensei has been an amazing teacher for the past few months. Izuku responds enthusiastically. His time with Nedza-sensei has been amazing. Not just education-wise, but also bonding with the principal gave Izuku something he never realized he lacked, a father figure. I've been learning a lot. We are already doing second-degree equations and we have begun working with functions and graphs. He also taught me how to tie a tie. That's nice. Keep exercising the intelligence aspect of your quirk and I bet you'll be on the same level as college students in just a few months. Also, good job on learning some everyday practical skills. I understand how the lack of a father figure can prevent certain things from being learned by a child, so the information that you've been learning such things is very good. The doctor compliments the patient's progress. He had seen many cases of young lives ruined by the lack of either parent figure, so the fact that Nezu was filling those shoes even if Izuku was unaware of that was very good news for the child's emotional and mental development. Back to academics, that means you'll start learning physics too, isn't that right? Yeah, Nezu-sensei said we will start seeing physics equations next week, alongside logarithms? No, not that, I think it's logarithms. Izuku answers, raising his hand to his head and scratching it. That word was quite a mouthful for the 8-year-old, even if his vocabulary was very expansive for his age. He said they are the opposite of potencies, but unlike roots they discover the exponent instead of the base number. By the way, he even gave me a physics book already. That's a very good progress, Izuku-chan. The counselor says in response. Good progress not just intellectually, but also emotionally. He's quite proud of his patient's advancement. However, I have to ask, how has your relationship with your classmates been progressing? They're all very cool, and Kaken is the best of them. He's so cool. Izuku replies, thinking for an instant. Thinking of Ozawa-kun and Kaken with a lot of joy. He can sweat nitroglycerin and we've been friends since we were little. Some of my classmates are cool too, one can extend his fingers and another one can glow, both of which are really cool if I remember correctly. There's also Ozawa-kun, he's quirkless but he's super nice, even nicer than Kaken. He continues. Kaken is really smart too, he's second place in all grades, just behind me, and he doesn't even have an intelligence quirk, which makes it all the cooler. While Ozawa-kun is in third place, just before Kaken. That's very nice. But you should never boast to others about your quirk. Although it seems you haven't been doing that. The doctor reminds Izuku. The reminder was merely standard procedure. One of the tasks of a quirk counselor is to guide children away from quirkism and the prejudice it brings, alongside helping children better understand their quirks. Yeah, I know. He agrees wholeheartedly. Quirks don't make a person makes a person. Quirks are just tools, very useful tools, but still just tools. If they are good or not is defined by us, how we use them. Even the weakest quirk can be really strong if used right. Very good, now let's get to another point. Dr. Kondo shifts the subject of the conversation. The owl is thinking of new potential ways Izuku could try to use his quirk, because due to its nature, there could be a lot more to it. You can feel subatomic particles, atoms, molecules, the laws of physics, among other things, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right I guess, Kondoha case. Izuku responds, agreeing with the doctor's rhetorical question. Although the boy thinks that a better way of describing it would be to stare at the fabric of reality and understand its secrets. Which I think is really cool. I mean, it's kinda strange that I'm the only person I know that can do this, but it's crazy useful. In that case, have you tried to manipulate them? The owl asks. That's a very important issue. Now that Izuku has more or less mastered his quirk's analysis, sensorial and intelligence aspects, can he manipulate what he feels? After all, your mother's pull has the potential to pull atoms, so you could possibly have the ability to manipulate subatomic particles or even the very laws of physics. I've tried. Izuku sighs, laying both of his hands on the couch. But I don't think I can do it. I've never managed to. That's okay, no need to worry. The doctor reassures the young boy. There's still time to learn more, and there's a chance that he might very well never manipulate the laws of existence, but rather only feel them. It's okay if you can't do it. The only reason I asked was because it's a useful way to discover the limits of your quirk. They're amazingly complex things. It's easy for someone to not be capable of certain things. Thanks, Kondoha case. The young boy says, once again smiling. Although the boy was disappointed that he failed in the task, he will continue to try harder to discover if he really can do it. So, how have your friendships outside school been going, Izuku-chan? 20 minutes later, ice cream parlor. Tell me, Izuku, what flavor do you want? Inko asks her son's choice of ice cream. Although she had heard him say vanilla before they got to the counseling office, she can't ever be 100% sure when it deals with small kids. I want vanilla, Mom. Izuku requests. Why risk new flavors when it's good enough? The vanillin in it gives a pleasantly sweet and balsamic taste. However, the other components in the taste of natural vanilla only serve to further enhance the naturally good taste of vanilla ice cream. Of course, sweetie. Inko tells Izuku, accepting his choice. It was a good one in her opinion, although not her favorite. She prefers fruit-based flavors. 1 cone of vanilla ice cream and 1 cone of strawberry ice cream. Wow, you gave quite a smart son over there. The ice cream vendor compliments. Color him impressed, because that's the smartest child he had ever met. So, it's gonna be 600 yen for both your ice cream and your son's. Of course, here. She gives the vendor a 500 yen coin and a 100 yen coin. And as such, the vendor hands over the ice cream cones. Thank you very much, sir. The two sit down on a bench in the park near the ice cream parlor, enjoying their ice cream cones. The bench they sat on was close to the park's fountain, so they could hear the clear sound of the falling water splashing down from the fountain. Thanks for the ice cream, Mom. It's very good. There's no need to thank me, Izuku. After all, I promised to get you ice cream. Inko brushes it off. A promise is a promise. He will always follow what she promises, except if it's literally impossible to go through with it. Didn't I? Yeah, you did. Izuku replies, finishing off the last bits of the ice cream. He had enjoyed that small moment with his mother very deeply. But still, Mom, thank you very much. I love you a lot. He finished speaking, hugging his mother tightly. You're the best mom I could ask for. April 13, 2178. Good morning, Kaken. Izuku greeted his friend while walking across the school gate. His smile was as wide as the Pacific and was as shiny as the sun, blinding all those who weren't prepared. Or so Katsuki thought when looking at the annoying greenette's mouth. Ready for a whole new year of classes? You can bet I am. Bakugo declared with determination. The only thing he isn't ready for is becoming more open about his emotions in public. The only people he trusts with his feelings are his father and Auntie Inko, although Izuku and Tsutomu are close seconds. What about you, Ozawa-kun? Izuku asks with a smile. But the smile had become less intense as he laid his gaze upon his nervous friend. Are you excited for the start of term? Yes, I guess. The orange-haired boy responds unsure. He was nervous, very nervous about what could happen. It's good to start the school year with friends. Yeah. Katsuki replies with disappointment. They still have a long way to go before Ozawa Tsutomu becomes more confident and self-assured, but he is slightly less anxious than he was when he somehow joined his very small friendship circle. Although for all Katsuki knows, he has become very protective of the ginger. You really need to grow a spine if you want people to like you more. I don't understand. He protests. Isn't he doing a good job? He has Izuku and Katsuki as friends. What Kaken means is that if you shy away from interacting with people because you fear how they will react, you'll never be able to make new friends. Izuku explained, translating what Bakugo said. A job to which Midoriya has grown to be a master in. Basically, you need to communicate with our classmates better. And, in my opinion, you should mind other people's opinions of you less. You're a nice person. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Ozaka tells his friend. He never really understands Bakugo's pet talks, but he's very thankful that Izuku is able to translate them. That's nothing, Ozaka-kun. Izuku dismisses it with a very small blush. He always gets a little nervous when Tsutomu compliments him. That's what friends do. Can you two stop with the sentimental bullshit? Katsuki shouts at the two. Aren't those two too young to blush around each other? Yes, they are, for now at least, he thought. We need to get to class already. And you, orange head, stop listening to what the DMN extras say about you if you want to be friends with us. Oh yeah. Both Izuku and Ozawa sigh synchronously. Izuku's secretly grateful that Katsuki snapped him out of his fluster, while Ozawa was just nervous about the prospect of meeting his classmates. Let's get going. After school, I've to go back to the classroom. Ozawa Tsutomu tells his two friends. He thinks back to the journal he left under his desk, one that detailed his private thoughts and events of his day, in summary his diary. Thankfully he learned how to encrypt what he writes so he can safely carry his diary around. I forgot my notebook there. Of course, we will wait for you here at the school entrance. Izuku acknowledges, waiting for his friend to go in the direction of the school building before speaking again. He knew something would happen, because two of the school's most infamous bullies were trying and failing to tail them unnoticed. We should probably follow him in. Yeah, the DM and extras might try to bully him or something, Bakugo sighs. His protective attitudes crack through his angry mask. But we have to watch him from a distance, lest he thinks we are being creeps. The two keep their distance from their friend as they follow him into the school building. When they finally approached the classroom, they saw Ozawa enter the classroom, followed shortly by two of their classmates, Nikyum Nezumi and Hebishida Orochi, the aforementioned bullies. So what do we see here? Izuku and Katsuki hear Nikyum's voice. A Venus sibilant voice. The quirkless freak is all alone without his bodyguards. Please, Jay, just leave me alone. Ozawa pleads. He really doesn't want to be there, he only wanted to get his things and go home. Oh, like you leave Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun alone? Orochi speaks with venomous words. The bully disgustingly thought that Ozawa was casting some type of quirkless spell, or some idiotic shit like that. I mean, how can a weakling like you even get them to be your friends if you don't have a quirk? We should probably teach you a lesson. Nikyum speaks, raising his fist in the air, fully intent in hitting the orangette at the face. After all, you don't deserve to be their friend. I mean, you aren't even suited to be with two promising future her dash. That's where you two extras should shut the hell up, Bakugo interrupts, letting an explosion go off from his hand close to the face of the nearest bullies. He was angry beyond relief, only Midoriya's presence keeping him from blowing their faces up. Let's just list 3 problems with your actions. Midoriya says, one hand with a pencil and the other carrying his infamous hero analysis for the future notebook. He has a terrifying smile, one worthy of Netsu himself and all his rodent glory. First, by hitting a classmate you could very well be putting a permanent mark on your record. Assault is too much of a mark for any respectable hero school to overlook in a background check, potentially ruining the rest of your academic and professional lives. Izuku points out eloquently. Blackmail was an art that Netsu-sensei had begun to teach him, and oh, he will become a master at it. Second, Nikyum Nezumi, quirk, cat eyes, it allows you to see better in the dark like a cat. Although useful for operations in the dark, it does not offer much of a combat advantage. In power terms, you are effectively quirkless in combat and rescue terms. Hebishida Orochi, quirk, snake tongue, it gives you the ability to perceive smells and heat through your forked tongue, just like a snake. Very useful for rescuing people in disasters and to detect drags or other hazards through smell. But in combat terms you are also effectively quirkless. Izuku chuckles slightly, thinking of the UA entrance exam robots, which he got to see in action a few weeks prior when he watched the exam alongside Netsu. Neither of you could even face off against a one-pointer. You two useless extras are bullying Orangehead over there for the simple fact that he never manifested a quirk. Bakugo calls them out. When you two don't even have a quirk suited for combat. So tell me, where do you think you are standing? Because if he isn't worthy of being our friend, then neither are you two extras. Third, but most important point, Ozawa-kun doesn't want to be a hero. He made it very clear in multiple instances that he desires to be a university professor, like his parents are. Izuku finishes off, giving a wide and sinister grin. Oh, he was going to enjoy their fear. Honestly, it's disappointing. It'd be a shame if I were to report you two to the principal. I really don't want to squander your chances of ever being a hero, but... He closes his hero analysis notebook with a thunderous move. It might find itself necessary. Please, don't do it. Both Hebishida and Nikyum pleaded to Midoriya. They both looked like their lives were flashing across their eyes, their skin pale beyond what Katsuki thought possible. If you two really want to be heroes... Midoriya speaks. His face locked in a horrifying stare, deep into their eyes, directly into their souls. Then you stay away from Ozawa-kun, otherwise you're no hero. Do we have a deal? Yes, We have a deal. Both kids agree with Midoriya's proposal, stepping back as they prepare to run away as soon as possible. And in case you two extras don't follow it, you can bet I will kick your butts. Bakugo added, snapping his fingers in the prospect of exploding them to kingdom come. Why, sir? The two bullies run away from the classroom. Their footsteps became less and less noticeable as they went farther away. Holy hell, Izuku! Katsuki swears. He was very impressed with Midoriya's blackmail and intimidation capacities. I didn't know you could be this scary and manipulative. Netsu-sensei taught me that intimidation and blackmail can be a valid tactic to defuse dangerous situations. Izuku explains. It's nothing really. I am nowhere as good as my mentor when he has to deal with the Hero Public Safety Commission's officials. Thanks for helping me, Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun. Ozaka thanks his friends for protecting him. He still felt anxious and powerless after what had just happened. I don't know what I see could have done if you two didn't show up. I'm just too weak. Call me Izuku, you more than deserve that right after being our friend for the last few months. Izuku corrects. He hugs his friend, attempting to ignore the fluster creeping in. You aren't weak or powerless. Strength exists in more than just physical prowess. You are strong, both in character and in mind. Yeah, whatever. You can call me Katsuki too, I guess. Bakugo added to what Midoriya said, giving Tsutomu the confirmation that he was his friend. You aren't too bad. Thanks Izuku-kun and Katsuki-kun. Ozawa corrects himself. Is that how having friends feels? To be safe and protected in times of need? Tsutomu, you can call me Tsutomu too. Let's go, Tsuda-kun. Our parents might get worried if we are too late to get home. Izuku cheers up his friend, finally letting the hug go. So, what do you two think of having a sleepover on the weekend? Yeah, I guess. Katsuki replies, he wasn't a big fan of sleepovers, but Izuku did have a good repertoire of video games and movies. At your house? Yep, can be. I just need to tell Mom. Izuku agreed to the idea, ready to give his mom the news of the sleepover. I think I can go. Tsutomu responds. He didn't just think, he was certain he could go. But he wasn't sure he wanted to. Was he worthy of their trust and camaraderie? It could be fun. Wait, Kaken, isn't your birthday this Saturday? Midoriya questions. He was pretty sure that the sleepover was going to be during Kaken's birthday. We should probably do something on that day. Combine going to the arcade with the sleepover. Whatever, we should just go to the arcade and play games. Bakugo grunts in discontent. Well, not in discontent. He was happy to spend time with his friends, but he was too much of an angry hound to admit it. That is, if the old hag doesn't try to throw a party. April 20th, 2178. The three friends, Ozawa Tsutomu, Bakugo Katsuki, and Midoriya Izuku, meet in the local arcade for Katsuki's birthday. Izuku and Katsuki playing against each other in a fighting game. So far, Izuku had the advantage. We're lucky that I managed to convince the old hag to not throw a party. Well, a party could have been cool, Kaken. Izuku comments, while attacking Katsuki's character. The greenette is very different from the ash blonde when it comes to parties. While Bakugo prefers to spend his birthday with his tight-knit group of friends, Midoriya was much more into parties with a lot of people. Said difference is ironic, considering that Midoriya was the shy one out of the two. You can never know. Nah, the old hag would get angry at me all the time. Bakugo responds. Meanwhile, his character jumps over Izuku's and releases a special attack. Said special attack missed, as Izuku jumped away just before it was executed. It's much better this way. You and your mom really don't get along well, do you? Ozawa asks, watching the two play. Being away from school and enjoying a nice moment with close friends made him much more capable of social interaction, to the point he isn't stuttering as much as during class. But it makes sense, you two have very similar personalities. Don't compare me to the old hag. Katsuki shouts, getting distracted from the game and allowing Izuku to land a hit. She and I have nothing in common. Well, except that you look a lot like her. Midoriya corrects. Both Katsuki and Mitsuki Bakugo had ash blonde hair, red eyes, and the same skin tone. And both of you have a nasty temper much of the time. Yeah, I concede on that. Bakugo sighs. He can't dispute that he and his mother had a lot of things in common, even if he doesn't like that fact much. At least I can actually back my anger with a punch, unlike the old hag. I guess. Ozawa shrugged. He hasn't interacted much with Katsuki's mother to say if she's good at fighting or not. There's a reason half of our class fears you, while the other tries to pamper you. It's not my fault that the extras in our class can't think for themselves and either despair at or blindly follow someone stronger or smarter than them. The explosive boy exclaims, once again getting distracted, this time giving Midoriya the opportunity to land a final strike, winning the game. Oh, god damn it. And that's 2-1 on the count. Tsutomu counts the number of individual wins between Izuku and Katsuki. It seems Izuku-kun has won the best out of 3. The orange-head boy notes. Izuku's mind, although not perfectly suited for video games, has an advantage at the activity. The greenette's mind is naturally analytical and has a much faster reaction time, as a product of his quirk, than Katsuki's. Now, I gotta be honest with you, Katsuki. The same way I need to grow a spine and get more comfortable at talking with people who aren't you two or my family, you need to moderate your temper. How many times have you missed the opportunity to make more friends because you're too quick to judge? Whatever, like I need to make friends with the extras in our class. Katsuki replies in annoyance. If having 2 friends was already such a bigger hustle for him, more surely would be even more taxing. You two are already enough of a problem to have to worry about. I don't want to add more nuisances to the list. Which translates to, I think you two are enough for me to be happy. Izuku explains what Bakugo meant. Do you really need to be so blunt, Kaken? It gets tiring to decipher what you mean at every turn. Whatever, Mr. Class Republic, Katsuki muttered back, referring to Izuku's election as the class representative of Class 2C, their class, in the school student council. Don't remind me. I still can't believe our class chose me as our class representative for the 4th on a roll. Izuku sighs in complaint. Although he accepted the position, he isn't happy with it. Thankfully, student council meetings are always on Mondays, so they don't disturb his schedule too much. At least it's not student council presidency. That seems like a whole lot of work that I really don't want. You really should run for that position. Katsuki replies. You'd put all the DMN extras in their place, just like that. Creepy mentor of yours would do. And you would do F&G amazing at the job. Yeah, you should run for student council president. Ozawa agrees with Katsuki's assessment. I mean, you are charismatic, a good leader, and really smart. I don't know, it seems like a lot of work. Midoriya argues back. I really don't think it's a position that I'd fit in. Either way, it's not a conversation for now, we should be enjoying Kaken's birthday. Whatever, so which game's next? Bakugo asks. I have an idea, why don't we play that basketball arcade over there? Ozawa suggested. We could get a lot of tickets to buy something with. Oh, that's a good idea. Izuku concedes. He looks at the arcade's shop. In that case, I'm getting the All Might action figure. No way. I'm getting that one. Katsuki shouts back. I'm gonna beat you and get the action figure, 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, I'm going to get that rocket poster. Ozawa says, which causes both Izuku and Katsuki to stare at him. What about it? You guys know that I prefer science over heroes. You're effing you weird. Katsuki says bluntly, continuing to stare. Judging the boy's preferences. Whatever, let's play already. And with that the 3 arrived at the basketball arcade. In the end, Midoriya got first place in that game too. Thanks to his quirk's passive enhancement to his intelligence, he calculated the most optimal trajectory for the basketball to always land inside the basket, meaning that he never missed a single shot. Bakugo was closely behind him, having only missed thrice in over 60 attempts. While in last was Ozaka, with 14 misses out of over 60 throws. The sleepover is today, right? Tsutomu asks, while exchanging his tickets for the poster he wanted. Oh yeah, we should probably get going. Izuku responds while holding a plastic bag with the All Might action figure. Whatever, just be quick. Katsuki grumbles, holding a bag with an All Might poster inside. I really want to get to Andy to see if she made that amazing cake she usually makes when we go there. Oh yeah, Mom made a cake because today's your birthday, Kaken. Izuku notifies his friend. She made your favorite, cotton cheesecake. Whatever, I just want to eat it already. Later that day. Ring ring. Just a second. Inko shouted, while she walked to the door, opening it. She looked down, seeing her son and his two friends. Oh, hello boys. Hello auntie. Katsuki greets, while his hands are inside his pockets. Hi Midoriya-san. Ozawa greets with a polite bow. Hi mom. Izuku says, tenderly hugging his mother. Can you serve the cake? We wanted to give Kaken a happy birthday, and Kaken has been wanting to eat the cake ever since I mentioned it. Oh, of course, sweetie. Just a minute and I will serve it. The green-haired mother went to the fridge to pick up the cake, while Izuku picked up the plates, cups, and cutlery so they could serve the cake. She puts it at the dining table, while her son distributes the plates and utensils for everyone to use. During the time Izuku made the table, Inko went back to the fridge to pick up a jar of orange juice. So tell me Katsuki-sen, how are your parents doing? They are just fine. Bakugo replies in a surprisingly good temper, having just received a slice of cake. The old hag wanted to throw a party, but Dad and I managed to convince her not to. What about you Ozawa-san? Izuku's mother questions, handing Ozawa a slice of cake. Although she's less familiar with the Ginger's parents, she has grown to be a friendly acquaintance to them. Oh, they are doing well. They finally got the research grant they had requested, so they might make the breakthrough they need to finish their project. Ozawa replies, referring to a research project his parents were commanding in their university. So, in a way, they are very excited for the next few months. That's good news. Inko says with a smile. Last time she had talked with the Ozawa family, they had mentioned that they were having difficulties to fund their endeavor, so now that they have a research grant they should have a much easier time. Now Izuku dear, tell me, how's your tutorship with Netsu-san been going? Well, I've been learning a lot. The greenette boy responds, thinking back to the amount of progress he has undergone in the last few months. Netsu-sensei started to teach me classical physics and chemistry just a few weeks ago. He says that with the pace I'm going I can start learning more advanced subjects in just a few weeks' time. He reveals with enthusiasm. He's also teaching me other languages, like English and Mandarin. Wait, the Dmed rat is teaching you how to speak Chinese? Katsuki asks, almost spitting cake into his plate. Just how many languages does he know? Let me think. Izuku tries to remember all languages that were mentioned. I think he mentioned English, Mandarin, Cantonese, Russian, French, Spanish, German, Latin, and ancient Greek the time I asked, but he also told me those weren't all the languages he can speak. I've seen him talk with people from Mexico in a language that was neither English or Spanish, so we can probably add Nahuatl to the list. Izuku lists them off. Oh, I forgot to include Hindi. He spoke it in a meeting with the principal of the Nyack Hero Academy in New Delhi. Holy hell. Izuku-kun. Ozawa let a swear off, a rare occurrence in Tsutomu's polite vocabulary, a product of Katsuki's influence on him since they became friends. And just how many of these he plans on teaching you? He said that if possible he's gonna teach all of them eventually. Izuku reveals excitedly. He really wants to become fluent in as many languages as possible, and considering the gigantic size of his memory, he can likely learn them all. However, he wants me to focus on English and Mandarin for now, since the two have the most speakers. Have I ever told you how much I envy you, Zuku? Katsuki speaks out. Another world, one where Izuku has been born quirkless, Katsuki wouldn't have been so open about his emotions as in this one, but years of friendship and camaraderie with Izuku have made him more open about his feelings and issues. Only almost every day. But to be fair with you, your quirk is just as amazing as mine. Izuku praises. To Izuku, Katsuki's explosions were one of the coolest things in the world. The capacity to produce, secrete, and combust nitroglycerin is very useful, both for combat and for rescue. It's perfect for hero work. Hell yeah, it is. Katsuki says, filled with pride. He may not admit it, but he loves when Izuku praises him. However, you should stop spilling so much bullshit and just take a DMN compliment. With that complicated and overpowered as F quirk of yours, you can detect and predict attacks at light speed, which is useful as F in a fight since no one can outmaneuver you. Not only that, but you shitty nerd quirk can see where people are in God knows how big of a range. What was the last radius you measured? I think it was over 900 kilometers. I discovered it by feeling Nedzu-sensei's location in Hokkaido when he went there for a business trip. Izuku responds with precision. And the radius is expanding by the day, approximately 2 kilometers a day to be exact. Exactly. What kind of overpowered quirk does that? Katsuki points out. Do you have an idea of how FING powerful for investigative work it is if you can know a suspect's location anywhere in such a big area? Not only that, but with your FING godlike intelligence and memory, you can probably make your own god DMN support items and stuff. The explosive boy explains, clearly in a bad mood. It's hard not to feel weaker than you, inferior to you, when you do better than me on almost everything without even trying. I feel if a useless sometimes, like if you were looking down on M-. Izuku interrupts Bakugo's rant with a hug, barely holding back his tears. I'd never look down on you, I've always looked up to you, Kaken. Izuku reassured him, his trademark smile shining for all to see. You are so much more confident, hardworking, and brave than me. It doesn't matter if my quirk is stronger or not, because you are my hero, Kaken. All Might be my idol and the best pro, however you are here for me as a friend. You are always there for me when I need you, like an older brother. Izuku starts crying, he was clearly shaken from the accusations. I'd never look down on my best friend and honorary brother. Oh, Katsuki-kun, how long have you been hiding those feelings, sweaty? Inko kneels down on Bakugo's side. She was worried about the boy's emotional state, as having such an inferiority complex can't be healthy. Why didn't you tell anyone? We could have helped. It's just... Katsuki lets a few tears loose. I want to be strong. I need to be strong. I want to be a hero, and a hero always wins. A hero needs to be strong. But Kaken, a hero, also needs to know when to ask for help. Izuku responds to what Katsuki ranted about. He thinks of a way that Kaken would understand his message. Even All Might gets help from other heroes, like Sir Night Eye. Our class always looks up to you, and even then you think it's not a big deal, Zuku? Bakugo tells his best friend. It makes me feel weak and useless, to be the number 2 to your number 1. Kaken, we made a promise, didn't we? Izuku reminds him. We'll become heroes together, not with one of us being a sidekick, but as equals. No number 2 or number 1, but a duo. Yeah, I guess. Katsuki concedes. Zuku always manages to find a way to cheer him up, somehow. We'll become heroes together. Katsuki dear, I will recommend your mother to send you to therapy. She tells him, after that she hugs the boy, who although not related by blood to her, she considers to be like a nephew. But I will tell you something. No matter if you are strong or not, you have friends and family who you can rely on, who you can trust. Just because someone seems stronger than you, doesn't mean they'll look down on you. Okay, whatever. The explosive blonde responds. His demeanor finally returned to his usual mask of strength. If that helps. Now you 3 go play games or watch TV. She orders them. They need a break from all the emotional turmoil. I'm going to clean the dishes. Okay, Mom. Izuku acknowledged. He knew that the All Might cartoon was very close to streaming. Yes, ma'am. Ozawa responds. Whatever, Bakugo sighs, and with that the 3 stood up and went to the sofa to watch hero fights on TV. May 7, 2178. Good afternoon, Izuku-chan. Nedzu greets his young protege with a handshake and S-head pat. How have you been doing? Good afternoon, Nedzu-sensei. The greenette greets back with his trademark smile. I've been doing well, but there's something worrying me. What would it be? Nedzu asks, worried about his student. If anything happened to the cinnamon roll, he's going to burn down the perpetrator's entire life. I think I'm being followed and watched. The boy revealed the reason for his worries. I keep feeling the presence of someone following me sometimes. They try to stay hidden on the rooftops and they watch me from alleyways, but I can still feel them with my quirk. Mcham. The rodent stays silent for a few seconds, thinking about what he'd been told. I'll see what we can do, he says. I'm going to send Eraserhead to observe him during his free hours, just for safety. A quirk such as young Izuku's could easily be targeted by quirk traffickers, villain organizations, or even worse, maybe All for One or the Meta Liberation Army are after him. And at that moment in an underground facility a certain quirk-stealing villain sneezed. Anyway, let's get started for today's lesson. I will look into what you reported. Since I will trust you on that. Izuku thanked his tutor with a bow. Nezu-sensei has always helped him when he needed, so he will trust his tutor that he will stay safe. Now come here, Izuku-chan. The principal called out. I've prepared some materials for you, take them home with you if you so desire. On the table were 4 books, one for engineering, one for chemistry, one for physics, and one for biology. I hope these books will be very useful for you. They were very useful for me when I started to learn about human science and culture. Oh, that's so cool, Izuku says with bright eyes and a cheerful demeanor. It means so much for me to have the chance to read the very same books that the first non-human hero read in his process of learning about human society. You're quite enthusiastic today, aren't you? Nezu smiles. He loved when his little student fanboyed. Tea and crackers? Of course, sensei, and I accept a cup of tea. Izuku accepts with a wide smile. So, sensei, what will I be doing today? I was thinking of something on the practical side. What do you think of an exercise on ballistics? Nezu questions if Midoriya likes his suggestion. He thought that calculating orbital mechanics or projectile trajectories using Newton's universal law of gravitation would make a good exercise for Izuku's brain, even more so when he wants the boy to take into consideration the gravitational forces of a good number of objects in the solar system, or that he predicts the point of impact of a bullet with precision during hero work should he go into heroics. No matter what path the boy chooses, he will have Nezu's support. Of course, it sounds fun. Biba. Izuku's sweat drops. Confusing his teacher's intention of an exercise about satellite orbits with going to a shooting range. Am I supposed to shoot something? Oh no, of course not. You're too young to have access to the shooting range. Nezu replies to the question, instantly figuring out what his student thought he meant. The exercise will be ballistic calculations, a practical exercise of the theoretical knowledge we were seeing last week. Oh, I see. The young boy calms down. That made much more sense. For a moment I thought that you'd give me a gun. As interesting as such a scenario would be. The quirked animal ponders. Oh, the chaos that a gun would cause in Midoriya's hand. My responsibilities as an educator come first. A good educator would never let a child put their hands on a gun, would they? I guess not. Midoriya answers. Not mentioning that it was illegal for kids to use firearms. Oh, by the way, on the 20th of last month I used the things you taught me in a game. Sounds interesting, tell me all the details. The rodent says, sipping from a teacup. He's curious about what his little rat had to say. Kaken, Tsudakun and I were in the arcade playing a game. We decided to play on a basketball stand. I must have thrown the ball over 60 times, but I never missed once. Midoriya reveals about the visit to the arcade during Bakugo's birthday. So you must have calculated the most optimal trajectory. Nezu understands, pride flaring up in his heart at the idea of what his protégé did. I'm proud that you managed to make effective use of what you've learned. I can't be helped, considering that my quirk is always on. Izuku chuckles. Having a passive quirk can be quite an advantage sometimes, but there were times where it was also a problem. Anyway, I think I'm ready for the exercises. Of course, just a second. The principal pulls a list of exercises out of a cabinet. There are 6 pages, you have 2 hours to solve them. I believe that should be more than enough for you, shouldn't it? Yes, sensei, should leave plenty of time for a lesson at the end of today's session. Izuku accepts the sheet of paper and starts solving the questions. After finishing up the exercise sheet with half an hour to spare, the principal started giving Izuku an English language lesson, improving the boy's understanding of English grammar and slang. After the tutorship session was over, the principal decided to accompany the greenette to the train station, while sending a message to Eraserhead to meet him in half an hour. Later that day, the principal heard a knock on the door. "Come on in, Aizawa-san." The principal spoke up and Eraserhead entered the office room. "So what's up this time that requires my attention?" the young teacher and underground hero asked, standing opposite to Nedzu. "I'm afraid I will have to ask for you and your underground network to watch over Midoriya Izuku," the principal says with a sigh. The forces that were watching over the boy currently may very well be malignant. What did the problem child do this time to warrant surveillance? The raven-haired hero asked. How does an 8-year-old attract the attention of the underwar? Of course, his quirk. I'm afraid that the circumstances are completely outside of his control. Nedzu responds, worry in his voice. Izuku and I suspect that villains are scouting him for some unknown reason. Why do I say that? Because Izuku feels people following him from alleys and rooftops. I'll see what I can do. I can't promise anything. Eraserhead responds. And by that he means that he will put as many resources as possible to protect the boy if the need ever arises. The best you can do already gives me comfort. Nedzu replies, taking a sip from his teacup. He knows well about the amount of influence Eraserhead had gathered in the underground networks. He had many vigilantes and underground heroes in it. Even if it's just the illusion of safety. Also, in this case, I'll watch over him myself when possible. Eraserhead answers. Midoriya Izuku may be a problem child, but he has grown to respect the boy's dedication and intelligence ever since they first met the year prior. And when that's not possible, I'm going to have someone watch over him for me. July 10, 2178. Midoriya Izuku, get those feet of yours into the shoes right. Now, young man, Inko ordered in a serious and stern tone. Izuku had gotten distracted with a book on human anatomy and now, because of such distraction, he attracted the attention of the kraken named Midoriya Inko. You don't want to be late for your party, do you? Just a second, I'm choosing a pair. Izuku shouted from his bedroom, marking the page he was reading and closing it. I can't find one that fits nicely with my clothes. Just choose the red shoes, they are your favorite anyways. His mother suggested, opening the door to see him standing near his closet. Okay, Mom. Just putting them on. The greenette responded politely, putting the shoes on and rushing to their apartment's front door. So, Mom, can you tell me why Auntie Mitsuki decided to throw me a party? She said that it is her birthday gift to you. She didn't know what to give, so she decided that a party would be the best choice. Inko Midoriya replied with a shrug. That's nice of her, but I don't get it. Izuku questioned. She didn't throw a party for Kaken on his birthday, but to be fair he asked her not to. And on to that, I'd have loved some All Might merch. If there's one thing I know about Bakuga Mitsuki is that once she has decided something, there's nothing that can stop her but herself, or the combined efforts of Masaru and Katsuki. Inko explained with a sigh. That's her greatest quality and defect. Also, he is a party fanatic. If she has an excuse to throw one she will. So, how many people will be there? Izuku shifts the subject. He knows that Kaken will be there, and so will Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru, but will Tsuda-kun be there? Well, you and I, the Bakuga family, the Ozawa family, and possibly Nedzu-san as well. His mother answered. We know that you prefer parties that are smaller in scale. It'd be nice if Nedzu-sensei does manage to go. Izuku said, while embracing his mother in a hug, in a way a gift for everything his mother has done for him in his life. Thanks for everything. Let's get going now, she said, letting go of the hug, but still holding Izuku's hand, lest we be late to your very own party. The mother kept holding Izuku's hands the entire way from their apartment to their car, where she had to let go so she could drive for the short trip between their apartment block and the Bakuga's house. Mom, do you think there'll be cake? Izuku asked with curiosity, his legs swinging as he was sitting on the back seat. Oh, certainly. There will be a chocolate and nuts roll cake. Inko responds, pulling the car to a stop as they arrive and park at their destination. You know how much she likes to pamper you and Ozawa-chan. Oh yeah, that's true. Izuku admits Inko removed him from his seatbelt. He thinks back to a sleepover on Kaken's house where Auntie Mitsuki made him and Tsudakan a bowl of katsudon and a bowl of ike somen, their favorite foods respectively. I'm just a little nervous. It's okay to be nervous, Izuku. Just take a deep breath and everything will be okay. She kneels to tell him, looking directly into his eyes. Shortly after she stood up and pressed the doorbell, waiting for a minute before Bakugo Mitsuki opened the door. Hi Mitsuki-san. Oh, hello Inko-chan. How are you and Izuku-chan doing? The ash-blonde woman asks with a slight smile. Either way, come on in. The Ozawa family has already arrived, so make yourself comfortable. Hi Auntie Mitsuki. I'm doing well. Izuku says cheerfully, giving her a hug before running off to meet his friends. Well, you certainly are in the right mood for your birthday party. She whispers with a smile, wishing that her brat was as polite and good-tempered as Izuku. I'm doing good as well. Although they could be better. Inko responded, but the question left her saddened. I just wish that Hisashi could have been here to be at the party. He would have loved to see Izuku's cheerfulness. It's okay Inko-san, let's just focus on the moment. It's better for you and Izuku-chan. Her friend tried to comfort the older Midoriya, who had been widowed when Izuku was just 3 years old. You know he wouldn't want you to be grieving for so long. I know. Inko chuckled, remembering her husband's cheerfulness and always present smile. He surely wouldn't want that. Kaken. Tsudakan. Izuku shouted as he approached his friends, who were at the Bakugo's living room watching TV together, an all-might cartoon being played on the screen. Why did you arrive late to your own DMN birthday party, nerd? Katsuki scolded Izuku with a frown, knocking Izuku's head with his fingers joints. You think you can just arrive late, huh? But I'm not late, Mom and I arrived just in time. Izuku defended himself with the biggest technicality he could think of, at the same time forcing Kaken's arm off his head. We agreed at 5 p.m., so I arrived precisely at 5 p.m. Izuku-kun. Ozawa Tsutomu calls his name with a tint of embarrassment, looking at Midoriya's clothes. He really liked how the green-haired boy looked. He looked pretty. You look nice. Do I? Izuku looks at his clothes. A white t-shirt with a t-shirt written on it, with green shorts. He did not understand why Tsutomu's levels of oxytocin and dopamine were rising, so he didn't give it much thought. But Izuku himself blushed a little. It's just my everyday look. I guess. Ozawa blushes slightly, trying to hide his fluster. Why did he have to feel like that near Izuku? I just thought why you looked kinda different. But you look nice too, you and Kaken? Izuku tells the two. Tsutomu was wearing a single red t-shirt and gray shorts, while Katsuki was wearing a white t-shirt under an orange button-up shirt with jeans shorts. You can bet I'm looking nice. Bakugo replied with pride. He prided himself on having some fashion sense. Unlike Izuku, who was a walking fashion disaster. So, Izuku tried to think of something to say, scratching the back of his head in thought. Maybe they could watch TV, but why do that in the middle of a party? He would wait for someone else to give a suggestion. What do you guys want to do? Isn't it obvious? Katsuki shouts in response. But no, it really wasn't obvious, at least not to Midoriya and Ozawa. We are watching a hero fight on TV. Wait. I think it's an animated fight between All Might and a group of thugs. Ozawa adds. Not really understanding the point of the cartoon. I don't really see why we are doing it though. It's because heroes are cool. Just look at how he's kicking the villains' butts. Katsuki explained in a blunt way. He loved watching hero fights. He loved watching heroes win their fights. Because that meant that there would be less shitty villains in the street. Okay then I guess. Tsutomu admits. The fights were cool and everything, but wasn't it all pointless violence? I mean they are cool, but they don't really appeal much to me. Isn't violence wrong? You do you, orange head. The ash-blonde boy says. Katsuki thought that kicking the butt of bad guys must be the best thing in the world. Oh, it's a shame I didn't bring my notebook. Izuku declares in frustration. A villain fight where I can't document their quirks? Guess I'll have to write them down later. Did I ever tell you how creepy those notebooks are? Bakugo asks bluntly. And why would you write down fictional quirks? Just 947 times and counting. Midoriya answers without flinching. He smugly smirked in satisfaction with Kaken's surprise. I've memorized every single time you said it from the first time to now. Also, in relation to their quirks being fictional, you can never know if you won't face a similar quirk in real life. Also, most of those villains in the cartoon are based on villains that All Might fought in real life. I've read many of the related reports alongside Nezu-sensei. Why your memory is scary good, Izuku, isn't it? Ozawa asks rhetorically, impressed with the fact that Izuku had counted all the times that Katsuki called the quirk analysis notebooks creepy. I think so. Izuku speaks with a shrug. Is it that big of a deal that I have perfect photographic and sensory memory? Ring ring. Huh, who's that? The three children could hear Bakugo Mitsuki leave the conversation between the five parents so she could attend to the door. Oh, hello. She says, surprised to see who's at the door. Hello, come on in, Nezu-san. Nezu-sensei. Izuku called out loudly, interrupting his conversation with his friends and running up to the door. It's good to see you, sensei. Oh, hello, Izuku-chan. It's nice to see you too. Nezu replied, giving the boy a handshake and a smile. So those are your friends? It's a pleasure to meet you too, Ozawa-chan and Bakugo-chan. Hi, it's nice to meet you too. Tsutomu says nervously, shaking from being in the presence of UA's principal, a man-animal chimera of national fame. Whatever. The same I guess. Katsuki tries to hide his amazement at the fact that the FING principal of UA is in his house. It's a pleasure to meet Izuku's tutor for the first time. Your reputation runs before you. Mitsuki greets the chimera, extending out her hand. My name is Bakugo Mitsuki, I'm Katsuki's mother. The pleasure is all mine, Bakugo-sen. The principal replies, accepting the handshake with his paw. It's nice to meet you. After Principal Nezu arrived, it didn't take long for the people present to sing happy birthday to Midoriya Izuku, serving the cake shortly thereafter. After they had eaten cake, the children returned to the living room to watch TV together, while the adults remained in the dining room to have adult talk, mostly relating to education, politics, and getting to know each other better, in the case of Nezu to the other adults. By the time it finally was 7 p.m., the dinner was served, a relatively diverse selection varying from portions of katsudon, spicy Japanese curry, and hot soba, to sashimi, sushi, and tempura. Although the portions themselves were not all that large, there was enough of each type for everyone to taste and eat comfortably. After the dinner was finished, it didn't take long for the small party to begin to disperse. The first to leave were the Ozawa family, who left shortly after 8 p.m. to their house. Followed by Principal Nezu at 9 p.m. and had to prepare for a staff meeting the following morning. The last to leave the Bakugo's house were Midoriya Izuku and Izuku, who said their goodbyes to the Bakugos and went back to their apartment an hour after Nezu had left. August 22, 2178. That was the day everything went wrong for the Midoriya family, even more so than when Hisashi had disappeared from their lives just 4 years prior. It's not that Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Izuku knew that they couldn't see the future after all. But Izuku should have noticed things were going to go bad the moment he felt two villains were watching his apartment block instead of the usual one. He of course dismissed the possibility of a villain attack, since had also noticed a hero, in specific Eraserhead, was nearby to protect him and his mother if the villain struck. Izuku considered himself an early bird. Despite being in the middle of his summer break, he still has a habit of waking up early, which in all aspects is a healthy habit. Today he woke up in a good mood to be greeted by his mother making breakfast, which today was an American meal, bacon and eggs with orange juice. After both had eaten their breakfast, Izuku said that he wanted to go to the aquarium, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shower taken, clothes put on, and teeth brushed, his mother and he finally were ready to leave their house. You look very excited today, honey. Inko says with a smile on her face, looking at her little piece of sunshine. Let's get going, we need to get to the station, sweetie. Okay, let's go. In. Izuku declared enthusiastically, while he felt the presence of Aizawa-san on the roof of the apartment block he lived in, something that made him feel somewhat safer. He was aware that the UA teacher had been following him and his mother ever since the day he told Nezu-sensei about the people who were surveilling him and his mother. Not that his mother was aware, Izuku knew that if he mentioned something was wrong he would worry his mother and she would get sad. Mom, what kinds of fish do you think we will see? I hope we see swordfish. They are a species with a long bony protrusion on their face that's jagged like a serrated knife. I have no idea, Izuku. I've never been to Mizudafu Municipal Aquarium. The mother admitted her lack of knowledge. But she, just like her son, was excited for the prospect of visiting the famous aquarium. But I am sure there will be many different species, including many sharks and dolphins. Mom, you know that dolphins aren't fish. The young boy corrected with a giggle. Dolphins are mammals just like us. But instead of living on land, they live underwater. I know, sweetie, it's just a generalization. She explains. I said sharks and dolphins because they are likely the main attractions. It's the same form of categorization as calling the tuatara a lizard, even though it isn't one. Oh, I see. Izuku goes silent for an instant, thinking of something to say. How long do you think the visit will take? No idea, honey. But considering the size of the place we are going to, I'd say that it will take a few hours. She answered thoughtfully. Nonetheless, I believe we will have a very fruitful time there. Okay, Mom, let's go. The boy with eyes of cosmic depth and appearance declared in sheer excitement. He knew his mom and him would be safe in the aquarium and that everything would be okay. Because things would only go wrong when they were well outside of it. The walk to the train station was uneventful. Although Izuku felt Aizawa-san entering the same train car as them, he also felt that the man kept his distance, strictly watching over them as a secret escort. Anyway, it took about half an hour to get from their neighborhood to near the aquarium by train, and another 5 minutes on foot to arrive at their destination. The time spent between leaving their home and getting to the tourist site was used by Izuku to chat with his mother and read one of the books in his backpack. It was a peaceful and enjoyable PRD for them, like a calm before the storm. The admission cost was honestly not that high. In total, Inko had spent only 3,400 yen for herself and Izuku to enter the aquarium. The first thing they did when inside was to see the Natural History Museum, since the municipal aquarium was also a respected museum in the near Shizuoka prefecture. The place was built about 20 years after the foundation of Mizudafu, the city itself being built between 2026 and 2038, around the time of the rise of quirks. Either way, the aquarium was big. It occupies an area of 2.5 hectares, being the oldest and the largest post-Quirk era aquariums in Japan, although older pre-Quirk era aquariums are still larger than it. The museum section itself was in an underground portion of the facility, but they didn't spend much time there. When they finally got to the section of the Great Barrier Reef, Izuku was ecstatic. He saw hundreds of different species of animal and other living beings inside the massive tank, from bubble and brain and other different types of corals, to a few dozen different species of sponge. He didn't give much attention to the echinoderms, mostly because he thought that the sea cucumbers looked disgusting, although there were a few very colorful starfish that he called as gorgeous as all the nebulae of the galaxy, which was a rather unorthodox compliment, but cute either way. But of all the creatures in there, the ones that attracted his attention the most were the octopuses and their brilliant minds. Not many of the 8-armed mollusks were visible to the naked and distracted eye, but Izuku could feel the presence of dozens of these intelligent and dexterous animals. After the octopuses, what caught his attention were the hundreds and more hundreds of species of tropical fish, as they swam around in large schools. But to him, the most beautiful was the intelligent yet sleek bottlenose dolphins, as they swam in small groups in the tank. That's so pretty. There's so many different species and all of them are so unique and different. I know, honey, this whole place is so overwhelming. His mother responded, her mouth agape at the sheer impressiveness of what she was seeing. And the real place in Australia must be even better to see. Yeah, it's a shame we can't go there. Izuku said in disappointment. He really wished he could travel all around the globe, but this snapshot would be due for now. Maybe when I become a hero I'll be able to pay for you to travel to all those places, Mom. Yeah, maybe one day I will go with you to those places, sweetie. She caressed her son's head while smiling. Unfortunately, that desire would never come true for years to come. After they left that area, they also came across the sections on the Caribbean Sea, the Sea of Japan, or the Mediterranean Sea. But to the Greenette, none of those were as impressive or pretty as the mighty Great Barrier Reef. It's not that he didn't like those sections, but to him they paled in comparison. He felt like he spent an entire day there, but when he saw the time on his All Might-themed wristwatch, he realized that it was only 2 p.m. Mom, I'm hungry. Oh wow, we forgot the time. She checked the time on her cell phone. Well, that explained why her stomach was growling. Let's go get ourselves lunch. Yee, can we get katsudon? Izuku asks with puppy eyes. Well, that is if puppies had eyes that looked like a literal black hole in space. Please, Mom, please. You really love katsudon, don't you? Inko smiles at him, falling for the puppy's eyes. Very well, but then dinner will have to be something else, okay, sweetie? Okay, Mom, I promise. He concedes with a smile. At least his humor is hard to beat down. Okay, but where can we find a restaurant that sells katsudon? She checks her phone's map app, filtering the restaurant section for somewhere that sells katsudon. Eventually, she finds a good place nearby, just a 2-minute walk away. Honey, what do you think of going to the Nabo family restaurant? It's near here and the reviews say that their katsudon is fantastic. It can't be as good as yours though, Izuku added, making his mother emotionally melt. But yeah, I like the sound of it. Oh Izuku, you flatter me. She whispers with pride of her little genius. Let's get going, I bet you are dying of hunger. I'm not dying, but I feel very hungry. He corrected her with a giggle. He knew it was a figure of speech, but it was still funny to mess around. She starts laughing, knowing full well he was messing with her. That was a good one, young man. But do not think that those plays with words will get me next time. I don't expect them to always work. He admits while giggling. They only work when the right moment arises. At least that's what Nedza-sensei told me. I knew it. So he's been teaching more than just academic things to you. She figured it out with that little comment. I'm pretty sure he's going to one day train me on how to, at the very minimum, take over the country. He reveals pensively. But for now, he's been refining my comedic repertoire and my cultural luggage. I do need to be well read if I want credibility. If I didn't know you, honey, I'd say that you were an adult masquerading as a child. She teases him. A lot of what you said is something that would never come out of the mouth of a 7-year-old child, and I don't mean it in the vulgarity sense, but in the lexical complexity sense. Elementary, my dear mother. How else can I protect Tsurukan from bullies? He rhetorically asks, knowing full well the method. Intimidation through words alone is a difficult, but also very useful, art to master. At the start of the school year I managed to force 2 bullies to run just by breaking down their quirks, although to be fair I had Kaken with me, so that's another intimidation factor. You kids. Inko sighs in joy and pride. Never change, okay? I'm so proud of my little boy, already protecting his friends with his heart of gold and his mind of steel. Mum. The young boy blushed in embarrassment. Not in public, please. Okay, you win. She agreed to his terms, while at the same time seeing herself in front of their destination. Oh, it seems we've arrived. With that the two entered the restaurant. The place was built in a mix of traditional Japanese architecture and European Mediterranean aesthetic. How they made it work is still unknown to Izuku, but he knew the place looked pretty. He and his mother sat down at a desk under a beautiful Japanese maple tree, with their seats being in the restaurant's yard rather than the inside. Less than a minute after they sat, a waitress approached to ask their requests, both asking for katsudon, but they also asked for ajidashi tofu and gyoza as appetizers in their 3-course meal, with coffee jelly serving as their dessert. Their lunch might sound excessive, but it should be remembered that they hadn't eaten since breakfast, and they only got to their meal after 2 p.m., so in a sense they were extremely hungry. Either way, they were happy to share that moment, because they were together having fun. It had been a long time since Izuku had spent a day out with his mom, doing so many cool things together, so it made him happy to do it, albeit not knowing that one of the happiest moments he ever had with his mother would be the last for a long time, and he'd wish for nothing else to be able to spend many more of those moments. It was about 3:20 p.m. when they finally left the restaurant, having thoroughly enjoyed the refreshing and delicious experience. After that, they decided to head back home. A movie sounded like a nice way of spending the rest of the afternoon. Surely, watching movies with his mother was an idea that made Izuku extremely happy, since she had gotten relatively busy with work more often than not. The walk between the restaurant and the station was supposed to take only 7 minutes, but halfway through the route a loud crashing sound followed by a series of explosions on the nearby buildings could be heard. Izuku could feel the debris fall into the street, large chunks of concrete, glass, and metal falling off the high-rises around them into the streets below. He had sensed Eraserhead was nearby. Izuku could feel it, but there were so many villains he didn't know what was going on or if they were going to be safe. "Mom, what's happening?" "Izuku, we need to run. Now." She picked her son up on her arms and started running in the direction of the station as fast as she could. But it wasn't fast enough. Izuku knew due to his quirk that the group of villains were getting closer to him and his mama. Who were they even? Eraserhead almost immediately intervened. He jumped off the rooftop, using his capture weapon to cushion his fall by pulling on a street light. He put himself between the villains and the Midoriyas, giving them an opening to escape. "I will hold them off," he shouted at the mother, while he activated a distress signal alerting nearby heroes of the villain attack. He knew he was outmatched. There were 7 villains working in a well-organized manner, and most importantly to him, they weren't relying on their quirks. Instead, they were using an assortment of weapons and equipment, things which the hero's quirk could not affect. He couldn't erase the steel in a blade, only the quirk of its blade master, and even then mutant quirks were an exception. Nevertheless, he endured, managing to keep 4 of the villains pinned and unable to advance further, but the fastest and most agile 3 of the 7 managed to slip by him. He couldn't run after them, while he still needed to keep the other 4 pinned. And that's when he heard the sound of 3 gunshots, followed by someone falling. And with that, things started floating behind him. He could feel the overwhelming presence of someone, the overwhelming presence of Izuku. Izuku shakily called out. Not aware that around him things started to float in the air, that objects had started to rapidly orbit around him as if he were the sun and the objects were planets. As electricity seemed to bolt around the air and between the objects, his quirk forcefully awakened into a new stage, his subconscious blocks finally broken and unmade under the traumatic pressure. But he did not feel that happen. He was far too focused on his mother, who was bleeding out on the street with 3 bullet wounds caving through her heart and her right lung, to notice what was happening. "Are you going to be okay?" "No," she weakly managed to whisper. She knew she was dying and that it was too late for her now. The best she could do was being honest to her son. "But I need you to be brave. I need you to be strong and live happily. Can you do it, honey?" She coughed up some blood shortly after her question. "I don't know." He started to cry. He didn't want his mother to be gone, but what could he do? He was just a child. "I'll try. I know you can." She kisses him one last time, the light on her eyes getting dull. "Know that you love you always. My little sunshine." And with that, she was drawing her last breaths. Izuku doesn't remember well what happened afterwards, which is extremely strange considering that his quirk gives him perfect memory, but he was later told by his therapist that his brain repressed those memories as a way to keep him sane. He sobbed uncontrollably, his heart broken by his mother's wounds. Please wake up. I need you." Those pleas for help remained unanswered, because even with all the known quirks in the world, Izuku knew that bringing his mother back was impossible. He felt her heart stop and her brain shut down. Death had finally arrived at last. "Mom." What witnesses would tell is that the villain who shot her suddenly dematerialized, vanishing in a beam of light and lightning. While around him waves of air and energy started to spread, cries getting louder and a child's entire life crumbled before their own eyes. The asphalt under Izuku cracked under the pressure, the child screaming for help for him and his mother. Until, It suddenly stopped. The pressure was gone and Izuku immediately feel unconscious, his quirk forcefully deactivated by Eraserhead's gaze. The same hero ran off and picked Izuku up, cradling the 9-year-old in his arms. Other heroes arrived to handle the surviving villains while Eraserhead protected the green-haired boy and his eyes that seemed to show all of existence in them. People kept running, screaming in fear and despair, running away from the attack. The villains, to not be captured, drank cyanide pills, a quick death in loyalty to the organization that had sent them. While the heroes, now prevented from capturing the criminals, related on helping evacuate the civilians from the area and helping the injured. Izuku was put in an ambulance as soon as the first responders arrived, but instead of going to any conventional hospital, but rather to the high-security and high-quality Central Hospital in Tokyo. His stay was personally overseen by Recovery Girl and Principal Nedzu. Izuku was placed in the children's ward of the hospital, although under quarantine due to his stress-induced quirk awakening. He would then spend 2 weeks in a coma. August 23, 2178. That was a disaster. Eraserhead said bluntly to Principal Nedzu, the man was still recovering from the amount of dry eyes using his quirk on that day had caused. It took a full minute to fully erase Izuku's quirk. You know that, right? Indeed. I am well aware, Aizawa-san. Nedzu drank a sip of calming tea, although it was obvious that he was barely managing to keep himself in a stable mental state. They'll pay for what they've done. Has the police already identified the villains? The Huba-looking teacher asked nonchalantly. It was one of the basic needs of working as an underground hero. Information. Yes, they have identified them as members of the Brotherhood of Jehudi, although the means through which they were identified are most unorthodox. The rodent sighed. He knew that the moment Izuku woke up it would be hard for his protege. It's not easy to lose a parent, even less so at such a young age. But he knew to be there for him, for Izuku might not be his son, but he considered the young boy to be like one. Is that so? Aizawa already knew that it was better to expect anything when it comes to attempted kidnappings and murders. Did the organization claim the attack? Or did someone inside of it break away from their ranks and spill the information out? Police intelligence says that the information on their identities came from a vigilante organization. The rat admitted. The revelation was not shocking to Aizawa, and the principal himself was still confused with how he should feel about the situation. Alongside a letter. A letter? To whom? Aizawa questioned his own sanity. And why would some vigilantes want to help us in the investigation? Wouldn't they rather take things into their own hands? The letter was requested to be given to me in specific. The police have not read it, nor will they ever read it. I believe its contents will be most enlightening, even more so as to explain the strength of Izuku-chan's quirk and his parentage. Nedzu replied, showing a copy of said letter on the top of the table. But apparently it seems that their collaboration is very personal. The revelation dawned on Eraserhead's mind as he read the message. So the problem child was a villain's son all along? For some reason I'm not actually surprised. I had considered the possibility, since his father's body was never found. But in all honesty, the truth doesn't change how I feel towards my protege. Nedzu responded, his heart heavy. He's nothing like his father, all things considered. Izuku is a sweet young genius with a heart of gold. And it's because of it that we will keep this a secret. I understand hiding the information for now so that we can focus on Izuku's recovery from the trauma of losing his mother, but why hide it from everyone else? Eraser questioned in confusion. For his own security and stability. Nedzu replied, he took another sip of tea. He'd never know peace if it became known. Well then, but why should we keep that a secret? Aizawa asked. He knows it's the right thing to do, but he is one to always analyze the situation profoundly and logically. Wouldn't it be better for the investigation if we could come public with the info to the police? I mean, Sir Night-Eye, Ms. Joke, Endeavor, all of them have sizable investigative networks. For 2 reasons. 1. It's not Izuku's fault that he is that man's son. As far as I'm aware, for all he and his mother had known, Midoriya Hisashi was dead. I'd prefer that he keeps thinking that, lest his trauma will become worse with the idea of his father abandoning him and his mother. The principal pointed out. Legally, and in practice to the Midoriyas, the name Midoriya Hisashi belonged to a dead man. Another reason is because if we don't, we'd anger one of the most dangerous villains in all of Japan. Then we partially release it, only giving the important information and covering up the information's relation to Midoriya and his parentage. Eraserhead argued, it was a logical way to have the best of both worlds. Sir Night Eye or other investigative heroes would inevitably discover the source's relationship with Midoriya. Nedzu argued. He knew full well how things could spiral out of control. And should they discover, the Hero Public Safety Commission would also eventually know. If there's a god, I really wish for his protection right now, the teacher sighed tiredly. I can't imagine how the kid must be feeling. But I surely can imagine the mess we got ourselves into. Us both, Aizawa. The Chimera drank some more tea. His entire demeanor saddened by the thought of his students' confusion and trauma. But we can hope to keep Izuku safe and happy, so that he can follow his dreams and become the best hero he can be. When Nedzu finished drinking up his cup of tea, both educators heard a knock on the office door. "All right. Come on in, Detective Tsukachi." "Right. Sorry for the intrusion, Nedzu-san and Eraserhead-san." The detective apologizes, unaware of whether he was interrupting something important or not. "I'd like to ask some questions if that's no trouble." "Of course, we'd be glad to answer." Nedzu agrees politely. "Would you like some tea?" "Yes, 1 cup please." He didn't specify what type of tea. Nedzu already knew that he preferred milky tea with a cube of sugar. "Very well. Here's it." Nedzu served the cups of tea to the police officer. "I'd imagine that you are here to ask about Midoriya Izuku, is that correct?" "Yes. I have a few questions relating to yesterday's incident. More specifically what happened to Midoriya Izuku immediately after Midoriya Inko's death." He explained his objective in the questioning. Would it be correct to say that he had never demonstrated the capacity to use telekinesis or disintegrate matter with thought? Yes, it would be correct. The principal answered. Until yesterday all of us, young Izuku-chan included, believed his quirk to be merely some form of intelligence, memory, and analysis quirk. Could you inform me what exactly happened to his quirk for those events to transpire? The investigator continued the questioning. That's simple. The trauma caused his quirk to awaken. Eraserhead responded. We believe that his subconscious limited the full scope of his quirk's abilities to merely enhance his intelligence as both a safeguard until his body and mind were ready to handle the emitter aspects, but also as a product of subconscious expectations of his quirk's limits. Either way, the doctors can guarantee that the powers demonstrated by the problem child yesterday were unlocked by a trauma-induced awakening. According to witnesses, there were a total of 7 criminals at the scene. However, only 2 surviving criminals and 4 bodies, excluding those of the hundreds of victims that were in the streets and the destroyed buildings, were recovered after the attack had ended. Tsukachi detailed in preparation for his next question. What exactly happened to the 7th attacker? The most unfortunate reality is that we must keep a secret from Izuku-chan for now. Nedzu answered. The boy's quirk went out of control as he went into deep grief. He unintentionally and unknowingly dematerialized the villain who had shot his mother. Thank you for the responses. They will be extremely helpful towards the investigation. He says in understanding. Thank you for the tea, Nedzu-san. You're welcome, detective. If you have any additional questions, you are always welcome to ask them at any time. Nedzu replies. September 5, 2178. Izuku was having a terrible nightmare. He felt like the fabric of reality was ripping apart around him. The worst part? He was 100% sure what he was dreaming was a memory. But it was all fuzzy, he could only barely make out the details, only the sensations were clear and in focus. But there was one thing he could see very well, the lifeless body of his mother. And a blinding light that woke him up, but he didn't really wake up, not yet. He has an apartment burning and his mother inside through his own eyes? That never had happened to him, not to this him. And then he saw his mother in a hospital bed with her hair shaved, A paper-written pancreatic cancer. Another reality that wasn't his mother had been shot thrice on the chest, she never had cancer. Many flashes went through his head, thousands of different lives, his life but also not. Different possibilities, in some quirkless, in some he had different quirks. Many were heroes, but some were villains or vigilantes. How he was seeing so many worlds Izuku couldn't know, because never had his quirk managed to break through the thin membrane between the different paths his life could have gone down, never had it shown him the other side of the veil. He saw a timeline where he was married to a red and white-haired man. That was a strange one to watch. Another where he built rockets and tried to go to space. And then another, one where he was a librarian. He finally realized what that meant. He wasn't alone, there were other variations of him out there through the multiverse. Many of those versions went through the same loss he just did, they also lost their mothers. He wanted to meet them, he wanted to meet and help all of them. But then he felt he wasn't seeing them through his quirk, well not his quirk. There was another version of him watching him, one with a quirk that allowed them to see the lives of their variants. And then he realized, the one watching him had also lost his mother, not very recently but recently enough to have left scars. His own quirk merely interfering and interacting with the effects of the one who was watching him. Then he found himself in a gray foggy plane. Standing in front of him was a version of himself with emerald green iris, the eyes themselves much closer in appearance to the average person. But in all other matters both had the same appearance. Why, you also lost her too, didn't you? He finally managed to voice to his other self with small tears in his eyes. Not really because of what happened to himself, but more so for having to witness one more version of himself lose their inco. A feeling the variant could not only empathize with, but also sympathize with. Yeah, I have. The other self responded. You are the first, you know? The first who felt my presence and responded to me. Took a long time too, I've been watching you for a few weeks. That must be rare, huh? Izuku asked. I guess I wasn't conscious enough to notice your presence, but those films, in the lack of a proper word, of other lives gave me the little push to realize you were there. You can't imagine. Although it's much rarer to have a nice life like yours. Well, like yours used to be. The other Izuku answered. To have friends, to have a loving family and a safety net is still uncommon for most of us. I know that most people don't get the chance to have all of those things. He sighed, he had a bad feeling. And I think you are one of those who got a bad hand in life. Why, yeah, kinda. Mom was good, and Uncle Mirai is good too, but Dad killed her when I was just a little kid. He could hear his other self's voice shift in tone clearly, it was now much more somber. And there's bullying too, people say my quirk is too useless to be a hero, well, at least my uncle says it's useful, he has a similar quirk to mine and is a hero. Izuku understood immediately who the other boy was talking about. A quirk that deals with seeing space-time and was held by a hero could only mean Sir Night Eye, who could see the future and is similar enough to seeing the multiverse to make sense. I promise I want to be your friend and meet you in flesh one day. He responded with determination. Mom made me promise that I'd be strong and walk forward with my life. And I will walk forward, I will help you, all of you. It's a promise, and I will go through with it no matter how long it takes. Hang in there, okay? That's unexpected, but thank you, you were the first to notice, and thank you for understanding. He could hear his other self's voice slowly becoming filled with noise. He only had a few seconds. I will wait for the opportunity to meet you again. First, it has a nice ring to it. Just wait a bit longer, I'll be coming. He assured his alternative dimension self. It was a promise he was going to keep. And when the connection finally cut off, he felt himself actually wake up. The first thing he saw was ash blonde hair. He asked, his voice trembling as he opened his eyes, his mind waking up into the real world as he saw and recognized the face of his mother's best friend, Bakugo Mitsuki. Is Mom here? No, Izuku, I'm sorry. He felt her hug him. He could make out it was indeed his auntie, the best woman with ash blonde hair he had ever met. I'm so sorry. Auntie Mitsuki? He spoke, his voice getting filled by tears and sadness. Much different from the dreamscape where only his rationale had been sufficiently awakened. but now his emotions had taken hold of the heels of his body. Is Mama gone? Weiss, I'm sorry. She answered his question. She couldn't bring herself to lie, not to him. It would be impossible to lie to him either way. The boy had felt his mother's death in a level few will ever feel. He probably felt her life being snuffed out cell by cell. She was killed by the villains during the attack. Don't be sorry, he said. His crying intensified as he realized he'd never see his mother again. All those happy moments they had shared would never be shared again. It felt overwhelming. His breathing was difficult. But this time, something felt different, his perception of things sharper. Why was the flower pot flying? Either way, he knew that he needed to be strong. His mother wouldn't want to be sad, she wanted to be happy. Mom said that I need to be strong, and that she'd always be with me, even if not physically. He managed to stop crying. He promised himself that he'd be strong for his mom and for himself. Auntie. Why yes, Izuku? She looked at him, caressing his head to comfort him. Why's the flower pot flying? He asked in confusion. Why was the gravity around the pot so messed up? Why was space-time so disconnected and distorted? Was everything so wrong? But did his mother die while he survived? Oh sweetie, the doctors, they said that you had a trauma-induced quirk awakening. She told him bluntly. Mitsuki was never good with sugar-coating things, so the best option she had at the moment was the cold, hard truth. Your quirk is different now. Annie, can you hug me? He asked, tears once again coming out of his eyes and his voice once again trembling. His request was immediately fulfilled, as Mitsuki hugged him tightly, not letting go of him. Not letting go of all that remains of her. Everything feels wrong, colorless. But why did they take Mom away? Why? I don't know. I'm sorry, she whispered in his ear, the questions breaking her heart. She didn't know how to answer, because she didn't even have answers herself. But you will be safe. We will make sure of that, she said, hugging him with one arm, while the other cuddled his head. Masaru? Can you tell the nurses that he woke up? Also, tell Nezu-san that he can come back in. Of course, honey. He heard Uncle Masaru and he saw the man stand up from the couch and leave through the door. And Nezu-sensei is here? He questioned, stuttering slightly as he had to withstand the hiccups that come with crying, his heart beating slowly and weakly. He almost never left your side, she assured him. She remembered how the Roji had slept for days on end in Izuku's hospital room, keeping him company. He only left a few minutes ago because he needed to go to the bathroom. If I didn't know better, I'd almost call him your father. She was unaware that Izuku also saw the white-furred chimera as a surrogate father. Thanks, Auntie. He cried some more into her shoulder. Her clothes and his clothes already wet due to so many tears both had shed. Thank you so much. They must have spent up to an entire minute there, hugging each other in comfort. Reality is finally catching up to Izuku. He'd never see his mother again, it would never be okay, but he knew he needed to be strong, his mother would want him to be. He knows that he is rather mature for his age. For a 9-year-old, he thinks he took the news surprisingly well. Who was he kidding? He didn't take it well. He wanted nothing more than to blow the world and himself up so he could be again with his mother. But would his mother want that? She would want him to move on. He needed to move on. Am I going to be okay? Why yes, Izuku. You're gonna be okay. She told him. You just had to sleep a lot due to quirk overuse. You've been coming in and out of consciousness for the last 3 days. Oh, I see. He sighed. His mind right now was a train wreck where emotions and logic were fighting for control. Auntie, can I get a therapist once I'm out of the hospital? Oh, of course. I know you will need it. Mitsuki agreed to his request. In all honesty, she thought she was gonna need one too. Anything so you can be happy. They stayed there, giving one another quiet companionship. No one felt like talking. The atmosphere of the whole situation was still rather tense. But it only lasted a few minutes, enough for Izuku to process part of what had happened. He remembered when his mother would pet him in the head, the many coddles and hugs she would give. He remembered the katsudon she would prepare at least once a week, the heavenly smell of the food she prepared. He remembered the times she made him happy, how she had supported his dreams. He went through the unnumbered memories he shared with his mother, so many and in so much detail that for a normal human it would have been impossible to withstand. But he remembered nonetheless, the good and the bad, and now that he had seen her lie cold in the concrete of the sidewalk, it all felt bittersweet. All the good and happy moments had a tint of sadness, because he knew he'd share no new moments with his mother. Although he'd relive those happy moments in his mind for the rest of his life, he knew that would be mere memories. But he was happy to have shared those moments with her. She still lived on through him. Thinking about that comforted him. It gave him a warm feeling on the chest. It wasn't his or her fault that everything had happened. It was okay to be sad. The whole process of reviewing all of the memories felt like it took days, months even. But he knew that it only took a few minutes. His brain could process information as fast as the speed of light if he wanted so, although he usually kept it at around double the standard processing speed of 60 bits per second that the average human brain achieves. But the process brought him some clarity and much-needed thinking. He was more stable now than he was a few moments ago. At that moment he realized his dream had changed, somewhat. He still wanted to be a hero, he still wanted to make everyone smile just like All Might did and to make people feel safe. But there was more to it now. He understood loss and how painful it is. He wants to be a hero not only to make them feel safe and happy, but he also wants to prevent people from losing those who they hold dear, so that they don't go through the same thing he was going through now. His dream was changed by his mother's death, just like he was changed by the fatidic event. When they realized the passage of time, they saw the room's door slowly open with a creak. Beyond it was Nedzu, in casual clothes, a white long-sleeved shirt and blue jeans pants, accompanied by a nurse. Seeing his teacher in such casual clothes was funny to Izuku. He was far too used to seeing the Chimera in a three-piece suit. Hi Nedzu-sensei. The boy tries to fake a smile but those around him noticed it was not genuine. Izuku-chan, no need to smile if you aren't happy. Nedzu sits on a tall stool, rising to the height of Midoriya's hospital bed. There's this phrase in an old book trilogy which I consider to be favorite of mine. I will not say, do not weep, for not all tears are an evil. It's okay to be unhappy, it's okay to miss someone dear to you. Thanks. Izuku relents, his attempt at a smile fading from his facade, as his sadness was allowed to show once again. I just wish she was here. A wish we both share, little one. I considered her a dear friend over the past year. Nedzu sympathized with the traumatized boy. I also wish I could be alongside my siblings back in the nest. However, time always marches forward, and as such we must push into the future alongside it. I'm not saying that you should be happy, but you should persevere, so that every time you think of her you think of the happy moments you shared, instead of the fatidic day she was gone. Thanks, Sensei. By the way, I think I have finally figured it out. Izuku said. His mother would want him to be happy, so he must continue, one step at a time. You're a white prairie dog. But I don't know what causes you to be permanently in white fur. Maybe it's a genetic mutation that keeps you in your winter coloration, or maybe it's a side effect of your quirk. But you do have the appearance of a rodent, as evidenced by your need to regularly grind your teeth. However, you can't be a rat, because you have fur in your tail. You have a relatively long body, but not as long as a weasel. It also happens that they are carnivorans, not rodents. Izuku breaks down the information he spent months investigating. Therefore you are almost certainly a white-tailed prairie dog with a quirk. Very well, that's very perceptive, Nedzu smiled in pride. His young protege's mind might be shaken and cracked, but it's not broken and it's still as smart as always. I am happy that the first to figure it out was you, Izuku-chan. I also had a few other possibilities in mind. Izuku stated. A genuine smile sneaked into his face for the first time since he woke up. He was walking forward, so that his mother would be happy wherever she was now. One of them was a white pika, maybe a guinea pig, or even, at least initially, some type of marsupial. All those possibilities are more creative than anyone else had ever thought of. Nedzu admitted. Few people ever considered a possibility that wasn't either a rat, a dog, or a bear. Some had considered a stoat, but stoats are not a sociable species. We prairie dogs are a relatively territorial, but also very social species. We protect our own, and I consider my friends, family, and students to be my own to protect and defend. Except if you are a ground squirrel, I'd recommend you stay very far away if you are a ground squirrel. Izuku chuckled at that. It was hard to stay sad with Nezu near him. The rodent has a way with kids, very charismatic when needed and with a good sense of humor. The Wyoming ground squirrel and the white-tailed prairie dog are natural rivals. Intraspecific competition is weird. It is indeed. Nezu agreed, but a little worry creeped into his voice. I'm sorry if I sound rude, but you are very cheerful considering the circumstances. I promised Mom I'd be happy and strong, that I'd never give up. I must push through and become stronger, he explained partially. But also because I must help the others. Who are the others? Nezu questioned in confusion. Did Izuku communicate with someone while unconscious? Is the other emis, the versions of myself through the multiverse? He revealed to the people in the room. All except Nezu were surprised by the answer. I saw them, sneak peeks of their lives. Then I saw him, another me, and we talked. I promised I'd help him and all the others, because a lot of them are in pain or sad. A pain and sadness deeper than I feel. He explained. Initially his pain was profound, like someone had stabbed him in the heart. But then he realized he wasn't alone, and that other versions of himself were in as much, or maybe worse, pain than him. That's why I am trying my hardest to keep a good mood. Because of them. So we receive confirmation for the many worlds hypothesis. Now we just need experimental proof and you can get yourself a Nobel. Nezu declared, causing Izuku to giggle, and then sighed. I promise you, Izuku-chan, like I did when I first met you. You can be anything, you can do anything. Because as long as you are yourself, with a heart of gold and a mind as sharp and fast as a knife in a bullet train, you will have my support. The fact that even in your lowest point you want to help others so much only shows that much more that you are a hero. Thanks, sensei. Izuku hugged his teacher. You can drop the sensei part if you want. Nezu casually stated. Considering that from this day onward, I'll be taking you in not as your teacher but as your guardian. Why you will adopt me? Izuku was confused, very confused. He was expecting that he would go with the Bakugas, not with his sensei. It's okay, Izuku. Mitsuki declared from the other side of the bed. She had a comforting smile. It'll be safer that way. You know that there's still a risk that villains will try to take you again, so we agreed that you'd be safer with Nezu-san. It's what your mother wanted. Also, we can still visit you whenever you want. All right. The villains? Izuku deadpanned. I forgot. It's okay, little one. Nezu comforted him. His voice was soothing and reduced Izuku's anxiety. It's normal to forget those things, even more so after everything you went through recently. As for the matter of adoption, if you agree to it, you'll move in with me to UA. No need to call me anything you aren't comfortable with. If you desire, you can still call me sensei. I gladly accept. Nezu. Izuku cried into his adopter's shoulder. You've been like a father to me the last year. When I needed someone to talk to, you were there. You've taught me so much. And you even went to my birthday party. But those tears were not of sadness, but of joy. Of course I accept. I just don't feel comfortable calling you Dad yet. Maybe one day I will, but for now I will call you Nezu-san. It's okay, little one. It's okay. The white prairie dog reassured him, caressing Izuku's hair with his left paw. Everything will be okay. It's okay to cry. You don't need to call me something you aren't comfortable with either. Izuku stayed in the hospital for an addition of 3 days under observation, as a result of the severe exhaustion produced by his quirks awakening and so that Nezu and the UA staff could prepare accommodations for Izuku in campus. During that time he was accompanied in the hospital by Mitsuki Bakugu, the one who he considered to be his aunt at heart, until he was released on the 8th of September. Sister Amari Takako. Your inability to safeguard Midoriya Izuku, our prophesied savior, was a colossal failure. It was a heresy of insurmountable degree. The figure with a red hood and a black mask with an ibis beak spoke. His voice is deep and stern, his gaze powerful. However, you will be given a second chance. Should you fail another time to bring the Messiah into our hands, you shall be left behind and another shall take your place as the leader of the Japanese sect. Our task of cleansing the earth of the unintelligent filth holding power awaits no one, and so it shall not await you. I understand, Grandmaster Xiao Yongjing. I shall not disappoint you. The woman replied, kneeling before her superior. She wore a white mantle and hood, her face covered by a kitsune mask. She was the leader of the Japanese sect of the Brotherhood of Jehudi, and she failed to bring the one who would lead them to salvation and purity into the Brotherhood's hands. I will not disappoint you again. The light of wisdom guides us. And Jehudi's hand points the way. The Grandmaster finished off, cutting off the call. The woman chuckled. You sly dog Netsu. You once escaped our hand, and now you take away our destined king. She stood up, the dim light of the room casting shadows over her mask. The pieces are set, let's play this game of chess, just you and me. September 6, 2178. The recent attack on the Lodero ward of Mizudafu has claimed the lives of over 200 people, also injuring many hundreds more. The terrorist organization Brotherhood of Jehudi has claimed to be the responsibles for the attack, although they have not stated the reasoning behind it. A Mizudafu daily reporter named Yumita Kahaku, a woman with bleach-white skin and pitch-black eyes, spoke to the camera. The investigation being conducted by the police has stated that it is believed that the Bodhi's goal was to terrify the population of Japan and shatter the public's confidence in heroes. But rumors say that their actual goal was to kidnap a child who has not yet been identified. The financial impact of the attack has been estimated at over 59 billion yen, ranging from property damage to future cleanup operations, not including the unsurmountable impact caused by the loss of lives as a product of the event. Another reporter, a brown-haired man with a pair of short horns known as Miyagi Daikaku, adds. Although the swift response by local heroes shortly after the explosions is believed to have drastically reduced the casualties of the event from what could have been thousands of dead to the low hundreds. Opinion polls recently conducted show that the public, although apprehensive and uneasy as a result of the attack, has confidence in the police and the heroes' capabilities to punish the responsibles for the attack. The first responder complimented. The number one hero and symbol of the peace, All Might, has stated in an interview that he wishes to participate personally of the operations against the Brotherhood of Jehudi. To quote him, "Together we will arrest those dastardly villains and ensure the continued existence of peace and justice in Japan. Fear not, citizens, for I am here. Everything will be fine." All Might's statement has brought much comfort to the general public, who have confidence in the symbol of peace's capacity to help bring those terrorists to justice. We'd like to give the word to forensic specialist and private investigator Tamanaha Masahiro, who was instrumental in the investigation of the Okayama chemical attack, which claimed over 700 lives 20 years ago and was instrumental in bringing down the terrorist organization now known as the Shikyo. To this day, Tamanaha-san collaborates with the National Police Agency of Japan and the National Police Agency of United Korea. The second reporter stated, "Thank you, Yumita-san and Miyagi-san. The main issue I see with the recent attack in Lodero Ward is that it is on a much larger scale than previous actions done by the Brotherhood of Jehudi. Their attack patterns usually extend only to assassinations and small-scale pinpoint attacks claiming only at maximum a few dozen lives." The specialist explains cohesively, his hands held over the desk. Their most recent excursion, however, has been on a much grander destructive nature than ever seen before, and taking in consideration their known pragmatism, we can consider two options. Option 1 is that they've undergone a massive shift in strategy and leadership, which is unlikely considering the stability and long history of the BOD. Option 2 is the more likely one. They had a target in mind and the attack was just a distraction so they could get to their actual goal. But who or what would that target be? Miyagi inquiries. Surely it must be a very important one. I believe that it was an elementary school-age child. Tamahama answered. In some amateur footage of the battle, we can see that a group of 7 villains, 5 of which are now deceased, specifically targeted a woman with green hair who was carrying a child with hair of the same color. Public information released by the police did not reveal their names, but it did however reveal their quirks. The woman had a quirk called minor pole, so we can discard her as the target. However, the child's quirk has the name universal knowledge. Said quirk has been the target of few studies due to its status as the most powerful intelligence-based quirk in all of Japan, if not the entire world. I believe that he was their target, and it would be within the Bodhi's modus operandi to go after them. So you think that the entire attack was an attempt to kidnap a child for their quirk? Yumida curiously asks. Unfortunately, yes, I do think so. After all, it wouldn't be the first time they would have kidnapped a child. He sighed. We can all remember the number of children with intelligence quirks being kidnapped every year and never being found again, just to years later return as members of the BOD. Much of the known upper echelon of their organization is made of such people who were kidnapped at a young age and brainwashed by indoctrination and mind-influencing quirks. It was very good to read in the reports that said the child is safe and secure, having been admitted to the Tokyo Central Hospital an hour after the heroes arrived at the scene. September 8, 2178. Izuku was nervous, very nervous. He was moving to UA permanently. He was even adopted by Nedza-sen's. Well, Nedza-sen. But would it be nice living there? It was a big place, maybe he would get lost? No, not lost. His quirk made sure he can't get lost. He even knows all of the secret tunnels and passages throughout UA. No, what he's worried about is living in a place with so many students, and living in a place without his mom. He was also worried about what his home in UA would look like. He knew that Nedza-san had an apartment on the last floor out of the 15 floors of the southwest high-rise of the UA campus building, which were 4 towers connected through a bridge, the entire structure itself resembling the shape of a massive H. Did they build him a room on the last floor, or did they merely furniture an already available space? Izuku didn't know, but maybe they did. If they did, he didn't know if he should be comfortable with all the effort being made to accommodate him. Nedza-san did adopt him. He had also been teaching him for an entire year by now. He was honestly on the verge of panicking right then and there, while holding Nedza-san's hand. His breathing was accelerating, and why did it feel like things were getting closer? Are you okay, little one? It's okay to be nervous. I know you've come here many times as a student, but it's okay to be nervous about living somewhere new, even more so considering the recent events. Nedzu tried to comfort him, giving him a hug. Nedzu would pet Izuku's head if he could, but the boy was much too tall, a whole half a meter taller. Either way, the principal helped the traumatized boy snap out of it. I can see on your face and eyes that you were on the verge of a panic attack. Oh, was I really? Izuku asked nervously, his breathing more controlled, and he felt as things around him looked like they were returning to normal. His heartbeat was also back to controlled levels and he stopped shaking. I thought I was just nervous. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Izuku-chan. Nedzu reassured him. Izuku was his student and protege. Nedzu was Izuku's guardian now that Inko was gone. The prairie dog himself isn't very fond of the human species as a whole, a product of the illegal experimentation he suffered in the secret laboratories of the Brotherhood of Jehudi. However, not even his dislike of the human species could override the protective attitudes he had towards the young greenette. Ever since he had taken Midoriya in as his personal student, he has developed affection towards him as a parent had towards their offspring. In many ways, the greenette's company was making him more accepting and sympathizing with humans, more willing to understand their nuances. I understand how you must be feeling. It's your new home. It's so different from where you used to live. I know you must be worried about a great many things, but we'll try to make the transition as comfortable as possible for you. Okay, it's just, I want Mom back, Izuku said, managing to hold back his tears. However, it was clear that the boy was upset about everything that happened recently. How couldn't he? His entire life was uprooted, his mother was dead, he moved out of the apartment he had lived in his entire life, he moved out of the neighborhood he had lived in his entire life, all because some stupid villains took his mother away from him. Why did they kill Mom? I don't know, and that's the thing with villains. We can't ever be sure why they become villains, and we can never know the actual reasoning behind their actions. Nedzu told him. Although not very comforting, it gave the boy some closure. Their minds are their own. The journey to the apartment was slow. Izuku mostly did things in automatic, staying silent and observing his surroundings, while focusing his attention on once again rewatching his happiest moments with his mother inside of his mind. It was bittersweet, but it helped him keep his emotions in line. It was comforting, because even though she was gone, she would live on through him. She would continue to exist through the memories he had cultivated with her, and that knowledge always brings a degree of closure. It doesn't change the trauma or the feeling of loss, but it makes us really understand what happened and that we can't change it. He walked alongside Nedzu and Aizawa through the corridors of UA. He was used to routinely walking through the halls and greeting the students he ran across. But this time, the students respected his space and watched silently as the green-haired boy walked through the silent halls. Most of them had at least once seen Midoriya Izuku. They knew what had happened for Izuku to move into UA. They didn't need an announcement from the staff to figure out, because the list of casualties was public, although not publicized, and so was the information that Nedzu had adopted Izuku. The media might not have spread the information, but students had dug up public records after the Load Reward incident. And as all information, it spread throughout the student body like wildfire. They knew to give the greenette space because he needed it. Regardless, Izuku was quiet during the walk, unsettling. But everyone respected his quietude. No one approached to start a conversation. Nedzu's apartment was one floor above his office, not just one floor above, but also directly above the said office. The prairie dog even had a secret slide installed between his bedroom and the office room. That way he wouldn't need to use the elevator or the stairs to go down to the floor below. In actuality, most of the top 2 floors of the southwest tower of the UA campus was dedicated to Nedzu's accommodations, office, and personal gym, although there was also a video recording studio on the top level. Enough empty rooms were available there to expand the principal's home into one that could also house a growing child, or many more children, comfortably. Izuku didn't know, but most of the top 2 levels had been redesigned and reformed in the past 2 weeks to make it more enjoyable and to make it more welcoming to him. Now the top floor was filled only by the apartment and the private recording studio, while the 14th floor was filled by Nedzu's office, his personal gym, and a large private library. Although Nedzu's own apartment also had its own, not as massive, library. Either way, when they arrived at the apartment and Izuku looked inside, he was impressed. Genuinely so. Wow, it's so big. It really is. Do you want to see the floor map? Nedzu offered it to his newly adopted son. The words still felt weird in his mind, but he knew he would grow accustomed to it. Of course, Nedzu-sen. It would make guiding myself through here much easier. Izuku agreed enthusiastically. A sharp contrast to the mood he had shown on the way there. Nedzu handed a map of the floor over to Izuku, who was honestly impressed with the place. Wow, the library is massive. There must be over 2,000 books in there. And why is the kitchen so big? It looks like restaurant one. There are 4 stoves and, is that 4 fridges? You never know when you will have people over for dinner, specifically foreign dignitaries or high-level government officials. Nedzu explained with pride. It's useful to always be prepared. If it weren't for the fact that it's Nedzu's house, I'd petition for the staff meetings to be held here. Aizawa opinionated from behind the 2. He was carrying what little luggage Izuku had with him in the hospital, since he had needed for his clothes to be brought to him from his mom's apartment after he went into a coma. Nedzu-san, considering your job, it's good to always be prepared. Izuku said in agreement, pointing out that his now adoptive father's job is important. Nedzu is the principal of the most prestigious high school in all of Japan, and he also has ties to a lot of government institutions. Although he knows that Nedzu and UA, alongside some other hero schools and heroes, are also staging a secret war against the HPSC in the shadows of public offices and government institutions. Oh, which of these rooms is mine? It's the upper left one right here. Nedzu points in the map to the 4 meters by 6 meters room with the king-sized bed. If you want, we can go check it. We took the chance to also bring your hero merch from your old apartment and bring it to your new room. Oh, thanks. Would it be okay for me to get merch about you, Aizawa-san? Izuku asks with puppy eyes. I mean, you saved my life, so I'd like to have something about you in my room if that's okay. It's okay, problem child. Eraserhead concedes. Due to being an underground hero, he has no official merch lines, but he can't refuse the wish of a child who just lost so much. I'm sure we can get something custom made for you. Thank you, sir. Izuku politely bows in gratitude. They made their way through the corridor to Midoriya's new room. The room had a relatively large closet with 2 doors and a bunch of drawers for all his clothes, a big bookshelf with all his hero analysis books, volumes 1 through 7. The bed was bigger than the one he had in his old house, but they still managed to get All Might-themed bedding that fit it. There was a big green rug in the middle of the room, exactly 2 by 4 meters in size, and a desk with his computer on top. Oh, you guys even put my All Might posters on the walls. It feels like my old room but bigger. Thank you so much for this. We wanted you to feel as at home as possible, while also giving you the best we had to offer. So I'm happy that you liked it. Netsu revealed. Such a decision was very thoughtful in Izuku's opinion. The place felt like home but bigger. He wouldn't say better, because his mother wasn't there, but it feels like it can grow into his new home. By the way, I also got you some new books if you want to read them. I like to think that I have an idea of what type of literature you prefer, but in all honesty I still don't have a very good idea on human preference. It's just perfect, all of it is perfect. You even got me a rare 10-year anniversary celebration poster. I didn't have that one back home. I thought that they were ultra rare. Izuku fanboyed over the new merch he was gifted with. They were a gift from All Might, by the way. When he heard what had happened with you and how much of a fan of his you are, as such he decided to send you a consolation gift for everything that happened. The prairie dog informed him with a worried look. You know, All Might felt really bad about the attack. It was one of the largest incidents in decades, and he wasn't even nearby to give support to the victims. He was near Nagasaki when it happened. Apparently there was a raid against a villain hideout that he was taking part in at the time. That's so cool. I'd never expect All Might to give me something. Izuku gasped in surprise. I wish I could see him someday. Well, I don't have a meeting set up with him anytime soon, but whenever the opportunity arises I will see if you can meet with him. Netsu suggested, causing the greenette to beam with enthusiasm. I'd love to do that, Netsu-san. He responded with a slight smile. He felt comfortable there with his guardian, although his mother's absence stung at his heart. Very well, I'll arrange to make it possible. The rodent declared. Now let's get back to the tour? I'm sure we still have much to see. Sure. I'll be happy to see more of the house. The boy agreed, while Aizawa sighed in relief behind them as they'd finally get this over with. But can we leave the library for last? I think that if I go there I might spend the rest of the day reading the entire collection. Of course, we will go there last. Although considering how fast you devour your books, you could probably finish all of them in a few hours. Netsu agreed without worry. The boy was smart enough to know his own defects, one of them being a voracious bookworm. You can also access the school library in the 4th through 6th floors of the Northwest Tower. Thanks, I'll put the collection to good use later. Izuku answered menacingly. Knowledge is a weapon as sharp as a saber, as precise as a sniper, as swift as a bullet. Wield it well and even the powerless may win all their battles. He knows that very well, that knowledge can intimidate, that it can be used for both good and evil. Either way, they moved from his room to the dining room. So, this is the dining room, right? That's one big table. It is. As I previously mentioned, there are moments where we receive a lot of people here on visits, so a big kitchen, a big dining room, and a big party hall are needed to accommodate those who we welcome during those social events. The rodent reiterated his previous explanation on the size of the kitchen. So there must be a lot of events here, right? The boy questioned. The number of events must be high enough to warrant such sizable facilities in an apartment, he imagined. Actually not. There rarely are any events here, although there was a staff Christmas party last year. Netsu answered. Once again, it's good to be prepared for eventualities. Also, I like big and spacious homes. They are more comfortable for me and my unease with small spaces. You're reminding me of how Mom used to carry some medication in her purse, just in case I started getting sick while we were out. The child chuckled. He can still remember that one time when he was 5 where he was feeling a headache during a hero convention and his mother pulled a pack of dipyrone monohydrate. It was a lifesaver at the time, although for some reason he started feeling less and less sick since then. The last time he felt sick was a few weeks after the convention incident. He never felt a headache or similar since then. Maybe his quirk also boosted his immunity without him knowing? Actually, that might be a possibility. We'll make sure to test that out later. But you do seem to have a faster time healing from wounds, so that may very well be true. Very observant, Izuku-chan. Nezu answered what Izuku believed was mere thoughts, rather than speech. At the same time both were making their way to the kitchen. I was mumbling, wasn't I? Izuku asked, embarrassed and ashamed. He really needed to get rid of that habit. Yes, but that's not a problem. Mumbling is a good way to organize your thoughts. I even do the same sometimes. The white-furred rodent responded. He was proud of Izuku's insightful observations about possible side effects of his quirk. And when you become a hero, you can always add a sound muffler or silencer to your costume. That way you can mumble and think out loud without giving your enemies knowledge of what you're thinking. I never thought of it like that. Most people find my mumbling annoying or disturbing because I usually speak too fast to be understood. The greenette added, well, do not take advice from me on that. When it comes to human social cues, I am not the person to ask for tips. Nezu responded, while opening the kitchen doors. Do you want some tea, Izuku-chan and Aizawa-kun? Yes, Nezu-san. I'd love some tea. Izuku responded with gratitude. No, thank you. I prefer coffee. Aizawa responded tiredly. He'd much rather be elsewhere, or allowed to be quiet instead of spoken to. Of course, tea for Izuku-chan and me, and some coffee for Aizawa-kun. The prairie dog gladly attended to the requests, pouring their drinks into their respective cups. Although he put more focus on the tea, rather than the gourmet coffee. Although in the end both ended tasting like heaven touched their taste buds. Although Nedzu's tea was specifically altered for his animal tastes. They silently enjoyed their respective beverages until they were done. In his time with his teacher-turned-guardian, Izuku had learned how to appreciate a good cup of tea, the sweetness or sourness, the earthiness or the freshness. In his opinion, the jasmine honey-sweetened tea was superb. Having finished drinking, Izuku was guided by Nezu around the apartment. The two bantered and chatted casually, from topics ranging from quirk analysis, mostly about quirks that Izuku had recently witnessed and how they catched his attention, to quirk theory, mostly about some observations that Izuku had made on the genetic nature of quirks as a result of his own quirk's usage. While the two were talking, Eraserhead was awkwardly following them in silence. He'd rather be sleeping in the teacher's lounge. They went through the party hall, which has 5 tables, each with 8 seats, and a small stage for musicians or karaoke. After that they visited the 2 visitors' bedrooms and Izuku finally learned the location of the apartment's main bathroom, because he really needed to take a PSS. After Izuku left the bathroom, they went back to the living room, which was a large room with a 9-seat couch, a large TV with stereo and sound systems, a fireplace with a nearby armchair, and a set of 3 bookcases. Finally they went to the library, which has a dark wooden double door. When they finally opened it, Izuku was agape in amazement. This is amazing. I can feel over 2,800 books here. There's so many books. He looked at the first bookshelf, seeing 3 books with a title in Cyrillic. Wait, are those copies of the 6 volumes of the first edition of Tolstoy's War and Peace in original Russian? He then shifted his head to a book with a blue cover. And is that a copy of the first edition of Ulysses with the original blue paper front wrapper bound in? Yes, you're correct. Those are extremely rare books I keep within my collection. Each of those are, if I remember, almost or over 300 years old. So yes, your guess is precise. Those are the first editions of prized pieces of literature. Nezu answered, complimenting his student-turned-son's analysis. He then shifted his gaze to the first row of bookshelves. And over there we have copies of pre-Quirk era comic books. Extremely rare, but also extremely well preserved despite their age being in some cases well over 200 years old. I've read some of those online, but seeing them physically is so exuberating. I'm facing extremely important pieces of human cultural history. Izuku declared enthusiastically, almost not believing what he saw. He turned his head towards the bookshelves behind him, incredulous at the extremely paradigm-shifting book he noticed was on the shelf. An original first-edition copy of George Orwell's 1984. One of the most important novels in the history of the dystopian genre. Oh no, the two biggest geniuses in the history of Japan have been unleashed. Aizawa sighed, heading towards the library door. I'm going back to the teacher's lounge and taking a nap. I know, right? Orwell's work was essential in defining dystopia as we know it today. The hopelessness that the reader feels at the end when Winston declares to love Big Brother is tantalizing and helps us realize the dangers of an overreaching, all-encompassing authoritarian state. The rodent comments on the masterful work of literature. Yeah, and it is even more evident how much it impacts our era, and how scary such a reality would be. Quirks are something that makes every person unique. Such widespread individuality would never be allowed under Oceania. The black hole-eyed boy added to his guardian's words. Izuku had read the book once before. While he did love to read it, it also left a certain impact in his ideas. The entirety of the work is relevant to the modern day, since in a way, how we think and act in relation to quirks is deeply guided by the state. Correct, and while said control enacted by the HPSC is not as all-encompassing and widespread as Oceania's hold over their society, it is similar in principle. The principle noted in agreement. The usage of quirks, even in a non-violent and CNS way, in public is strictly regulated to a point where even kids playing with their quirks can, potentially, be arrested for illegal quirk use. While on the other side, society is being influenced more and more towards a quirkist perspective, which completely ignores people's other qualities. One doesn't need an intelligence quirk to be smart or knowledgeable. However, those with said quirks are given the priority in academic jobs even if another person without a similar quirk happens to be more qualified. All of those problems are propped up by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Unfortunately, our society is in part ruled by an extremely corrupt and prejudiced organization that is intent on maintaining the decadent status quo by all and any methods. The Greenette pointed out with a sad tone. But his mood quickly shifted, an idea cooking up in his head. However, they will eventually fail. I'm sure of it. Oh, I'm all ears, dear Izuku-chan. Netsu gleed in pride. He was curious as to his apprentice's plan. Rapid technological development at a disruptive level. My quirk gives me a level of technical knowledge that is unrivaled, so why not put it to good use? Taking down the HPSC when the time is right, making it more publicly accountable and more transparent with their activities. Izuku declared. Creating parallel authorities that undermine the Safety Commission. Developing technologies that will allow us to lobby the Diet for widespread reforms. Researching for ways to equalize the differences between individuals based purely on quirks. Of course, this is a long-term project, but I believe it can be done. Netsu is proud. His apprentice has come a long way since they met 1 year prior. He has grown into an extremely intelligent and scheming, although very well-intentioned and good-hearted boy. There are a few issues with the plan, but it's overall solid. We can discuss it more in depth another time. But I've to say, I'm very proud of such an idea. I need to introduce you to my world conquest plans in the meantime. The rodent crackled. Although the last bit was more comedic, I'm happy as an educator. Although I do believe us two together could possibly conquer the entire world, I do not see the need for such actions. You almost had me there. I was going to start writing an analysis of the world's defensive capabilities. Midoriya set in. Disappointment. You can still do it even if only for fun. You never know when there's going to be an alien invasion and we are unprepared. Netsu reassured the boy. Just how many contingency plans do you have? Izuku asked. Over 1 million, of course. The prairie dog said with a smile. One must always be prepared for any eventualities. September 9, 2178. Good morning, Midoriya. Inui Ryo, more commonly known as the hunting dog hero, Hound Dog spoke as Izuku entered his office. The young greenette still thought it was strange to see the hero outside of his costume, but the first time he met the pro without his professional garments, when Izuku had asked, Inui had responded that it was to provide a safer and calmer environment to both patient and therapist. Casual clothing went a long way in creating such an environment. Now that he was the patient, he was forced to agree. I hope that your day has been nice. Good morning, Inui-san. Midoriya greeted in return. He gave a polite smile and a bow before sitting on the couch. Everyone here is nice and all. I just miss Mom a lot. That's understandable, it's not easy to deal with the loss of a parent. The dog-like therapist nodded in understanding. Tell me, what was your mother like? She was the best mom I could ever ask for. He answered, whilst keeping his tears at bay. However, his eyes clearly dim in colorfulness and in light, which Hound Dog took notice of. She had this gentle aura around her, this feeling that everything would be okay because she was there to protect me. She was always there to bring me up when I cried. She was always there to help my friends when they needed help sorting their feelings out. She helped everyone she could help, but most importantly she was there for me. Izuku stared at the ceiling. His heart felt cold and void, and at the same time it felt warm. Conflicting sensations fighting against one another, the happy memories against the understanding that she's gone forever. But she could be scary and strict when needed, mostly to protect my friends and I from bad people. She was amazing. Inui wrote down some notes, whilst humming in understanding on Midoriya's emotional state. You really love your mother. Izuku stared at him confused as to what that meant. That's not a bad thing. A close relationship between child and parent is very positive for their emotional development. Now, tell me, how would you say you're dealing with everything that has happened? I'd like to say I've been dealing with it well, but it feels fake. My smiles feel forced and only done out of formality. He couldn't find ways to describe this conflict between emotions, positive and negative, deep inside his soul. He took a long time, breathing in and out while thinking. Am I supposed to feel like this? Like a twisting vortex that mixes anger, sadness, and loss with the happy memories I have of her. He gets run over by grief and guilt. But I just feel like I'm the reason she died. The therapist could see what Izuku meant by that. He was torn between moving forward and grieving. You're not the reason she's gone. She died protecting you so you could keep on living. She died for you, not because of you. But most importantly, Hound Dog paused for a second, looking at Izuku with understanding eyes. Not pity, but understanding. What do you think you should feel like? I should be crying, but I promised her. I promised her I'd be strong and that I'd continue my life and be happy. And then it clicked. Hound Dog could now see why Izuku was torn, but he waited. Meanwhile, Izuku did not realize the long pauses he took while sorting out what to say. How can I even do that? I'm just a child. I do not believe that she said to you to not cry, she just didn't have the time to talk to you properly. He deconstructed the conflict, causing Izuku to have his eyes widened. From what you've told me, I see that she wanted you to find happiness after her departure. In no moment did she tell you not to grieve. That made sense, Izuku now realized. He'd cry more, even if he'd work to appear strong when seeing others. Grieving is an important part of sorting those feelings out. When you don't let yourself grieve, you prevent those feelings from being understood and managed properly by your brain. Tell me, will you go to her funeral? I will, she would have wanted that much. Izuku answered, his head resting on the couch that he was laid on. That's good. You really need it. Inui wrote down some notes and then clicked his pen. Look, I can't tell you how you should feel because the way people deal with loss, even more so a traumatic loss, is different from one another. Your emotional response is unique to you and you alone. But he then lets his paperboard down into his lap. Be aware that there are people around you who care about you. You're not to blame for what happened. Midoriya looked at Inui's face, trying to figure out what the therapist meant. But how do I deal with all of this? Everyone has different coping mechanisms, but I can offer some that you can try out. Inui then picked an empty notebook off his shelf and handed it to the green-haired patient. Keep a photo album and journal of her. Write down the memories that you shared with her, the stories she told you, among other things. Talk about what you loved about her, what annoyed you, and other things you cared about when it came to her. He writes down some notes down in his own notebook once again. I will talk with Nedzu for the exact schedule of the sessions. But hopefully, I'll see you next week. Already? Did it really go this quickly? Midoriya asked in confusion with the session already being done. You need some time to sort out what we discussed, so continuing today would be fruitless. Hound Dog commented in response, then he pointed to the clock. Also, it was not that quick, we spent half an hour already. Izuku could only stare at the clock. Did he not realize the passage of time? How? I left you alone with your thoughts when you went quiet so you could sort your feelings out. The therapist answered with a calm tone. Silence and time can be just as powerful tools in healing the mind as talking and expressing our feelings and worries. Kevin, I remember reading that in one of my books. He accepted Inui's explanation, then stood up and walked in the direction of the office door. Before you go, pup, I have one thing to tell you. Inui interrupted Izuku while he opened the door. Don't forget that you have Nedzu and your friends. Talk to them when you need it, never forget to reach out to the people you trust. I won't. Then Izuku opened the door before looking back towards the dog-quirked pro-hero with a soft smile filled with gratitude. Thank you, Inui-san. And with that left the counselor's office, closing the door behind him as he walked away. September 12, 2178. It was the day of the funeral. None of the funeral ceremonies had yet been conducted, not even the ritual of the water of the last moment, Matsugo no Mizu, had been made. Thankfully, the morgue where Inko's body had been kept had a worker with a body preservation quirk that kept the body of the deceased person from decaying or drying up, having to be reapplied every 48 hours, but thanks to that the ceremonies that needed to enacted would still be possible. The method was chosen over embalming because that way the body could be buried unaltered. Due to the events that followed her death, the Matsugo no Mizu was still not possible to be enacted. The ceremony was to be done shortly before or after the death of the person. It had already been almost a month since Inko's death. Today everyone was dressed in black. Izuku was wearing a black suit, with a white shirt and a black tie, the same as all men in the funeral ceremony. He had recognized some of the people present. There were the Bakuga family, Nedzu, the Ozawa family, the UA staff, some of the heroes involved in the Loader incident, his third cousin, who to his mother was her second cousin, Chisaki Kai, who alongside the suit was also wearing a black face mask, and his former school teachers, and some others he couldn't recognize, likely her coworkers. One of those he couldn't recognize called his attention, a tall man with black hair and freckles wearing a very expensive suit who was alongside a young teenager with a very light blue hair color, almost white. Well, the older man's hair wasn't actually black, it was white, but Izuku recognized that it was covered in dye. The man attracted his attention because he seemed familiar, similar in appearance to Izuku. It was likely just a distant relative. The Bakuga family was actually really close to where he was, so close in fact that Uncle Masaru had his hand on Izuku's left shoulder for emotional support. Kaken was to his right, with Auntie Mitsuki, and to her left was Nedzu, who looked to be in a mixture of sadness and solemn duty. It was hard to read the rodent's emotions. He had different tells from humans. It was early in the morning. They were right outside his old apartment building. Apparently it was part of tradition for the person to spend one last night at home before the funeral could truly begin. He didn't understand why, not really, but apparently it has something to do with letting the person spend one last night at their bed or something like that. His mother's body was lying on a nicely decorated wooden platform, ready for the procession to begin. Izuku turned around and shoved his face into his uncle's suit. He started crying. Want to go back, T2. Everything is going to be okay. His uncle's voice gently reminded him. We are here for you, Izuku-kun. They boy noticed the change in honorifics, from Chan to Kurin, but gave no attention to it. He continued crying, hugging his honorary uncle tightly. The procession is gonna start. Do you want to hold my hand? He nodded in response and took his uncle's right hand. Izuku then dried up his tears using his own right hand. To Masaru's left was Auntie Mitsuki, who was also holding Kaken's hand. I just wish she was still alive. I wish I didn't have to see her like this. He spoke among the hiccups from his sobbing moments earlier. Beeb, she's never to live again. Izuku looked again at the platform his mother's body was atop. One of the people helping carry it for the procession was again the man from before, the one with wavy black hair and freckles, and on the other side of the platform was Cousin Kai. The two were part of a group of 14 who were transporting the body from the apartment block to the Catholic church where the actual funeral would be held. His mother was dressed in a snow-white kimono. She was as beautiful in death as she was in life. The priest, alongside his pages, approached her body on the platform and started sprinkling holy water over her. Out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Lord. The old and tall Father Arakaki Yoshiyuki, his hair gray due to his advanced age, started reciting, Lord, hear my voice, let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplications. If thou, Lord, shouldest mark iniquities, O Lord, who shall stand? But there is forgiveness with thee, that thou mayest be feared. Izuku recognized what the priest was quoting, as the older man was sprinkling holy water over his mother's casket. It was Psalm 130, also known as De Profundis, usually recited during funerals alongside the antiphon Si iniquitates. That was what was happening here. I wait for the Lord, my soul doth wait, and in his word do I hope. My soul waiteth for the Lord more than they that watch for the morning. I say, more than they that watch for the morning. That meant the procession was about to start. Let Israel hope in the Lord, for with the Lord there is mercy, and with him is plenteous redemption. And he shall redeem Israel from all his iniquities. And with the recitation ended, the procession to the church could start in earnest. The slow march of those who wished to watch the funeral began. The atmosphere of the moment was solemn, sovereign, and heavy. None of those present wished for that funeral to be needed, but it was, unfortunately, necessary. This was the last funeral out of the many that were held following the Lotaru incident, including a large memorial event that was held in Mizudafu City Park, which had the presence of All Might himself. Izuku tuned out from the priest and clergy's voice. All he could do was cry in silence, his heart overcome by grief. But nonetheless Father Arakaki continued, this time intoning the antiphon Exultabant Domino, as the man recited Psalm 51, Miserere. The verse had something to do with repentance of one's sins, but Izuku couldn't care much at the moment. He just wanted his mother back. Upon arriving at the church, the antiphon was repeated. The procession took 15 minutes to arrive at the local Christian church. He never gave much thought to religion, but his mother, unlike most in Japan, came from a Christian family and wished for her funeral to be held in a Christian church in a mix between Christian and Japanese traditions. Izuku himself was baptized at birth in accordance to Christian doctrine, but ever since his quirk came in he stopped feeling a deep connection with the spiritual side, following it more out of duty and respect to his mother than genuine belief. The whole way there Izuku was silently crying, tears falling down his face as he walked. Once in there the church staff switched the white kimono her body was wearing for a long Western-style black dress, and when that was done she was transferred to an intricately decorated coffin made of cherry wood and Japanese oak with a large sculpted cross symbol. The coffin was packed with dry ice and her face was covered by a glass window. It was orientated in a way that her feet pointed east and her head west, apparently a Catholic tradition that while not obligatory was still followed by some. Around the coffin was a large arrangement of flowers, lights, and Christian symbols, from crosses to simplified fish. An odd mixture between traditional Japanese and modern Christian symbolism. It was strange to see the mishmash of traditions and rituals from two different cultural backgrounds, but it was unique. It fits what his mother would have wanted. He just stared as the priest approached. The same priest who held the mass his mother would go to almost every Sunday. He started to recite the responsorial subvenite, but while that happened Izuku felt Kaken grip his shoulder. Katsuki looked Izuku in the eyes. "Zuku, are you okay?" he asked, the voice's tone showing clear concern. "You look awful." "No. Every time I look there I feel terrible." Izuku then pointed at the coffin his mother was inside. "Why did they kill her? Why didn't they kill both of us to save me the pain?" Zuku, everyone is sad Auntie is dead, but we're all happy that you're still here. Bakogu comforted his best friend. Remember when you said I was your hero and like a brother to you? I feel the FING same about you. We have been together since we were shitty little babies that cried more than anything. That caused a chuckle out of Midoriya, who quickly returned to sulking. See? I wish she were still alive. Izuku sighed, his body feeling like lead. That is until Kakin hugged him. I wish the same, shitty nerd. The explosive boy said while ruffling the greenette's hair. He then held the other's hand. Let's go, the mass is about to start. Okay, let's go. The two then sat in the benches the closest to the altar. Nedzu sat on Izuku's left, giving the boy the silence he needed at the moment. The boy respected that. He needed some space to gather his thoughts after Kakin had cheered him up a little bit. The ash blonde sat to his right, and further right sat Uncle Masaru and Auntie Mitsuki. These four were his family now that his mother, was gone, and that felt okay. Sad, but he could see himself eventually accepting this new reality. Shortly after, the 5 people stood up, and so everyone else started to stand up as well. The priest walked then in front of the gathered crowd who were standing, spread across the benches of the church. We gather today here in the name of Jesus Christ who died and was raised to the glory of God the Father. Grace and mercy be with you all. Would you please sit? And as such, all sat down. Now, first of all, I welcome all of you here in the Church of St. Francis Xavier to celebrate the life and death of Midoriya Izuku, a dedicated mother and a friend to us all. The priest nodded in the direction of Midoriya Izuku, who was downtrodden at the recent death of his mother. But this is not merely a celebration, for we are here today. We are also here to give thanks to a life well lived and to commend her to God. We shall commit her body to be cremated and comfort one another in our grief. And as such the funeral mass started. Father Arakaki started the mass by reciting the office of the dead, ending each psalm with the Requiem Aeternam. Eternal rest give to them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. The recitation done, the absolution of the dead could start, so the priest started to recite. Enter not into judgment with thy servant, O Lord, for in thy sight shall no man be justified, save thou grant him remission of all his sins. Therefore, let not, we beseech thee, the sentence thou pronouncest in judgment fall heavily upon one whom the faithful prayer of thy Christian people commends to thee, but rather, by the help of thy grace, may she be found worthy to escape the judgment of condemnation, who in this lifetime was sealed with the seal of the Holy Trinity. Which was followed by the church choir with the responsory, Libera me Domini, followed by, Kyrie eleison, Christ eleison, Kyrie eleison. Meanwhile Arakaki prepared the thurible. He then said out loud in Latin, Pater Noster, and then continued the Lord's Prayer in a lower volume, while walking around the coffin and sprinkling over it holy water and incensing it with the thurible. After the prayer was finished, the priest continued to walk around the coffin, while versicles and responses were recited by both the priest and the people present at the service. When the incensing was complete, Father Arakaki walked back to the altar to recite the final prayer of the Mass, the prayer of absolution. O God, whose property is ever to have mercy and to spare, we humbly beseech thee on behalf of thy handmaid, which thou hast called out of the world, that thou wouldst not deliver her into the hands of the enemy, nor forget her forever, but command that she be taken up by thy holy angels and borne to our home in paradise, that having put her hope and trust in thee, she will not suffer the pains of hell, but may come to the possession of eternal joys. He paused, looking at the gathered individuals sitting on the benches. Let us go in peace to live out the word of God. At this moment the 14 people who had ferried the coffin to the church were called to the altar, so they could transport her body to the funerary car that was destined to the church's cemetery. While that happened, the antiphon in Paradisum was sung. After the Mass ended, Izuku stood up from his seat. He didn't know how to feel. He felt some relief and closure. He could understand that his mother was dead and there was nothing he could do to change it, at least for now. Maybe somewhere across the multiverse there was a way to reverse death, but it was for now outside of his knowledge. For now, he felt closure, but also sadness and a little survivor's guilt for having survived the Lotaru ward attacks. She's really gone, isn't she? Yes, little pup, she is. Netsu spoke, while holding Izuku's hand. And there's nothing we can do to change it. The rodent then handed a paper handkerchief to Izuku, who blew his nose into it and then threw the paper at the trash bin. Let's go, the Bakugus are waiting so we can go to the cemetery. And the two walked to the Bakugu family's SUV. Izuku-kun. Auntie Mitsuki called out his name after he sat with Kaken in the back seat. I want you to know that we are here, okay? Okay, Auntie Suki. Izuku responded in agreement, but he had something to ask. How was Mom before I was born? She was a strong and independent woman who found the perfect match for herself and your father. The two together could be quite scary. I can't remember exactly what he worked on, but it had something to do with quirk research if I remember correctly. She told him as Masaru drove the car. There was this time, back in her last year of college and in my second year, where your mother punched a guy in the gut during a party. Apparently the man was harassing a classmate of hers. That was the first time we met actually. We bonded over her punching an a-hole. Wait, Auntie punched someone in college? Katsuki questioned in disbelief. Oh yeah, back in college she used to get herself in fights sometimes. She was quite ferocious then. She explained. She only mellowed out after she married Hisashi and had Izuku. Izuku chuckled at that. Mom could be quite scary when she needed to be. He smiled then, one of the first times he did so that day. How did she meet my father? That was another funny one. You see, the company your father worked for was actually being sued at the time, and they hired Inko to be his lawyer. Of course she won the case, but that's not important right now. Mitsuki started telling. Your father and her ran into each other during one of the breaks during the court trial, and it caused her to drop a stack of papers. Hisashi helped her pick it up and the two started talking. Their personalities were compatible and they liked similar topics, although Hisashi's way of speaking was a bit old-fashioned and he could be quite a scary man. She fondly retold the old times tale. They agreed to meet again later that day and the rest is history. After they married your mom retired, but after your father's death she got a job in the company he used to work for. That's so simple and small. Izuku nodded in acceptance. I thought it would be more epic and grand. Not everything needs to be a grand tale of romance, little pup. Netsu responded. Sometimes the longest-lasting relationships are those that are the products of the smallest of conversations. That's how I met Mitsuki. Uncle Masaru added while parking the car into the cemetery's parking space. It was lunch break back in the fashion agency. Mitsuki and I sat at the same time that day and started a casual conversation. I can't even remember what the conversation was about, but we became friends and after that we started dating. He commented. After that came marriage and eventually little Katsuki. Oh shut up, I'm not little. Katsuki swore. Mitsuki sighed in frustration at Katsuki's swear, but took a deep breath and calmed down. Remember your anger management classes and all the therapy sessions? You do not want to become like your own parents, do you? There were many good stories from when we were younger. You can ask about them anytime you want. As she spoke, Masaru finally found a spot to park at and then the car stopped moving. Anyway, let's get going. We don't want to be late to the burial. The five made their way out the car, following the path to where the casket was being transported to the burial site. They remained silent, out of respect for the solemn moment. They gathered around the dugout gravesite, the casket suspended by cables before being lowered into its final resting place. Father Arakaki moved forward and sprinkled once again holy water over the casket. Receive the Lord's blessing. The Lord bless you and watch over you. The Lord make his face shine upon you, and be gracious to you. The Lord look kindly on you and give you peace, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. He paused, a single tear running down his left cheek. Today we give Midoriya Izuku, dear friend to us all, a dedicated and loving mother, and a devoted follower of the Lord, our goodbyes. He gently cast the cross signal over the casket. Lord, show compassion to your people in their sorrow. Lift us from the darkness of this grief to the peace and light of your presence. Amen. The crowd responded. The priest then joined the crowd, and Izuku walked forward. He had in his hand a bouquet of red spider lilies, sweet peas, red camellias, and a few aster, but most importantly than all of those were the bundle of bluebells in the center. Mom always loved flowers. Of all of them, bluebells were her favorite. She used to say that they meant gratitude in the Hanakatoba. He started to say, a few tears flowing down his eyes, the orange and yellow of his iris dim and diminute. She taught me how the aster meant remember, how red camellia meant both love and a graceful death, that the red spider lily meant knowing you won't ever meet someone again, that the sweet pea meant a goodbye. He put the flowers in his hand over the casket. He started to sob. But she won't be there to teach me those nice things anymore. And she won't be there to watch me grow up. He cleaned his tear-stained face. Goodbye, Mom, I'll forever miss you. He then walked back over to Nezu and the Bakuga family. The other four hugged him tightly. After the hug, Mitsuki spoke. Inko was the best friend I could have asked for. She was a strong, yet kind soul, one that never backed down from a just fight, but who would do her best to help others who were in need. She held back tears, but her expression showed clear pain and sadness. She will be missed dearly. One by one, different people gave their words about Midoriya Inko, until the final person said their goodbyes. After that, the casket was slowly lowered into the grave, dirt being thrown over it. Most of them left for the reception in the Bakuga family's house, but some left to go home. The reason it wouldn't be held in the Midoriya apartment was because it is too small to accommodate the guests, so the Bakugo family volunteered to hold the post-funeral celebration. Izuku meanwhile felt relief. He had the chance to tell her goodbye, even if posthumously. He felt like a massive height had been removed from his heart, like the void of confusion had mostly cleared out. He still felt sadness, but it was subdued. In its place, a sense of calm and bittersweet longing grew. It was certainly better than before. Not all left for the wake though, for one person stayed at the cemetery, as everyone else left. It was the same man that Izuku had thought was familiar, the one with a freckled face and wavy white hair, although dyed in black for the occasion. He put his left hand over the gravestone, while his right hand was holding onto the hand of a black-haired and red-eyed 12-year-old boy. Inko, dear, I'm sorry I was too late to protect you. A few tears fell into the ground. He kept his composure because he knew Tenko needed him to be strong. He felt terrible for not managing to be present in his family's public life, that he had to hide from Izuku, but there were too many unfinished business for him to deal with in the criminal world to retire just yet. But because of those unfinished businesses, he wasn't there to protect his own wife from death. I could not anticipate what happened, and for that I'm deeply sorry. But you may rest in peace. The boy who was holding Hisashi's hand left a flower over the grave's dirt. I'll make sure Izuku is safe and that the people who killed you will never again have the chance to hurt anyone else. I'll protect Tenko and raise him the best I can and make sure he doesn't have to follow in my footsteps, all in your honor. Mom, I have a lot of regrets right now. I regret not having been able to have met my younger brother. I regret not having seen the day our family could be reunited as a single unit again, but most importantly, I regret not having been there to help you the way you helped me and gave me a second chance. Midoriya Tenko, adopted son of the shadow ruler of Japan's criminal underworld, laid down his sight at the grave of his adoptive mother, tears flowing down from his eyes. Goodbye, Mom. I know that you're not part of my birth family, but you and Dad showed me love and care for all these years since you found me in that alleyway. He paused his breathing to control a hiccup, before continuing to speak. I hope to be someone you can be proud of. I hope I can be a good Nezen player too should I ever meet with him. But for most, I thank you for giving me a family when I had just lost the original. I wish we didn't have to keep me a secret from Izuku, but I always trusted your judgment. He's now somewhere safe, with people he trusts and cares about. I just wish we could have been a united family, without being forced to split up like we were, one where double lives weren't necessary for the protection of our children. I will miss you a lot, Inko. Hisashi was sure of one thing: the Brotherhood of Jehudi will pay for their transgressions they will have for killing his wife and attempting to kidnap his youngest. He sighed as a dark purple misty portal opened behind him and Hisashi cleaned the tears off his face. Let's go, Tenko. A bureau is here to pick us up. Let's go. The boy hesitantly conceded, aware that no matter how much he cried he could never turn the dice of fate. Then the two stepped through the mist. Izuku had gone to sleep in his new bed, in his new bedroom, in his new home. The day was exhausting. Mentally, physically, and emotionally. And now he once again found himself in that gray misty realm that he had dreamed of at the end of his 2-week-long coma. How was it? The other Izuku asked, the one he had met back in his coma. The funeral, I mean. It made me very tired, but it kinda helped me? The original Izuku spoke, the one who had previously been in coma. I feel like a huge height was removed from my chest, kinda like. I've accepted that those things happened and there's no going back. It was similar to how I felt at my own mom's funeral. The other mentioned, sympathizing with the original struggle. I can't remember the details really well because it was 2 years ago and unlike you I don't have a perfect photographic memory, but I can remember how I felt really well. It felt confusing and terrible at first. I only wanted to go home with Uncle Mirai, but at the end I felt acceptance, I felt relief and comprehension, I felt like there was no going back and only going forward. He paused for a moment, trying to remember something. My uncle says that's because I was processing my grief. Apparently funerals are really important in that process. Izuku stared at the other Izuku. He was puzzled by one detail of the other's rambling. How'd you know I never forget anything? I watched a lot about your life, dummy. They explained while smiling. You forgot my quirk? I can watch other universes. I just watch back some of your life after I found you existed and could talk to me. Oh right. He deadpans and then facepalms. I'm supposed to be a genius, but I couldn't think of something so simple. It's okay. I'm like that sometimes. The other chuckles at their similarities. Great minds think alike. He quotes. Anyway, it was strange watching the funeral. Your mother's family is Christian, right? Yeah, Mom's family are Catholic Christians, that's why she received a Catholic burial, but Dad was Buddhist, I think. Izuku answered. I grew up in a Catholic household because Dad died really early, before my quirk came in, so I don't remember how he was. All I knew of him was through Mom. The other Izuku knew, from watching their life, that First's mother was hiding a lot from Izuku, more so regarding his father, but he realized that it was not his job to reveal such a thing. So he decided to bring up a different subject. Can I call you First? I mean, you're the first person from another universe I've ever spoken to, and I don't really have a way of calling you in my mind except for the other me, which gets annoying really quickly. It's okay, I guess. First agreed, it was good to have something to call one another. Can I call you Second then? I need a way to call you too, and thinking other me is also getting really awkward. Wouldn't that imply that you're at the top of the pyramid? Second questioned with giggling, thinking about lines or pyramid charts. Not really. Think of the multiverse as an infinitely large cake. The second slice of the cake, you in this case, could be the best and biggest of them all. He responded using a comparison, entirely misunderstanding that he was getting teased. First doesn't imply better, just as second doesn't imply worse. Both can be equal in standing. It's like the saying, first among equals. The other laughed awkwardly. He did not expect that answer. I like the way you think. Food is always a good analogy. He smiled. He was sure they'd make good friends eventually. I've got to go now. I need to wake up soon. Good morning then. Have a nice day. I hope we manage to meet again. First, they gave each other a warm goodbye as the two went their separate ways, not to meet again until a month and a half later. September 19th, 2178. So we're here to test the new capabilities of my quirk? Izuku asked Eraserhead, who was using the weekend break to help Izuku learn how to control his awakened quirk, and what are its limits. Said awakening of course being the result of the events surrounding his mother's recent death. In UA training area? Yes, that way we don't risk hurting any students in case anything goes wrong. And just for safety, we have a recovery girl on the ready to treat any injuries. Aizawa responded, slightly less tired than usual. We'll start with a series of objects of different sizes, starting with the marbles and ending with the 0-pointer over there. He said, pointing at the executor class robot, towering at over 60 meters in height. It's necessary to know your limits. but starting with the marbles will show how much fine control you have over them. So try to make the marbles fly. Okay. The green net responds, extending his hand causing the marbles to float and then stop midair. Oh, I see how I'm doing it. He brings his arm back down, but the marbles still float. That proves that the telekinesis doesn't require physical triggers to work, only mental ones. And it's not really telekinesis, but rather a really fine level of gravity manipulation. I'm manipulating the fabric of space-time by stretching and compressing it as a form of gravitational warping, while also at the same time using gravitons to accelerate them in the opposite direction of the gravitational pull of the Earth. So, in a sense, I'm manipulating both position and gravity at the same time, instead of just position. I should try not manipulating gravity, instead manipulating the momentum of the marbles. And just as he said that, the marbles fell a few centimeters, but Izuku quickly regained control and they rose back up. So I can use telekinesis in two ways: gravity manipulation and momentum manipulation. The first can be useful to theoretically send things faster than the speed of light, since they technically be in the same place while space is being warped around them. I'm going to test it. He concentrated in one of the marbles, increasing its momentum while at the same time producing a warp bubble around the object, the simultaneous effects causing a sonic boom as the object accelerated in the direction of space. And it works. How fast is it going, problem child? Aizawa asked, a little more tired than before. It's going at 1.5 times faster than the speed of light in a practical sense. In reality, it's moving at 1% the speed of light while space around it is being warped to give the illusion of going FTL. It should keep going at that speed until it leaves my range of control. Izuku said, but then he suddenly went silent, realizing the scope of what he just did. And I just accidentally proved that FTL drives are possible by using a method similar to the Alcubierre warp drive. Nedzu-san and I will need to write a paper detailing the exact method later and how to build it. Okay, we now have an approximate idea of how fast they can possibly go, that is faster than light. Aizawa sighed in annoyance, not at the boy but at how bullshit his quirk seemed to be now that it had awakened. Let's see if you can keep it at a reasonable speed that's useful every day. Okay, sensei. The boy responded dutifully. Another marble rose up from the ground, this time moving around Izuku at a speed of about 0.1 meters a second. Seems reasonable enough. I have enough control of the speed that I can accelerate it and quickly slow it down. He said, as the marble accelerated into the speed of light and then decelerated into a full stop a few millimeters before it hit the wall of one of Ground Beta's buildings. We have enough of an idea of how much control over an object's speed you have. Now let's try going with bigger objects. The underground hero suggested. The faster they finished the tests with telekinesis, the faster they could try to use other possible powers. Since Izuku's quirk gives him an understanding of reality itself and how its structure within a range, now that it has been awakened it could possibly give him the ability to manipulate reality, with telekinesis being one of the easier manifestations of reality warping. Yes, sir. Izuku once again complied with the suggestion from the teacher. One by one he repeated the routine of testing speed and fine control with different objects. He moved a baseball at over the speed of sound across ground gamma, then a bowling ball crashed at a building kilometer away from them, although still in the training area, at a speed of 4 kilometers, going from object to object, increasingly bigger until they got to manipulating the zero-pointer. I'm going to throw it into orbit, around Jupiter. Whatever, just get this done with so we can be finished for today. Aizawa said, sleepiness sneaking through his voice, and he yawned. At his permission, the zero-pointer started to float, rapidly accelerating until it went out of sight. It's going at 5 times the speed of light at the moment. I'm going to slow it down so it enters a safe orbit around Jupiter once it arrives in less than 2 minutes. Izuku commented. He was now stretching his limbs as a way of relaxing after doing something that didn't tire him at all. By the way, the original marble has finally gone out of range after it crossed the entire Kuiper belt. You did all of that while at the same time controlling the original marble? And you didn't get tired at all? Aizawa asked, and he was clearly dumbfounded. Yep. Also, I'm not tired at all, I feel like I could do this all day actually. The kid responded. I think I could control a lot more objects at once without feeling any exhaustion at all. And for some reason I haven't had the need to sleep ever since I woke up from the coma. I mean, I have slept since, but more out of desire to sleep rather than physiological need to sleep. Thanks, now I envy your lack of tiredness. The teacher sighed. And I think we can add unlimited stamina to the list of abilities your quirk now grants you. We should probably get a checkup by Recovery Girl on you, to see how your body responds to what would give other people deep exhaustion. Okay, but I've got a feeling that it will show that I'm completely fine. The 9-year-old added. By the way, how did you manage to reduce the intensity of the sonic booms or stop the air from overheating from friction? Aizawa asks, curious about how the boy managed to reduce the possible side effects of his quirk. Well, air is made of matter, sound travels through matter, and telekinesis can control matter. So I used telekinesis to control the movement of the air molecules to prevent them from producing sonic waves. The young genius explains in a straightforward manner. Meanwhile, heat is merely the rate at which atoms vibrate, and said vibration can be reduced once again through telekinesis as it's a product of movement. Sorry, but what? Aizawa speaks, his voice tone slightly louder than usual. But he recomposes and sighs. We can add temperature control and sound manipulation to your quirk's list of abilities. And we discovered all of that just by testing your telekinesis, problem child. I guess so. Izuku continues to follow Aizawa in the direction of the nurse's office. So, Izuku-chan, how was your quirk assessment with Aizawa-san? Netsu asked as they both were eating katsudon, Izuku's favorite, for dinner. From what I did there, we are going to need to write a whole scientific paper and figure out how to actually build an Alcubierre warp drive. Izuku answered in a monotone. He was serious about writing the paper. It would probably be worth a Nobel Prize in physics for all he knows. During the assessment I managed to generate a space-time warp field around the objects I was controlling and then sent the same objects at a speed that in practice was superior to that of the speed of light, although technically I did not break the barrier. So, I proved warp travel is possible by sending a zero-pointer to Jupiter's orbit at 5 times the speed of light. Wow, first day of assessment and we've already broken a few conventions on the laws of physics. I think for the first time since the dawn of quirks we're seeing progress in a field that isn't in quirkology. The rodent said, impressed, he was proud of his adopted child's accomplishment in his first time using his quirk to a serious degree. If you need any help writing the paper, I can help. We can later ask Powerloader's help to make the warp drive as experimental proof. Heh, sounds fun. By the way, I accept the offer for help. I've never written a scientific paper before, so that'll be a first. The boy agreed with his guardian's suggestion. On the topic of asking Powerloader's help, would it be better to go straight to Island for something this big? Only if you want to get yourself stuff in the machinery of corporate control over anything you develop. You don't want to find yourself in the same hole that Dr. David Shield fell in, do you? Netsu politely asked, knowing full well that Island for all its resources is also a trap for young minds. Also, Powerloader is on the same level as some of the best Island engineers and inventors, the only difference being access to funding, which I can gladly increase for such a project. I guess not. Island really doesn't seem like a good idea now that I think about it. Powerloader it is then. The Greenette thinks more on the topic, remembering Netsu's mention of increased funding. Wait, just how much money do you have available? If I remember, most of UA's budget comes from your hands. Considering the dozens of companies I own, alongside my wide array of investments through multiple accounts in banks and stock exchanges around the world, I'd say I have over $200 billion in assets, which is about 20% the net worth of the world's current richest person. The principal answered almost in glee. But he controlled himself. It's not every day that you drop on a child the fact that they were adopted by the world's 15th richest person. Although of course this is purely in assets. When taking liquidity into account, I'd say I've around $12 billion in liquid assets to spend a year without reducing my overall net worth. I think it should be easy to spend a few $1 million in an investment such as a FTL drive. That is, if you already have the knowledge of whether it works or not. But I didn't think you were that rich. Izuku almost chokes on the Katsudon in shock. As I said, most of my wealth is spread across multiple accounts, some of them under pseudonymous identities. So rankings such as the one by Forbes don't know how much I actually have. Most of the biggest billionaires do the same as I do. It gives us more privacy and freedom to live our lives. That's how I can afford the time and liberty to be a high school principal. He clarified. Of course it wasn't the whole truth, but it covered the general details. Makes sense. Anyway, the real question isn't if it works, but rather if we have the resources to build it. The thing with creating warp fields without the assistance of a quirk is that they require creation of a negative mass or negative gravitational pull, which, although proven to be at least partially possible, has not yet been experimentally proven to be completely feasible. The black hole-eyed boy expounded the problem. That is, until we take my quirk into account, since it gives me a complete understanding of the fundamental laws of reality. I can assure that the creation of negative mass particles is possible and feasible, but it will require a lot of experimental technology to do. I can give Power Loader the schematics and the theory behind it, but I estimate that it will take about 3 months to actually build the equipment necessary to manufacture negative mass particles. Thankfully, the same equipment can also be used to prove the existence of gravitons and their negative counterparts, thus giving us 2 experimental proofs, or rather discoveries, of theoretical concepts in one package. We basically hit 2 birds with 1 stone with that one. Nedzu smiles in pride. Izuku had developed an entire plan of action with minimum external input. How couldn't he be proud? The boy just made one of the biggest scientific discoveries of the century in just the first 3 weeks of having his quirk awakened. You've really planned ahead, haven't you? If I remember correctly, negative mass particles are also needed to create stable wormholes. And according to brain theory, wormholes can breach the barriers between dimensions. So by creating a way to produce negative matter in bulk, we have a way to create stable travel between universes, and as such creating a path to fulfill my promise to number 2. Izuku completes his guardian's sentence. Number 2? That's the first time I hear you say that in reference to someone who isn't Endeavor. Nedza giggled. The fact was amusing to the rodent. I needed a way to refer to the version of me I spoke to while unconscious, so for now I'm calling them number 2. The child explained. I'll probably develop a code name system later to make the whole process simpler, alongside a letter number-based code for the many variants of myself. I think of calling myself Alpha 001, with the number corresponding to the order in which I met other versions of me. So number 2 would be Alpha 002. That's an interesting way of organizing it. It's good that you're already working on ways of identifying the versions of yourself you'll meet should we succeed in breaking the barriers between dimensions. The prairie dog couldn't be prouder of him. He taught him well. On another topic, we need to deal with the matter of your schooling. Don't tell me. I kinda want to go back to school, but considering everything going on, I think it would be better to skip grades. Thanks to the Kami for the education reform of 2058, now it's much easier to skip grades without the bureaucratic process that was done in the pre-quirk era. Izuku sighed. He had read about how education used to work before the size of quirks. Let's say that the education system wasn't very welcoming of academic prodigies. Maybe I can even get a few university degrees before the time I get to do the UA Hero course entrance exam. In that case, we can send a form to the MEXT requesting that you be given the opportunity to do all your elementary and middle school exams early, so we can get you started on the support course material. Nedzu proposed. That way, when you graduate from the support course material, you can go to Tokyo University or another institution to study for a university degree. I honestly believe you will be able to finish in a few short months after your tests, should, of course, the ministry approve, be complete, but I'd prefer if you take it at your own pace without feeling the need to rush it. Honestly, I've never felt more motivated for something relating to my own education than before. But Izuku thought about his elementary school. We should probably tell my school that I'm pulling out so I can be homeschooled. True, I had almost forgotten that detail. I will call them Monday morning to address that issue. The rodent responded. Should take too long. Thanks, Dad. Izuku showed his gratitude, while also finishing his bowl of katsudon. Well, this is unexpected. Netsu was surprised by the boy calling him Dad. It was unexpected to a very big degree. It's just that I feel comfortable saying that now. I've been living here for a week already, and as I said before, you've been pretty much a father to me for the last whole year. So it just felt right to call you that. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Even though I miss my father and can remember some stuff about him, he still died before my quirk came in, so most of my memories of him are foggy and faded. It's okay, I'm quite happy that you feel good saying so. Netsu petted Izuku's head. Remember what I said? You don't need to say anything you're not comfortable with. I understand how hard the past few weeks have been for you. You can't believe how happy I am that you have been able to move forward so fast, but never forget to look inwards and be sure that it's okay to not feel okay. I will remember that. Thanks, Dad. The boy assured his adoptive father. Now, I'm going to handle the dishes. You can go play a video game, read a book, or watch something if you want. In case you need anything, you can just call me. Netsu climbed down from his chair while Izuku handed him the dishes. Thanks, I'll be going to my room to watch a movie then. Izuku responded. This new life was starting to feel like a home, although he really wishes his mother was there. He doesn't think he will ever stop missing her, but she'll always be there in his memories, she'll always live on in his heart, and that is enough for Izuku to find happiness again. Thanks for the dinner, Dad. September 21st, 2178. Hello, this is Principal Miyahira Nori of Kurunasu Elementary School. Whom do I have the honor of speaking to? The voice of a polite man could be heard through the cell phone speakers. Hello, Miyahira-san. This is Principal Netsu of UA High School, Midoriya Izuku's legal guardian. The rodent spoke to his counterpart. Although from the tone of voice and the other principal's track record, he can be sure the man is a gentle soul, although not a very confident one. I'd like to talk to you in relation to my ward's continued schooling. Oh, of course. It's a shame what happened to him and his mother. I can remember very well how dedicated she was to her son's comfort and safety. I must say that she was one of the most welcoming parents I ever had the chance to meet in my career. The man spoke. I know how disrupting it can be to his education to lose her. Yes, unfortunately we have chosen to pull him out of your institution through no fault of his own or of your school. We just believe that it would be safer for Izuku to go through homeschooling after everything that happened. Netsu revealed the purpose of the conversation. I wish he could still go study elsewhere safely, but the risk to his life and safety would be too big after the Lotaru attack. I understand completely. Detective Tsukachi of Mizudafu Police has already informed me that he was one of the attack's targets, so I was already prepared for this eventuality. The elementary school principal agreed. Our school would be unable to defend him should the Brotherhood of Jehudi attack us as a means of capturing Midoriya. So we already have all the documentation prepared, we only require your signature. Thank you very much, I will be there tomorrow to sign the documents to officialize his transfer to homeschooling. The prairie dog informed him with a heavy heart. He wished that it was possible to keep Izuku in conventional schooling, but until the threat of the bot kidnapping Izuku was gone there was nothing he could do. Although, looking on the bright side, Katsuki and Tsutomu would be visiting Izuku today, so at least the boy would have his friends alongside him. This place is so overwhelming. Ozawa Tsutomu stuttered with the pressure of visiting UA High School for the first time. And he knew that he would be visiting it much more since Izuku now lived there. I never thought I would be visiting UA like this. What the mean, orange head? Katsuki barked in annoyance. He was honored to be stepping in UA long before he was even a student. And now that Izuku was being trained there because of his bullshit quirk awakening? He was green from jealousy. He was hiding it, of course. He was feeling overwhelmed and nervous, but he can keep a pretty convincing mask of confidence that only Izuku could decipher. This is no FNG big deal. So you two are the problem child's friends? The two kids looked at the hobo-looking man with long black hair and a white scarf. Tsutomu tried to hide behind Katsuki, who looked ready to fight. Who the hell are you? Katsuki shouted, his hands already crackling with small sparks, until suddenly his quirk was cut off. That caused him to calm down, recognition shining in his eyes. Izuku talked about you. You're that underground hero. Erase or something, you're a teacher here or something like that. Please stop using your quirk, it's giving me dry eye. Eraserhead complained with a sigh. Just follow me, the problem child is in the rat god's apartment waiting for you too. Rat god? Tsutomu stuttered. It's Nedzu nerd. Katsuki responded. He was thankful that they would have someone to guide them to the place Izuku now lived in, because he was sure they would get lost trying to find it in the huge complex that is UA. Not that he would admit to being thankful for that. Oh, but didn't Izuku say in a message that Nedzu's a prairie dog? Ozawa asked, his stuttering lessened as he calmed down. Beats me. But rat god sounds more scary and nasty than prairie dog god. Bakugu shrugged in response. They continued chatting as they followed the silent and clearly lacking in sleep UA teacher to an elevator. They could clearly see a panel with 15 floors. The 15th floor was labeled, "Never go unless strictly required. Beware the rat." Of course both children had thought of it as a joke, they were right, but only because Nedzu wouldn't treat Izuku's friends as pawns in his schemes. Otherwise, he would make sure they understood why to be scared when the appropriate moment were to arise. Eraserhead pressed the button to said floor, the numbers rising quickly, so quickly that it meant the elevator was probably a high-speed one. We're here, Aizawa announces as the elevator's door opens. They can see a 10-meter-long corridor, one door on the right reading recording studio, and another at the end of the corridor reading Nedzu's nest. The corridor itself had a few paintings hung off the walls, a few plant pots were laid on the flood, and a long red rug was put on the floor. It felt welcoming, thanks to the warm and strong lights in the roof of the corridor. You just need to knock on the door or ring the bell. I'm going back to work now. The elevator door closed with the boys outside and the teacher inside. Well, the hobo has left us alone. Is he stupid or anything? Katsuki complained in rightful anger. Is that purposeful negligence or something? No idea. But I guess we should follow his order. Tsutomu shrugged and walked in the direction of the door at the end of the corridor. Katsuki followed him, his hands inside of his pants pockets. When the two walked the 10 meters, Ozawa Tsutomu decided to ring the bell, which caused the church bells and canon section of Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture to start playing. Good taste in music. Oddly fitting as a doorbell. What the F dash? Katsuki grunted out in surprise. He was spooked by the sudden sound of the recording of the full ensemble of the churches around the Red Square alongside dozens of cannons quickly filling his ears. And what the hell do you mean with oddly fitting as a doorbell? Nedzu is a genius, and Tchaikovsky was a musical genius. So it fits. Tsutomu explained his reasoning, but leaving it open to interpretation on how the boy has heard of a 19th-century composer mostly forgotten outside of ballet dancing community. That's not what I mean. Why the hell is the first thing you thought at hearing this F-a-year rape was oddly fitting? Katsuki barks, demanding for answers. I listen to it all the time, so it doesn't spook me. The ginger boy answered. Although I honestly prefer the full song. The slow build-up to the cannons is just amazing. He said, giving a chef's kiss when he said, just amazing. Come on in. Both of them heard Izuku's voice through the intercom of the door. It's unlocked. So open they did, just to find Izuku to be reading The Art of War, while sitting in an armchair to the side of a lit fireplace during the FING summer. Not only that, but the air conditioning was also on for some god-forsaken reason. To his side were two piles of books including A Short History of War, Wellington's War, On War, The Prince, The Compact History of Wars, The Book of the Five Rings, Strategy, A History, Modern Strategy, The Direction of War, Contemporary, Strategy in Historical Perspective, A History of Warfare, Intelligence in War, Makers of Modern Strategy, and The Campaigns of Napoleon. Of those, the first three were on a pile labeled, Already Read, the others were on a pile labeled, To Read. On Izuku's lap, alongside The Art of War, was one of his iconic notebooks, This one was named Warfare and Strategy Analysis for the Future, and like always it was ciphered to prevent others from reading his writing. This is a fing disturbing image. Katsuki sweared, his eyes fixated on the pile of military strategy books that Izuku was reading. Are you planning on starting a fing war? Oh, sorry for that. This is my homework. Izuku explained, closing The Art of War and his notebook. Dad asked me to read those and then write an essay detailing my thoughts and analysis of those works. We have been intensifying my tutoring since I'm going to be homeschooled from now on. Wait, why you're going to be homeschooled? Tsutomu started getting nervous. Who would protect him from the bullies? Katsuki did defend him, but he wasn't as proactive in that regard as Izuku. Oh right, I forgot to tell. Izuku realized that he didn't tell them about it. He then realized why Tsutomu was suddenly getting nervous about that news. If you want, I can ask Dad to teach you too, because it will feel really lonely to not go to school anymore. I know how hard it must be to you, Tsuda-kun, to have to endure what the other kids do to you when we aren't around. That sounds fun. Ask my parents if they can talk to Nedzu-san about it. Ozawa answered. He liked the idea of not having to go back to school and instead be tutored by Nedzu. Not only that, but to study with Izuku again, because he didn't want their friendship trio to dissolve due to distance. I like the idea, and Nedzu-san is a good teacher. Whatever, most of the kids back in Kurunasu are fing annoying and treat me like I'm some fing idol or something. At least you two are actual fing friends instead of followers. Besides, I will beat the bullies up if needed. I might not be as attentive as Zuku, but I can punch much bet. Katsuki agreed and then added in support, speaking in a very Katsuki manner. Just a little question, why are you calling the Dmed rat Dad? Well, he has adopted me and I trust and like him as a father. Izuku responded, his heart warmed by thinking on how to finish what he's saying. He has been like a father to me for an entire year already. He has been there when I need emotional support, he has taught me how to tie a tie, he has taught me multiple languages. He has filled shoes that I can't even remember how it was to have them filled in my life. I can't even remember my own biological father's face very well anymore. All I can remember is curly white hair and red eyes, but the rest of the face is always blurry in my memories of Hisashi. Huh, so you are just accepting the fing reality that the rat is more of a dad to you than your dead old man? Bakugu rhetorically asked. About DM time, don't you think? I guess so. The Greenette answered, standing up and using his telekinesis to put The Art of War on top of the armchair. Wait, how did you do that? Tsutomu asked, staring at the book. How did I do, oh, yeah, I can use telekinesis now. Izuku scratched his head as he spoke. Apparently during the attack I had something called a quirk awakening, which made my quirk even stronger. I'm still learning what I can do now, but I figured out telekinesis, how to manipulate the temperature of objects, and how to make air have a solid consistency, although that's more of an application of telekinesis on the air molecules. And you just got even more fing overpowered than before. The explosive blonde face-bombed in realization. I don't know if I call you a lucky BFD or not, considering what it took for you to get even more overpowered. Heck, I miss Auntie Inko. Hell, I'll have to talk with my DMN therapist about this. I also miss Mom, but she wouldn't want me to be sad. So I have to look at the bright side of life and walk forward with a bright face. The green-haired boy spoke with a shaky smile. I bet that if she were here, she wouldn't want you to be sad either. She would probably say something about enjoying life's good moments so that the bad moments leave less of an impact. She would probably also say that friends support each other in those good and bad moments, and that's what I'm trying to do. So be aware, Kakin, that if you need anything, if you need a friendly shoulder to cry on, I'll always be there for you, just as much as I know you will always be there for us. Right, like I would ever manage to shake you two off my back. Katsuki bit back teasingly. Will it ever stop hurting? I don't think so. Mom was grieving Father's death for half a year after he died. I don't think it ever stops hurting, I just will hurt differently. The black-hole-eyed boy with a green forest for hair explains. All memories will eventually have a bittersweet taste to them, Because on one side you shared happy moments with that person, but on the other side you know that these are now just memories and that the person you shared those moments with is gone. But why do you act like it doesn't hurt? Why do you act like everything is okay? Katsuki swears, tears barely being held back on his eyes. It feels so awful to know that Auntie is gone, after everything she did to help me when I felt bad. Hell, in some things I trusted her more than my own goddamn mother. It still hurts, a lot. But it's faster for me to process events than others. I spent almost half an hour with Auntie Mitsuki crying in the hospital when she visited me. Izuku revealed it to Katsuki. But as I said, I process things more quickly. I spent what would feel like years, but was actually just a few minutes, reviewing every single memory I have of Mom, until it just clicked, I guess. I understood that there was nothing I could have done or that I can do now. All I have is a promise I made to her that I would continue my life and be happy, even if it meant living a life without her. I wish I could do that. Even if just so the pain was lessened. Crap, let's just go and play something. Emotional talk is so and exhausting. Of course, let's go. Tsutomu agreed, mostly because he didn't feel in the mood to join the conversation. He liked Izuku's mom, unlike Katsuki, who literally knew her from birth. To WH she must have literally been part of the family to the ash blonde. It doesn't mean that Tsutomu doesn't miss her, it just means that he doesn't feel as much pain and loss as Izuku and Katsuki must be feeling. By the way, Kaken, if you need help with anything, I'm here for you, okay? I know that Mom usually was the one that helped you with that stuff, but you're like a brother to me. Izuku quickly hugged Katsuki, and just as quickly he let go of the hug. Sure, whatever. That was all the explosive boy could say in response. So what are we gonna play? I was thinking about Hero Smash 6, but I welcome other suggestions. Izuku answers, already guiding his friends to his bedroom. Sounds fun. Tsutomu reacts in agreement with Izuku's suggestion. Brother Nida Tadao, what is the news on the target's location? Sister Amari Takako asked her subordinate. After their attack on Loader Ward, they now have to be much more careful and meticulous with their plans in the Japanese branch. They already failed to capture and bring in their messiah, so they cannot fail again. He hasn't left the UA grounds ever since he was released from Tokyo Central Hospital. As of now, I think it would be suicidal to launch an attack, even more so in the fortified rat's den that is UA. The intelligence head of the Japanese bot responded. It was known by the Brotherhood that ever since Nedza became the principal of UA, the high school had its defenses improved to the level the school was only rivaled by Tartarus in its safety. That's unfortunate, but thankfully we can always bide our time. Amari agreed to her subordinate's analysis. The child will eventually have to leave the den, and when the opportunity arises we will strike with precision and speed. Continue tracking his cell phone's GPS signal and continue to track his location through satellite. We must know where the savior is at all times. There's a chance that they might bring him to their summer camp next year. It's a good idea to be prepared for that possibility. The security head, Sister Amano Chiharu, noted. UA usually does them in the Wild Pussycats compound, which unfortunately we haven't been able to locate yet. Draft a plan for the scenario where our future king is sent to the compound. However, I'd also like a few other battle plans to be drafted for other possibilities. The master of the Japan branch spoke. Include a hit-and-run attack on UA itself among the possibilities. Yes, Sister Amari, ma'am. Sister Amano acknowledged the order. The light of wisdom guides us. Amari Takako spoke up to the bot Japanese branch's leadership. And Jehudi's hand points the way. The chorus of brothers and sisters chanted in unison. September 22, 2178. That Saturday the Bakuga family, Katsuki included, had decided to pay Izuku a visit in the UA campus. It had been almost 2 weeks since Mitsuki and Masaru had seen their honorary nephew, the son of their close friend. So they were now standing in front of UA. Unlike the time Katsuki and Tsutomu were visiting alone, they weren't being accompanied by Aizawa, and instead Nedzu himself went to welcome them to the school grounds. Good morning, Masaru-san, Mitsuki-san, and Katsuki-chan. How have all of you been doing? In all honesty, could be doing better, but we're fine enough. Mitsuki greets backs, a soft smile on her lips. And the brat here has had his number of therapy sessions increased to twice a week. He was very attached to Inko-chan. Tell me, how's Izuku been doing? Better than expected, but he has started doing therapy too. It seems the talk he had with you in the hospital really helped him sort through some of his emotions in relation to the recent events. The principal answers, guiding the Bakugu parents into the school grounds. Although we know he is repressing his emotions, he's been so adamant about being strong and walking forward because of his promise to Inko-san that he's basically showing no emotions over the event whenever it is mentioned, or even when he talks about it. It's unhealthy, but hopefully Hound Dog, the school counselor and therapist, will be able to help him in that regard. In some ways he has already helped Izuku improve a lot over the last few weeks. Unlike what his hero persona shows, he's very soft with kids. Ah, that's unfortunate. I know how it hurts to lose a parent. Losing my father felt like a stab in the heart, and even then I was already 20 years old, Masaru comments. I can't imagine how Izuku must be feeling, and to hide all of it under a facade. I really hope he opens up and gets better. I will talk to the FNG nerd later. Katsuki says and leaves it at that. Katsuki. Language. His mother corrects. Sure, whatever. The boy concedes. Izuku was enjoying a nice book while sitting on the armchair of the living room. It was cozy and warm, despite the fireplace not being lit. He had already finished the pile of military strategy books he had been reading when Kaken and Tsudakan had visited him at the start of the week, and now he has finally started reading the pile of pre-Quirk era fictional content, which, considering the size of Nedzu's library, was extensive. Izuku had recently also gained access to Nedzu's private library on the floor below, which made him ecstatic to read through all of them. Either way, Izuku's current pile was made of Star Wars Legends books, and the book he was currently reading was The Heir to the Empire, the first book in the Thrawn trilogy written by Timothy Zahn. He was so ingrained into reading the book that he was very, although pleasantly, surprised to see that the apartment door was being opened by Dad, who was being followed by Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and Kaken. Hey there, little bunny. Nedzu greets him by using his recently gained nickname. Izuku didn't really understand why it was a rabbit specifically, but he guessed it had to do with him being a young child who was also cute. He did consider himself cute after all. To some degree, he was still a child after all. We have some visits today, as you can see. Hello there, Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masu. What's up, Kaken? How are you all doing? Izuku greets his honorary uncles and his best friend. Good afternoon, Izuku-chan. It's nice to see you. Mitsuki returns the greeting. He noticed that she was wearing a red and white shirt and long white jeans pants. We are doing well enough. How about you? Uncle Masaru asked. He was wearing a green plaid long-sleeved shirt with blue jeans trousers. I think I'm doing fine. I still think a lot about Mom's death. The greenette answered, sorrow clearly overtaking his expression, but nonetheless he resisted crying. It's been some time since he last cried. It's a miracle he's managed to resist the Midoriya propensity to crying. Hound Dog said it's okay to think a lot about it though, since it was so recent. Look here, nerd, you said that you and Orangehead would be there for me, did you? Katsuki rhetorically asks, tired of Izuku putting up a facade. So why don't you stop trying to put up this bullshit facade of strength and just talk to us? You yourself said that you consider me to be like a brother, didn't you, shitty nerd? Can we talk later, Kaken? I'm not in the mood, okay? Izuku distances himself. We can talk tonight during the sleepover? Okay, whatever. But you will talk, will you listen to me? Katsuki orders him, increasing the sound of his voice. Yes, I do. Izuku stutters in response. Auntie. Yes, Izuku-chan? Mitsuki acknowledges the call. Thanks for talking to me back in the hospital. I really needed it. Izuku hugs Mitsuki tightly and she hugs back. It's okay, honey, I know you needed it more than anyone. She pets Izuku's hair. She misses her best friend Inko, but she knows that for Izuku the pain he must be repressing is many times greater. He must be a mother at such a young age. It's a miracle he hasn't snapped. Oh, I want to show you guys something. Izuku mentions, while his mood suddenly swings from grief to excitement. What is it, Zuku? Katsuki asks irritatedly. Can't you just say it already? Dad knows what it is. Izuku winks at Katsuki, fully intending to keep it a secret until they get there. Follow me, we need to get to ground beta so I can show it. Netsu starts following, accompanied by the Bakugas. He sighs and calls up Recovery Girl on his cell phone. Shizenji-san? Would you be able to accompany us to ground beta? He pauses as she speaks. Thank you very much, we will meet up with you on the way down from the apartment. Who was that? Katsuki asks, looking at the cell phone. Oh, I was calling Recovery Girl. It's better to be safe and have the school nurse on standby during one of Izuku's quirk demonstrations. Netsu reveals, surprising the three Bakugas. Trust me, it's safer this way. As he said that, the elevator doors closed with the 5 of them inside. But UA surely doesn't slack off when it comes to funding, does it? Bakugamasaru comments in awe at the size of training ground beta. There's a whole city here. That's not even the biggest UA facility, I think. I'm pretty sure Dad has a secret network of tunnels under UA. Izuku tells his honorary uncle with a chuckle, pretending not to be aware of the massive subterranean maze that he can easily detect with his quirk. Although it's up to Dad to speak about it. My lips are sealed, I can neither confirm nor deny such an accusation. Netsu responds with a grin. Dad, I know you're lying. Your cortisol and oxytocin levels are increasing, which is a proven signal of telling lies. The Greenette scolds and reveals. You just confirmed to them its existence. Can we just get this FING quirk demonstration thing done with? I want to go play video games with Zuku if it's possible. Katsuki complains about the time it's taking for the demonstration to start. Recovery Girl's equipment is ready already, so just start it already. Izuku scratched the back of his head in acknowledgement. Right, sorry catch dash. Don't say, sorry dumbest, just start. Katsuki barks while hitting Izuku with a slap on the back. Okay, I'm starting. And as Midoriya spoke, one of the buildings behind him was perfectly cut off the ground, leaving a perfect square-shaped hole in the concrete floor. That's the simple part. Now before I start the rest of the demonstration, I must warn all of you. It would be a good idea to hold yourself to something very solid and stable. As the small crowd around him was properly secured, he turned in the direction of the high-rise he just tore up from the ground. To space and beyond it goes. And suddenly the high-rise accelerated to 10 times the speed of light, although in truth it was space-time around it that was stretching and thinning. The building itself was at mere 0.5 c, not even close to the actual speed of light. Izuku wasn't ready to test his quirk to the point of breaking the laws of physics just yet. Manipulating them? Sure, but breaking them not so much. Either way, the extremely quick acceleration and the fast movement of the building soaring into the sky faster than the human eye can see, although infinitely slower than Izuku's maximum sensory and neural speed, which he mostly limited to just 1% the speed of light most of the time, because he doesn't need to feel reality at a rate that no one can interact with, and even then that speed is limited only to the shape of objects, his actual usual speed being just above double the human average. A sonic boom could be heard as a weak shock wave spread away from where just moments ago was a floating building. A strong breeze could be felt moving away from the air around where the concrete construct once was flying. Just how fast was that, Izuku-chan? Mitsuki asked, agape at Izuku's abilities. I mean, it couldn't have been that fast, can it? It was 10 times faster than the speed of light. Exactly to the dot. I expect it to leave my current range of control in about 13 hours. My current range is the outer edge of the Kuiper belt, and that's after about 2 weeks of concentration training. My actual full range is actually unknown. I just get bored of controlling objects that go too far away, so I've learned to parallel process that kind of stuff without keeping attention to it. Katsuki fell down to his knees at the revelation, mocking incredulity and despair. That's it, I lost, Izuku won. His quirk is, without a shadow of a doubt, stronger than mine. The explosive boy looks to the sky with his mouth open, impressed with his best friend's abilities, having already accepted that Izuku's superpowers were vastly more powerful than his own. How can I even compete with that? He extends his arms to where the building once stood. But in truth, he was also in awe. He has an extremely strong friend, and so what? That only motivates him to work harder. Wait, Kaken, was it a competition? I thought that the promise was that we'd become heroes together as partners, not as rivals. Izuku asked with confusion. For someone so goddamn smart, you can be quite an idiot sometimes, Zuku. Katsuki teases his friend with a disappointed look. It's a metaphorical competition, smarty pants. You know, that really helped raise my mood, so thanks for occasionally saying dumb things, it's humanizing. Sorry, but subtle social cues aren't the easiest thing for me to analyze, you know? The overpowered male youngster speaks back at his friend. I rely too much on reading people's herm levels rather than their body language and voice tone. When I saw that vase floating in the hospital bedroom, I didn't think it would get to this level of telekinesis. Mitsuki finally managed to speak again. She had needed some time to process everything. So, what else can you do now? I'm still experimenting, so I don't feel quite ready to show everything yet. Telekinesis was the one I got the hang of first. I think it's because Mom's quirk was a telekinetic one, you know? Makes sense, Izuku-chan. His aunt messes his hair as she shows her affection to the young boy. She'd be proud of you, you know? Yeah, she would, I know it. Izuku responds. So, how does your telekinesis work exactly? She asked, causing Izuku to give a very wide smile. Old hag, you just committed the biggest mistake of your life. Katsuki gulped. You asked Izuku about his quirk, now prepare for a lecture. Izuku took a deep breath, although it was mostly ceremonial. Ever since his quirk awoke, his biological need to breathe was much smaller, and he could easily use his telekinesis to bring air in and out of his lungs while he was talking, that way he wouldn't need to interrupt his discourse to breathe. It's a combination of the manipulation of two physical phenomena that I can manipulate. The first is the manipulation of an object's momentum, where I increase or reduce its speed in relation to my own frame of reference without increasing its mass. That's the aspect of my telekinesis that deals with the actual speed of what's being controlled. The second aspect is the manipulation of the fabric of space-time itself, where I stretch or contract the space-time continuum to create that the target is moving, however what's actually moving is space itself. When combining both aspects, I can push objects to speeds much higher than that of the speed of light, but all in all it's the manipulation of space-time that does most of the heavy lifting. Izuku pauses for a second. Of all the people present, only Nedzu and Mitsuki appear to be keeping up with his explanation. In summary, I control objects in a way similar to how ships in Star Trek travel between star systems. The clarification made Kaken and Uncle Masaru understand it at last. Because of my quirk's newly discovered ability, I also got the idea for a project that Dad, Powerloader-san, and I will start to work on, a Alcubierre warp drive, which is basically a warp drive from Star Trek, but it works in real life. The way it works is very interesting. Essentially, it requires the manipulation of the space-time continuum through the use of negative mass particles, that is matter that causes the elevation or expansion of space-time, and high-density conventional matter, which is used to lower or contract space-time. Together, both types of matter can be used to generate a wave or warp bubble that moves the spacecraft through space while paradoxically having it stay stationary. In essence, it causes the space where the vessel is in to move, rather than moving the ship itself. Nerd, can you give a summary that we, normal people, can understand? Katsuki requests. I'm pretty sure only the hag and the Dmed rat managed to keep up with your hellish explanation, and even then I'm pretty sure the hag got lost in the second half. Simplifying, my telekinesis works similar to how ships move in Star Trek, and because of that Dad and I decided to replicate the technology from Star Trek in real life. Izuku unfortunately has to compress his explanation into a more understandable length and lexicon. He finished with a sigh. And I thought that my original explanation was easy to understand. Zuku, not everyone has FING college-level knowledge of physics. The youngest Bakugu reminds him. Actually, scratch that, I think even many college graduates would have difficulty keeping up. Well, now that the demonstration is complete, I think we can return to the campus. Bakuga Masaru suggests he didn't really like how hot it was outside, despite it being the beginning of autumn. He looks at his wife, who nods. I think we can finish the conversation on the bus or in the apartment, don't you guys think? Very well, that'd be appropriate. It's easier to keep a long conversation in a more comfortable environment. Nedzu agreed, and the group started to make their way to the bus that brought them to ground beta. While the group was chatting idly, Recovery Girl was silent. She had a look of joy and relief that she didn't need to treat any injuries during the little demonstration. Izuku-chan, Katsuki, why won't you two go play some video games? Mitsuki kneed down to their level, calmly suggesting that the two boys go to Izuku's bedroom. We'd like to have an adult talk right now. Okay, Hag. Katsuki responded. Sure, Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku answered with a happy face. The two boys departed from the living room of Nedzu's apartment shortly after, making their way to Izuku's bedroom. So, you mentioned in the invitation that you wanted to talk about Katsuki's education. What's it about? Mitsuki turned to the principal of UA. A polite and welcoming smile crept into her lips. I hope that nothing bad happened. Oh no, quite the contrary actually. I'd like to offer Katsuki and Tsutomu the opportunity to study under me starting next year. Nedzu proposed. Making such an invitation of course would be better in an in-person conversation. It makes it easier to cover all the details. Of course, that's completely understandable. Masaru comments, understanding the principal's point. It would be very good for Katsuki to have such an opportunity. Yeah, it may not look like it, but Izuku has rubbed off a lot on the brat. Honestly, I thought he was going to be much more aggressive and assertive in personality due to how much he looks like me. I was very abrasive at his age. But Izuku's mellow and kind soul has influenced him to be so similar yet so different from how I was. Mitsuki added with a look of relief and joy. Although Izuku's companionship didn't just make him calmer, but also made him much smarter than his peers. Katsuki is already a hard-working boy, but Izuku's friendship rubbed off by forcing Katsuki to learn more just to keep up. That extends to Tsutomu-kun too. The three are in many ways much above their peers academically. Being your students would only help Izuku's friends be even closer to him, and it also will help Katsuki immensely with his inferiority complex. She paused and sighed. I still feel like I'm a bad mother for missing the fact that Katsuki developed an inferiority complex and that it took Inko-chan telling me so I could notice. Now I'm trying to make up for it. I'm not an expert in human emotions. To be fair, I'm not even human. But from what I understand from my research into human behavior, it's not negligence to miss certain behaviors in children. From what I understand, it was thanks to Izuku's and Tsutomu's friendship that Katsuki-chan gathered the will to talk about his feelings. Nedzu reassured the mother. It's a type of trust different from that between a parent and their child. The trust between close friends is much more similar to that of siblinghood. There's a much greater degree of equality and mutual loyalty. And with that comes mutual trust. The rodent explained his viewpoint on why Katsuki talked to Inko and Izuku about how he felt. And on the matter of furthering Katsuki's potential. I agree that tutorship will certainly help his intellectual growth. However, that's not one of the two main objectives of my offer. It isn't? Mitsuki looked at him confused. Masaru looked like he had suspected that was a possibility. He had studied in UA as a general course student back in his high school days, and even then Nedzu's reputation as a masterful genius was widespread in the student body. It's certainly not. My worries are more related to their safety in school and their social contact. Izuku has been their friend for a long time, and from what I can gather, Tsutomu-chan only joined the friendship group due to school. Now that my adopted son had to move to homeschooling for security concerns, they will have their contact reduced, so the three studying under me would be a way for them to keep close contact. The prairie dog broke down his thinking. Just in the last 2 weeks there were at least 2 attempts by the Brotherhood of Jehudi to establish a presence near UA with the intent of kidnapping Izuku. He couldn't imagine the lengths they could get in their obsession with the little pup. In addition to that, Izuku has told me on many occasions that Katsuki-chan and he had to protect Tsutomu-chan from being a target from bullies. But that's not all. I'm worried that the two might become targets from the organization that attempted to kidnap Izuku as a means of getting to Izuku. The connection between the three is strong, and I worry that the bot will attempt to exploit it for their advantage. That's not something I had thought about. Mitsuki realized, now barely holding herself together. My little Katsuki. Oh God. Let's not despair, there's probably a catch. Masaru held himself together better than his wife, but that's not much of an improvement. You'd be correct, there is indeed a catch. Do not worry yet, Mitsuki-san. From what the police gathered, Katsuki is not on their radar yet. In case he becomes a possible target, we will notify you so you three can move into protective custody or witness protection. The white-furred rodent calmed her down. Of course we accept. Both because it will benefit Katsuki and because it will help keep him safe until those villains are arrested. She took up the offer. Thank you so much, Nedzu-san. You're welcome, Mitsuki-san and Masaru-san. Nedzu clapped his hands. Now, what do you two think about staying over for dinner? I will prepare it, of course, but if you wish to help, I will not stop you. The request made the two concerned parents smile. Of course. And I'd suggest an entrance course of kabayaki and squid tempura, with uni wafu pasta as the main dish, spicy tofu and yakimeshi as side dishes. And I think daifuku would be perfect as a dessert. Mitsuki proposed, impressing Nedzu with her preparedness. That's certainly a nice selection of dishes, Mitsuki-san. The rodent complimented. What can I say? I like to cook. She awkwardly accepted the compliment. So, what are my old man and the hag discussing with the rat? Katsuki asked his overpowered best friend. Curiosity brought him to such a request. The explosive youngster was sitting on Izuku's ergonomic wheeled office chair. I still can't understand what all the fuss was. Apparently Dad wants to take you as a personal student, dude, you know, the incident. Izuku explained, referring to the day his mother died. The greenette was lying in his bed, his head resting on a pile of pillows. And they are talking about how my, genius rubbed off on you and Sudakun. I don't really get it, you two are really smart, just like me. Pisses off. The ash blonde scolded. You are the one who's designing a DMED sci-fi machine as his first invention. Correction, I first need to invent something that can reliably produce graphene, carbon fibers, and carbon nanotubes. After that I need to figure out a way to artificially produce exotic forms of matter, such as negative mass matter, under a reasonable cost. Only after those two are figured out is that I can finally start working on the warp drive, and even then I'll need to kickstart an asteroid mining industry to supply the material needs of such a large-scale industry. Izuku corrected and then explained. I couldn't understand 1/3 of what you said, but okay. Not the first thing you need to make. I got that part. Katsuki fell back into the chair. So, do you want to talk about your emotional state? You saw me cry at the start of the week, so now it's your effing turn, nerd. How can I start? It's just, I miss her. I miss her so much. It hurts so much to know that she's gone. Izuku started off, sitting on his bed with his legs crossed. To know that I'll never again eat her homemade katsudon, that I will never again be embraced in her warm hugs, that I won't get to go out on little trips with her anymore, that I will never be with her again. He sighed, the pain and numbness feeling like a dagger through his heart. Why did they have to take her away? Why did they kill her? Bakugo looked his friend in the eyes. I don't know, nerd, and that's the thing with these shitty villains. They kill, they kidnap, they torture, and they commit a bunch of crimes, but in the end, we will never understand why. Izuku's head fell back into the pillow. I sometimes think back and I feel so useless. I was there and there was nothing I could do. I now have all the power in the world, but is it really worth it? I'd rather have my mother here with me than having my quirk awaken. He stopped holding back his tears and they slowly started to trickle down his face. Wouldn't it be better if Mom had lived and I had died? Or if both of us had died? That way at least I wouldn't feel this much pain. Look here in my eyes, Zuku, Auntie wouldn't have wanted for you to die. You have your entire life ahead of you, and although it hurts that we have to live our lives without her, we still have our future ahead of us. He walked up to Izuku's bed and sat at the bedside. What did she tell you? To be brave, to be strong and live happily. Izuku answered between sobs. That's such an auntie thing to say. The ash blonde muttered fondly. Then do it one step at a time. We both know that you are stubborn and that you never give up. The explosive boy reminded him sternly. You don't need to do it quickly, nerd. Take your FING time or something. Just don't ask me for tips on how to deal with it. You know that I'm not very good with all this emotional crap, but cry when you need it, okay? And if you want to cry on my shoulder, I guess you can do it if you don't want to cry alone. He advised his friend. Because I know you've been crying alone while you keep a mask in public. One step at a time, huh? Izuku chuckled, his tears reducing in flow. I think I can try that. One step at a time, one day at a time. Exactly. You know how painful it is for me too. Katsuki fell back, his head hitting the bed tangentially to Izuku's feet. Auntie was more like a mom than the old hag is in many ways. Auntie was always better at helping me to sort through my emotions, that's just who she was. My mother is good at many things, but emotional support isn't one of them. She does her best, but Auntie always had that special touch. Katsuki recounted. He knew that Izuku also knew, but his therapist said that hearing things like that from someone else made it easier to process grief and other painful sentiments. I mean, apparently she even helped the old hag with anger management back in college, after the two met and became friends. Hell, until we were born apparently the old hag still called Auntie senpai, of all things, even though they had been out of college for like 2 years at that point. That funny story finally got Izuku to stop crying. He actually laughed this time. That's the thing with Mom. She had this gentle personality, but underneath she could easily be scared. Yeah. My mother sometimes says that back when Uncle Hisashi was still alive she would intimidate him with a roll of newspapers. Katsuki exclaimed, fake rolling a piece of air and then smacking it in a representation of what his own mother had told him. Apparently he was a very intimidating person and not very welcoming, but he would become the sweetest person the moment Auntie rolled up a newspaper. At least that's what my old man said. Thanks, Kaken, I really needed this. Izuku smiled, once again sitting up. This time he sat in a way that his back touched the wall. And I mean it. Bakugo sat up in a similar way to Midoriya. Whatever, I'm your friend, remember? That's what friends do and all. I'm here when you need me, and you're here and I need you. We have each other's backs. Katsuki looked at the turned-off TV screen. And if anything happens, now you actually have the means of protecting me and Tsudakun. And your quirk's sensorial aspect allows you to know when we are in danger. That's true. I can feel when you two are scared by your blood's adrenaline, norepinephrine, and other fear and anxiety-related hormones. Alongside the circumstances you're in. Izuku felt lighter and calmer. Things were going to hopefully be okay. Look, I don't know what half of these things are, except that adrenaline makes us good at fighting. Katsuki commented on Izuku's mumbling. He finally had an idea. So how about we turn this TV on and watch a movie? I actually have a few pre-Quirk era movies backed up. I still need to watch them, but I found one that I think you will like. The Greenette suggested. It's about heroes, but in a world where quirks don't exist and superpowers are very rare. Is it from one of those nerd comics I saw you reading in Ned's library? The ash blonde asked. Nope, it's called The Incredibles. The summary says that it's about a world where superheroes used to exist, but they were forced into retirement by the government. The black hole-eyed boy detailed. It sounds interesting. Okay then, let's watch it. Katsuki conceded, but he had to give it to Izuku. The idea does sound good. Just remember to pause it when they call us for dinner. Wait, how do you know they're making dinner? I never told you they were in the kitchen. Izuku spoke in surprise. Wasn't Kaken's quirk an explosion? So how did he know they were preparing dinner? Stop mumbling your thoughts. And yes, my quirk is still explosion, shitty nerd. The explosive ash blonde confirmed Izuku's thoughts. I don't need to have a FING sensorial quirk to sense the smell of cooking food. Oh right. The green-haired boy face-bombed. I forgot about that. Mitsuki dear, can you pass the yakimeshi, please? Masaru asked his wife, who was sitting closer to the large bowl of fried rice. Of course, honey. The blonde woman answered, reaching the yakimeshi and passing it over to her husband, before he gave it back and she put it where she picked it up. So kids, what were you watching? AFNG movie. Katsuki answered bluntly, to his mother's dissatisfaction. Language Katsuki. She stared at his eyes and sighed. Her son immediately flinched and went back to eating. So Izuku, what movie are you two watching? Oh, it's a pre-Quirk era movie called The Incredibles. It was made by Pixar back in the early 2000s. Midoriya responded gladly to his aunt's question. It's set in a world where superpowers similar to quirks exist, but only very few people have them. And they don't have superheroes anymore, because the government suspended their superhero program. It's really interesting to see how easily public trust on heroes can collapse and bring heroics as a profession to death. That movie is a fantastic cautionary tale about a world where heroes once existed, but don't anymore, and how that affects society in the long term. I must say, Syndrome, although a villain, is quite an inspiring character. The four at the table stare at Nedzu, who had just commented on Izuku's choice. A character born without any superpowers, but used his brain and knowledge to rise above and defeat the majority of those who did have superhuman abilities. It's inspiring because it relates to our world in many ways. Even those who are born with weak abilities or without any quirks at all can rise through their use of wits and intelligence above those with natural strength. Although, unfortunately, in the end he decided to use his knowledge for evil. I personally think that the most interesting aspect of the movie is how that could have easily been the route that our world could have gone down. Think about it, if heroes were initially much less popular, would the current system exist? Izuku noted to his adoptive father. Probably not, and that's what happened in the world of the movie. Heroes had PR disaster after PR disaster in a too short amount of time without having the necessary institutional support and structures to endure the PRD of instability. That's a setting that's pretty much a dark mirror of our own in the age of vigilantes, when quirks were still new. Think of it as a warning to our own society. If heroes do not maintain a certain standard of moral actions and professionalism, we could fall into the same route that the world of The Incredibles fell down. The prairie dog added, although it would take far worse and much longer to happen to us than it did to their setting. I just think that their hero names SCK. Katsuki said in disappointment. Like, Elastigirl? Mr. Incredible? At least the names Frozone and Blaystone are creative, but the main character's hero names SCKD-. Kaken, your current choices for when you become a hero aren't good either. King Explosion Murder. The Greenette teased. Although you did think of Bakyaku, Bakuhatsu, Kihatsu, Nitoro, Kayaku, and Batin. Of those I like Kihatsu the most. I just don't get why you like King Explosion Murder the most. Hey, you're not much better, Small Might. You're a giant fanboy, that's what you're. Katsuki garked back teasingly. And I don't even like King Explosion Murder anymore. I lean towards Bakuhatsu. I'll have you know that the name Small Might has been in the recycling bin since I was 5. I might be a giant fanboy, but I am a rational giant fanboy. Izuku responds with a grin. Also, the boundless hero, Kajirina, has a much better ring to it. Oh, that's cute. The two kids are already seriously thinking of hero names. Mitsuki teases the two boys, who immediately blushed in embarrassment. Isn't it a bit too early to think about hero names that you will only get to use after you're 15? I commend your preparedness, however it's not yet the time to worry about such matters. Nedzu pawned out loud. It might be too early, but by thinking about them early we can actually choose good names, unlike Izuku coughs and fakes nausea for dramatic effect. Captain Celebrity, or God forbid Wash. I must concede, that is a reasonable concern. The white-furred rodent agrees with Izuku's point. Although Captain Celebrity as a hero name is a rather arrogant pick, ever since the incident with the suicidal bombers in the Sky Egg Tower he has been rather humbled and his reputation has become more genuine since he visited Japan last year. Okay, yeah, he became a better FING person. Doesn't change the fact that his hero name is still arrogant and self-centered. Katsuki criticizes. That I cannot dispute. Nedzu relented. Now, what else did you find interesting in the movie? There are a few technologies that I wrote down in my notebook that I'd love to replicate, due to how useful they could be. Izuku excitedly told the group. His eyes widened. 0-point energy production, which is technically possible but not with current technology. There were also these energy gauntlets that had a stasis function that could be used for rescue or restraining villains in the field, although I need to figure out a way to make them work in real life. I also wrote about these jet boots, which could be useful for heroes that can't fly, although a jetpack integrated into a costume would be much more versatile and easier to control than jet boots. How do you think we could possibly apply those concepts in a context outside of heroism? The principal asked with curiosity. 0-point energy generators would be a revolution for the energy sector. Just imagine limitless electricity at a cost of no fuel at all. And depending on how miniaturized the process could be, it would allow for devices that could possibly run until the heat death of the universe and beyond without recharging. The Greenette spoke excitedly. And the energy gauntlets could revolutionize industrial production by suspending them in an inertialess field that could be easily manipulated. Just imagine the applications of such a technology in zero-gravity environments. I take that you not mentioning the jet boots means that they might not have a very versatile use for civilian matters, is that right? The prairie dog inquired, while bringing a slice of fried squid to his mouth. I guess. It could be useful for civilian entertainment and maybe personal transportation, but jetpacks would be much better for that role. Izuku gave it some thought. Maybe in conjunction with jetpacks they might be very useful. But alone? Not really. Mitsuki, Katsuki and Masaru looked at Izuku with wide eyes, before Mitsuki finally spoke. Limitless energy without fuel requirements? Not having to recharge for trillions of years. She paused, while she mentally processed what she heard from Izuku. That means cell phones that don't need to recharge. And you had that idea from a throwaway line from a pre-Quirk era children's movie? Yes. He answered nonchalantly, while Nedzu laughed maniacally, filled with pride at Izuku's observational skills. Just another day in this house. Madness, thy name is Midoriya Izuku. Katsuki, the cultured young boy that he is, modified a Hamlet quote, and then sighed. He had the full intention of reading Izuku. Old hag, old man, you now meet the new shadow ruler of humankind, Midoriya Izuku. May his reign be long and prosperous. Shortly after the dinner was eaten and the dishes washed, the Bakugo family bid Nedzu and Izuku farewell, with the exception of Katsuki, who was going to have a sleepover. The two boys went thereafter to finish watching the movie, and after that they happily went to sleep. Izuku slept in the bed, while Katsuki slept in a futon. Status report on Operation Starbringer. Sister Amari Takako requested from the commanding council of the Japanese branch. Sorry ma'am, but we haven't managed to gather much except for mentions of a warp drive system and information on who we speculate are the Messiah's followers. Brother Nida Tadao, intelligence head, responded. From what we discovered, Nedzu is also buying large quantities of construction material and delicate machinery, alongside copious amounts of experimental technology. Taking into account the mentions of a warp drive, I believe that UA might be using the Messiah to develop highly experimental technology to combat our most holy brotherhood. Sister Amano Chiharu commented. It's a most disturbing development. Tell me about the Messiah's followers. It's most interesting that our holy king is gathering his flock despite being in the rat's dungeon. Amari pondered on the information. Could we possibly use them to free him from their demonic paws? Probably not. Both followers are young children, of a similar age to the Messiah. Bakugo Katsuki, Quirk Explosion, and Ozawa Tsutomu, Quirkless. Nida answered dutifully. Not very useful as of now to get our hands in the Messiah, but it is splendid to see he is gathering his flock of faithful believers. October 23, 2178. Good afternoon, Majima-san. Izuku politely greeted the teacher after opening the door to the development studio of the 3H support course class, surprising 5 support students. Good morning, Midoriya-san. What brings you here today? Majima greeted back, confusing his students as to who the boy is. Are you here to deliver the blueprints relating to Project Skyward Ascendance? Yes, I've finished up the blueprints relating to the 0-point energy generator and the negative mass matter generator. I have to say, the second was the most exotic thing I've ever worked on. The very concept of negative mass matter is exotic for known physics, although it is completely within the realm of what exists. The young boy scratched his head. Meanwhile, the students were staring at the genius 9-year-old. But these designs should work. I'm 99% sure of it. These blueprints look solid. I'll review them and I will notify you what I think later, but good job. Better than third-year students over there. The teacher noted. How's the Alcubierre Drive blueprint going, by the way? I haven't started it yet. I was focusing too much on my classes with Dad, my quirk training with Aizawa-san, and working on some projects of mine, like the miniature fusion reactor. I've been busy enough lately and we have time to spare when it comes to designing the warp drive. Midoriya responded. Power Loader nodded. He understood what Izuku meant. True, Netsu-san is still arranging the paperwork for the reconstruction and expansion of the Tanegashima Space Center, right? Yeah, it's a shame that the Space Center is in ruins due to the abandonment of large-scale space exploration in the beginning of the Quirk era. But Dad is working on getting it fixed up. Izuku responded and then explained. He estimated that the process would take about 4 months to get finished when he started the process, so it should be ready in 2 months. Most of that time will be spent with the nightmare of bureaucracy, but it should be swift enough. Good, now introduce yourself to the class before they explode from curiosity. Maijima told the young greenette. Of course. Good afternoon, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm 9 years old, and it's nice to meet you. He greeted the teenage students. Just one question, how can you, a 9-year-old, draw such good blueprints? A black-haired female support student asked. She was working on what looked like a hero suit. By the equipment on her hands, Izuku could notice it was related to the uniform's fabric. Isn't that hyper-advanced stuff? Like, you're dealing with quantum physics. I never really stopped to think about it being advanced. I've known about that stuff since I was 4, due to my quirk. He explained to the student. What's even your quirk? Another student, a brown-haired one with shaved sides haircut. He was working on a small handheld device that Midoriya decided not to analyze in detail, but it looked like a wrist-mounted computer. It's currently registered as universal knowledge, but I was thinking of renaming it due to a recent quirk awakening. Basically, it gives me perfect memory, enhanced learning speeds, complete control over my brain's processing speed and processing capacity, extremely above average intelligence, complete understanding of the laws of reality including the emergent laws that are a product from the fundamental laws. Izuku started explaining at a fast pace, while, surprisingly or not, the students managed to keep up with his mumbling. Complete understanding of the laws of reality? They simultaneously shouted in excitement, until a rainbow-haired student broke out of his amazed state. That student in particular was working on what pretty much was a car engine. That's so useful for inventing machinery, no wonder that you're already drawing blueprints. Thanks. The greenette chuckled. And that's not all. I can also manipulate reality, but I'm still figuring that aspect out. It's not easy to manipulate physics without breaking it, so I've only figured out how to manipulate temperature and to use telekinesis at superluminal speeds. But I won't explain how. You'll have to figure out by helping Maijima-san build the particle accelerators. Oh, for F's sake. A white-haired student face-bombed in frustration. Said student had a pen in one hand and a blueprint in the other. More schoolwork. It will go into your grades. Maijima revealed. And it will help advance the human species to a level of social, economic, and scientific progress in a speed not seen since the pre-Quirk era. Izuku added to the teacher's reveal. It will lead humanity back into space, it will bring humanity back to its rightful place in the cosmos as explorers who dare go beyond any have been before. Brin, give us extra credits and we will do it. The 5 students shouted, while Izuku left the lab laughing maniacally just like Nedza does. He's the principal's recently adopted child, isn't he? The black-haired student asks. We just stared death in the eye and lived. And of course he's a natural-born genius. I'd like to remind all of you that Midoriya-san has recently lost his mother, so treat him with the proper respect and decorum. Maijima-sensei scolded his students. Now let me read these blueprints. The teacher then looked over the blueprints while muttering. At least he didn't send another zero-pointer into space. Again. Izuku was finally sleeping after spending 3 nights awakened. Of course he didn't necessarily have the physiological need to sleep, but he still liked the sensation of lucid dreaming that he had every time he slept. His quirk made it impossible for him to be 100% unconscious, so every time he slept and inevitably dreamed, he had full control of his dreams. Since his quirk's awakening, he has been sleeping much less, but such a statement is still a reality to him. This time, though, it was different. He was back in that gray dreamscape that he visited twice, one while in coma and the other on the day of his mother's funeral. Well, it certainly feels strange to be back here. I didn't think it would work a third time. Izuku looked at the direction the voice was coming from, just to see it was second, the variant of himself he had previously spoken to. I hope we get to do more this time. Yeah, it's nice to see you again. He nodded to the other Izuku, and then he looked at the mist around them. Wait, I think I finally understand. You understand what? Second asked, confused by First's cryptic statement. Sorry, I think I finally understand how we contact each other. He scratched his head. This place is inside my mind, inside of my dreamscape. And due to my reality warping quirk, every time you watch my universe while I'm sleeping, it causes an interference, resulting in you connecting with my mind. Makes sense, and the fact your quirk is a reality warping one explains the functioning mechanism. The other nodded. Also, we need to figure out how to call anyone we add to this group, since we will all have the same name. I was actually thinking, Abu, that due to the multiverse issue that my promise to you created, I ended up thinking of a process based upon a letter and a number sequence. You called me First, remember, when I was in coma? First reminded Second of their first conversation, months ago. So under that system I'd be Alpha 1 or First, because I'm the first you managed to contact, but can I call you Alpha 2 or Second? First asked without any ill intention. I'm asking because Zeroth or Alpha 0 is an awkward codename for anyone. Of course, it's better than to call you or someone other as or other me all the time. Second chuckled. So, have you ever tried to connect with more than one universe at once? First questioned. We could try to see if you can contact more than one universe at once. That way we can already have some sort of organization or ground rules for when I finish the dimensional warp device. I've never actually tried that for the connections because this is the second time. But I've managed to see into one universe at a time many times. It's quite interesting actually. Second commented joyfully. Then let's do it. First cheered up, summoning a set of notebooks, a set of chairs, and a table from him and Second to use by manipulating the dreamscape. Oh, that's nice. The rules of lucid dreaming still apply here. Anyway, let's start. Second focused his mind as hard as he could, just like when he looks at more than one universe at once. After a few seconds of concentration, he finally made a new connection when another Izuku appeared out of thin air by falling on the ground. What the where am I? I did it. I managed to make a second correction. Wait, how is it self-sustaining? I broke my concentration. Second questioned himself. Maybe my quirk is functioning as a lens and magnifier, allowing you to make multiple connections without requiring concentration to keep them up. First suggested an explanation. Also, hello newcomer. Who are you and why do you look like me? The new Izuku asked. Oh, it's something that happens when we use our quirks together. We are able to connect and communicate with versions of ourselves who are sleeping and talk to them in a lucid dream. Second explained. You can call me Second. We just kind of figured out how it works, so we were testing and sorry for making you our lab rat. You can call me First and this is Second, it's nice to meet you Third. First greeted. So, what can you tell us about your universe? Okay then, makes sense. I'm quirkless, so people don't treat me very well. Third stuttered, nervous about the others rejecting him. Please don't treat me badly. Dimon, the bullying must be hard to deal with. That explains why you stutter as much as Tsurukan. First accidentally swears. Sorry for my language. Kaken has been a bad influence on my vocabulary. Anyway, Kaken and I keep having to get bullies away from Tsurukan because people bully him due to him being quirkless. I don't get it. Quirks are merely tools, just as much as the mind is one. The mention of Bakugo Katsuki causes both second and third to stare at first. Wait, neither of you have a good relationship with Kaken? No, when my quirk came in he called it a useless quirk and started to bully me because of it. I'm kinda surprised that Kaken is still your friend. Second commented in response. But he's improved ever since Mom died and Uncle Mirai took me in. He's been beating me ever since I was diagnosed as Q-quirkless. Third explained his situation. I'm kinda jealous that one of us 3H here has an actual friendship with him. The Kaken I know isn't a bully, he fights bullies, but I guess that's because I have a strong quirk, so he isn't mean to me because of it. Izuku gave it some thought, then he finally realized. Auntie Mitsuki was really right when she said I'm a big positive influence on him. I really do keep him on a tight leash, huh? How's your Kaken like? Thirdix. He's vulgar but also really nice. He gives the best pep talks to motivate people around him. He's also really focused and almost nothing can stop him when he decides on doing something. First explained fondly. He pretends to be strong and harsh, but deep down he's a big softy. But he doesn't easily make friends, so it took some effort for him to open up to Tsurukan, our other friend. He's very protective of those he considers to be actual friends, but he doesn't care much about those he considers to be lackeys. Who's Tsurukan? Second asked with curiosity. I don't think I remember him. Oh, his hair is orange and he's a little bit taller than me, but a little bit shorter than Kaken. His full name is Ozawa Tsutomu, and he really likes playing games. First answered. His parents are university professors and he wants to follow in their footsteps. I remember him. WRC classmates, he's one of the nicer ones, but he isn't my friend. Third reacted. But he isn't quirkless where I come from, he has an A-analysis quirk. Same in my universe. Seconds responded. I guess us being somewhat popular or approachable is a prerequisite for befriending Tsurukan, I never thought about it. First analyzed the revelations. Makes sense though, we only met after my quirk came in. What's your quirk really, now that you mention it again? Both second and third asked, although third stuttered in the way. It's not really easy to explain and I have to update my registry because my quirk got stronger recently, but I'm thinking of calling it One Above All, in homage to an old Marvel Comics character. First started his explanation. In simple terms, my quirk is reality understanding and reality warping, which makes my powers extremely powerful, but also potentially extremely dangerous. That's really different from fire breath, or attraction of small objects. Second argued. What are the quirks in your family even? Meanwhile, third was quietly taking notes with a notebook inside the dreamscape. Dad had fire breath, I think, but depending on how it worked, his respiratory or digestive systems could possibly have been chemical reactor chambers, which would explain the chemistry aspect of my quirk. First started to answer. Mom's father and her granduncle had an intelligence quirk. My grandaunt could manipulate radiation, my mom's mother could attract small objects, my great-grandfather could make illusions. He interrupted himself. Well, that could explain it. My family is filled with people whose quirks could easily fit as aspects of my own. I think that's cool, I wish I had a quirk like that. Third sighed. But your quirk is super. It's really interesting. Second, you mentioned an Uncle Mirai. Would that be Sir Night Eye, real name Sasaki Mirai? First asked this time. Why yeah, he adopted me after Mom died when I was 9. My quirk is actually similar to his, but instead of looking at the future I can watch different universes. How'd you suspect? Second spoke. Well, I'm a giant hero nerd and I know Sir Night Eye has a quirk related to seeing the future. First explained. And I saw one of Dad's files that mentioned Sir Night Eye's name being Sasaki Mirai. Fair enough. Second accepted the explanation. By the way, who's your dad? Well, Both mom and my father died. You know about my mom's death since you were watching me when we first met, but father died when I was 3.5, before my quirk activated, so I can barely remember him. First revealed. I was adopted by Nedzu shortly after mom died, and he has been pretty much a father figure to me since he became my teacher. So yeah, Nedzu is my dad. Wait, and Nedzu as in the principal of UA? Third asked in shock. Super genius and 15th richest being in the world Nedzu, but also the principal of UA. First answered without hesitation. He's a lot of things. Ditch, that's cool honestly. Second noted. He adopted me back in September, so I've been with him for over a month already. First explained clearly. Although he had been my tutor for the year before that. How's it to live with him? Third asked, more confident now that he's in the company of people who don't judge him. It's nice enough. He has a lot of pre-Quirk era media in his apartment and in his private library. So I've been taking my time to watch or read all of his collection. He has a giant kitchen and he actually cooks very well. It's strange because despite not being human, he has a sense of taste that's extremely human-like. He answered. Kaken and Tsudakan visit or have sleepovers here sometimes. Kaken is the one who visits the most, almost every day actually, while Tsudakan comes here twice or thrice a week. What about you two? How's life for you? Living with Uncle Mirai is pretty nice. He's sure I can become an investigative hero like him if I want to when I grow up. It's really nice overall. Sometimes I also get to see All Might, which is really cool. Second spoke. His eyes shone when he mentioned All Might, while third looked sunken. Things are going well for me. Uncle says that my quirk is like his, but instead of seeing the most probable future I can see all the futures, including the ones that will never happen in my own world. Which is really useful as a way to predict future events more reliably as a table of percentages rather than a big number alongside a bunch of variables. Mom is nice, but Dad, he is nice, but he usually isn't present in my life. I guess it's because of his job, so he has to spend most time out. It's just that he doesn't believe I can be a hero, even though he is one himself. Third said in disappointment. Who's your father? First asked, anger causing him to frown his eyebrows. I'm gonna kick his butt if I ever meet him. Gonna send him to the depths of interplanetary space. His name is Yagi Tashinori, his real name at least. His hero name is All Might, he's the #1 pro, but he doesn't think I can be a quirkless hero. He says it's too dangerous and he doesn't want to lose me, Third responded. His response caused Second to shake in horror while First pondered on what to say. I took my mom's name to protect our privacy, so the media doesn't discover us. Have you ever asked him why he doesn't think you can be a hero? Considering his position as the symbol of peace, there can be a myriad of reasons. Maybe he has a secret nemesis who killed his mentor or something like that, so he wants to protect you from that nemesis. Maybe he just fears losing you due to how dangerous hero work can be. First tried to comfort Third. Honestly, it's worth a try asking him. You can never know if you don't ask. I'll try. Third promised. I never thought about the possibility of him not wanting me to be a hero out of worry for my safety. Overprotective parents, am I right? First chuckled, remembering his mother's protective sacrifice. You're completely right. By the way, when y'all wake up, why don't we do a test? What would it be? Second asked with curiosity. What other test could the quirk interaction go through? Let's see if the items we summon in the dreamscape can be taken to the real world when we wake up. We try it with the things we are holding at first. First suggested. I want to try it so I can give you 2 copies of some of my blueprints, that way you can build my inventions in your universes as support items or something. First looked at Second. For example, you could get Sasaki-san to give the blueprints to Power Loader to build, while you Third could get them to Shield-san to make them into reality. I will try taking the notebooks at first. I need some new ones since I've already filled up hero analysis for the future volume 4. Third responded. I will take the chair back with me. All might or not have broken a chair this week by trying to sit on one that wasn't strong enough for his height. Second chuckled at the memory of the broken chair. I'm not joking, he really broke the chair. I will take this back with me. First said, while summoning a golden semi-transparent crystal into the dreamscape. He made that choice because he and Netsu had movie nights every other night, and they just recently had finished watching Star Wars: The Original Trilogy. Kyber crystals aren't naturally occurring in my universe, and this is the only way I know of building a lightsaber like those of Star Wars. Good luck with that. Third reassured him. Also, what's Star Wars? Pre-Quirk era movie, book, series, cartoon, and video game franchise. It's really neat. First answered. Oh, on the topic of entertainment, what do you guys like to watch, read, or listen to? I usually watch All Might cartoons and listen to some contemporary pop rock, and I read the books that Uncle Mirai buys me. Second replied with fondness. His preferences are similar to mine when it comes to literature. We both like fantasy a lot. I think it's the escapism of magic and how fantasy powers have much less limits than quirks. I don't watch All Might cartoons that much. It's strange to watch a cartoon about my dad, but I watch a lot of pre-Quirk era animation. There are these internet forums for quirkless people that have giant collections of pre-Quirk era content. Third answered with embarrassment. It's a way of preserving pre-Quirk era content, I guess. Wait, was a lot of pre-Quirk era content lost in your worlds? First inquired in confusion. Yeah, pretty much. Both second and third responded. That's strange. Very little documentation and content was lost in the transition between the pre-Quirk era and the current era. At least in my world. First commented in anguish. Hell, I'm gonna show you 2 pieces of pre-Quirk era content when I manage to get the interdimensional portal working. Oh, how far has it come since we talked about it? Second questioned, as he was reminded from their conversation over a month ago. We've hit a bureaucratic block, but Dad is working on solving it. For now, my Jima-san and I have been working on some projects that are related to the multiversal travel device. First explained succinctly. Mostly stuff related to space travel that we need for resource gathering. It's a massive roadmap that will take a few years to finish. So, sorry, but it's gonna take a while to finish. That's okay. Out of all the branching timelines related to the ITD, only in 9% you fail at doing it. Only because you gave up on it though. Second reassured him of his future success. But I'm sure you won't give up so easily, will you? Nah, I'm as stubborn as we come. We are Midoriya Izuku, and that means that we never give up. First cheered up. Right. Right. Second said in agreement. I believe you can do it. So, what do you guys want to do? Third asked. We could play tag. Second gave as a suggestion. But, it's gonna be hard to play tag in such an empty place. I can fix that. First said, recreating an entire street park that he and Kaken used to visit with their parents. It had a nostalgic feeling to see such a place again, perfectly recreated down to the tiniest atom. Now we have the scenery. Wow, that's near my house. Third commented, recognizing the location. Oh yeah, that's right. This is near the apartment block where Mom and I used to live before she died. Second agreed in recognition. It's a bit nostalgic to me. Kaken, Tsudakun and I used to play here a lot before, the event at the end of August. First awkwardly explained the reason for the scenery. What happened at the end of August? Third asked in confusion. My mom died in a villain attack. I'm getting therapy due to it, but I still miss her a lot. First unfortunately is forced to convey. It's something too important to lie to. Are they technically him or not? Anyway, it's nothing to worry about right now. So, how will we decide who's gonna be it? Second asked. Third gave the question some thought before suggesting. We could choose either 1 or 2 with our hands, and if one of us has a number different from the other 2, that is it. Second was the first to become it. Each Midoriya chased each other without using quirks or dream logic, with second tagging first just a minute into the game. They spent an entire hour playing tag, hide and seek, and climbing trees. Basically spending an afternoon like kids their age do. Until first noticed it was near the time for them to wake up, so they agreed to meet up again the next night, picked up their agreed upon items, and gave one another their goodbyes. They agreed to meet again in 2 weeks. October 24th, 2178. It had worked, funny enough. He can now add another power to the list of abilities his quirk grants, taking objects with him from his dreams to real life. Of course, he still needs to check with second and third later if they also managed to retrieve the items they had picked up. Overall, he was happy. He had news to tell Dad during breakfast, but first he needed to get out of bed. Once he got out of bed, he went to his bathroom. His bedroom was a suite bedroom, so it had an attached bathroom. Why did he go to the bathroom? Although his quirk removed the physiological need to sleep, he still needed to eat and drink water, and because he needed to eat and drink water, he still needed to let go of bodily waste. Having done number 1 and number 2, he took a shower to wash himself and then went to the dining room, where he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. He had brought along the Kyber crystal that he managed to bring back from the dreamscape. Of course, he went inside the kitchen, just to find his dad, that being Nezu, preparing a classic American breakfast of fried eggs, bacon, pancakes, and orange juice. He greeted him at first glance. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, little rodent. How are you doing? That must have been the first time you've slept in quite a few days." Nezu greeted back, finishing up the final few strips of fried bacon. "I'm fine enough. I don't really need to sleep anymore, but I've a reason to sleep every day from now on." Izuku answered politely. "Oh, why is that?" the white-furred animal asked in curiosity. "I discovered new things about my quirk. Also, I managed to talk with the other me that I met back when I was in coma." He came forward with the reveal. "We even managed to connect with an additional third version of ourselves, and we played tag inside the dream. I know it was a real connection because all my dreams are lucid, and my quirk felt the connection with them to be real enough to not be a dream. Can you help me bring those to the dining room?" the rodent asked, gaining a nod from Izuku in response. The two then brought the plates of pancakes, bacon, and eggs to the table, while Izuku went back and picked up the jar of orange juice. Nezu decided to get back to the subject. "So, is that all you managed to discover, little pup?" "Nope, actually there was something else. You have watched Star Wars, right?" Izuku asked, while he reached with his hands towards his pants' left pocket. His right hand, unlike the left one, was picking up a slice of bacon and reaching it into his mouth. "Why, yes, it's a cult classic of cinema. We even finished watching the original trilogy together the night prior to the last." Nezu answered, reminding him of their movie nights. Meanwhile, the rodent was cutting a piece of the pancake in his plate. "So, it's related to Star Wars," Izuku said, pulling out an amber-colored crystal. The crystalline structure shining in a slight golden hue, emanating a protective and joyful aura. "Is that?" Nezu stared at the crystal open-mouthed in awe. The knife and fork in his paws dropped into the table. "A Kyber crystal, just like the ones from Star Wars," the greenette supplied in response. "I couldn't find any real material that had the properties of a Kyber crystal for my lightsaber project, so I took one from the dreams I have when I sleep. Before you ask, you can blame quantum physics on this one, and unlike Star Wars, this crystal isn't sentient," he explained before Nezu could ask. "It's just a material that will be useful to stabilize the photonic matter of the blade. That's an ingenious method of acquiring that which you seek," the prairie dog said in praise. "Couldn't be prouder." "Thanks. It's not really a big deal. But now that I have one, I know how to make more of them," Izuku responded in slight embarrassment. "But I don't think I should make many. It's supposed to be something special, so I want to give it to people as a special gift, not something that can be mass-produced." "That's completely understandable, little pup," Nezu said with a tone of understanding and slight pride. "You made it, so it's up to you to decide what you do with it." "Thanks, Dad." Izuku was happy to have Nezu as a father. "It's no problem at all, little rodent." And Nezu couldn't be prouder of his adopted son. "Just a question, are you a fan of All Might, aren't you, little pup?" "Yes, he's the best hero because he's always saving people with a smile on his face, reassuring everyone that everything will be okay," he answered. "He and Sir Night Eye will be coming to UA for a meeting with me, so..." The prairie dog waits for Izuku to speak. Izuku suddenly went star-eyed, the glow around the event horizon in his eyes going from a soft orange to a burning white. That was new. Izuku's eyes were never affected by emotions like this. Well, something new to add to the list of strange things with his quirk after the quirk awakening. You mean, I can meet All Might? Of course, little pup, I know how you'd never miss the opportunity. Nezu gave the greenette a pat on the head. He'll be here by 3 p.m., so you have plenty of time to work on your workshop on the 14th floor. I suspect you'll be finishing the lightsaber, am I correct? Yep, I just needed the crystal for it to work. The young boy explained. And the power source, of course, is going to be a miniaturized fusion reactor and a miniaturized power cell. That way there will be plenty of energy in the long term for the lightsaber. Fantastic, that way you can also show it to them. Nezu praised the boy, figuring his intention out. Which I already suspect you were planning to do. Dad, you know me well. Izuku took the compliment without disputing, but instead with a smile. A rare occasion, in all honesty, he usually tries to downplay his accomplishments.